I wanna start it.
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from Asher's syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion. I'm not viable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
Okay, one second. Let me actually get myself over to my server. Okay. Yeah, no, those don't play, MC. Those commands don't play. Give me a moment. No.
Did your parents have any children that lived?
Yeah, that plays.
I bet they regret that.
Gentlemen,
Dude, don't crash it, please.
Great Van Winkle is a resounding success. Alucard is now exactly where we need him to be, so we can move forward with a little surprise.
Sir, no, sir. Do you
However,
suck dick?
Don't crash it.
You know that you can suck a golf ball through a garden hose. Sir, no, sir. I don't like the name Lawrence.
Gentlemen?
Only faggots and sailors are called Lawrence. From now on, you're Gomer Pyle.
Gentlemen,
Yes, sir.
Operation Great Van Winkle is a resounding success.
Then wipe that
Alucard
disgusting
is now
grin off
exactly
your
where
face.
we need him to be, so we can
Don't
move
crash it,
forward
please.
with a little
Fucking time,
surprise.
sweetheart.
Yeah, not yet. It's because I paused the
Before we
commands.
begin our next phase, I would like to take some time to address a rumor floating around the fleet. Some of you have come
Of
to
course I
believe
don't.
that I like.
Of course it does.
I wish to dash these rumors. I do not like war. I love war. Through my life, I have discovered so
Yeah, no.
many forms
I
of war.
paused the commands.
You get
Until
into
it's
your
done,
shitty
because I
car,
wanna speak.
and you see a rich CEO who works half as hard as you do drive down the street
Mate,
in
I
his
wanna
Porsche.
speak. It's why I paused the commands. So after this, there will be no commands.
Find out that the annual drug test is today.
Until
you
I
just
speak.
so happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents. Drug war.
But then, you'll find out that the only ones being called in for testing are your black and Hispanic co-workers.
Race war. Then you try and post about it on your Facebook, but then all your friends start arguing about what's right and what's wrong. Flame war.
No.
You finally get home and you decide to relax.
No,
by
I have
watching
to
a
reinstall
program
the
about
game.
Who gets the box? What's in the box? How much is what's in the box worth?
Included.
Storage wars.
Protego.
What I am telling
I wanna
you,
finish
my
this game
Nazi
first.
army of 1,000 vampires is
San
that
Andreas
I am
what
the
we're going to
purveyor
play.
of war. And with
Later.
your help over the years, we are now at the precipice of our true goal. You see, I want a simple war. No class wars, no drug wars, no race wars, no flame wars, and certainly no cold wars. Blue bought for 40
No.
years.
I changed my opinion because I need to reinstall the game. I'd rather not reinstall the game.
The sequel you've all been waiting for. I want
Not sure what I did to deserve that.
Let it go.
I came as soon as I could. I've been so preoccupied by all that happened. Onyx and Catacomb, not to mention my uncle's reduction, that I'd almost forgotten what it was that struck me about that triptych. This is the view painted on the canvas that was left on it. That's incredible. You know this area well. And while I was waiting for you,
Dude,
I
I'd
scouted
rather
around
not
and discovered
reinstall
an
the
abandoned mine
game.
nearby,
That's why I
surrounded
actually
by
don't
Randall's
do
loyalists.
that right now.
Do you think there's a connection to the triptych?
I've no idea. but perhaps they're
Let
searching
me-
it, the way they did Rookwood Castle and Isidora's Manor. How do we want to handle this?
Yep. Wait, did it crash? Okay, no, it didn't. Good. Let me check something.
Now, Herr
Okay.
Doctor, Captain, First Lieutenant, and our fabulous mascots, please lead us off.
Of course.
We need to see what
Everyone, thank you
I
for
said
coming
don't-
to the editorial
don't
review.
worry.
bury some enemies.
Please open your World War III
I
and
still
let's
have
to
that
page
room
3,
we found on
as
the
the first
triptych.
two pages
If there
merely
is a
contain a
gift,
forged and
we
missing
expect to see
sketch.
that symbol
We
again.
have an exciting itinerary of the evening's events. Tonight,
Alucard is now exactly
the
where we need him to
annihilated
be so we can
London.
move forward with
Let
the
seminar play.
surprise.
all of London. Buckingham Palace?
No, it won't.
Begin our next
Big
phase.
Ben?
I would like
It
to
won't
begin
stack
to
up.
address
The
a
House
rumor
of Parliament?
floating around the
Eradicated.
place.
The Tower
Some
of
of you have
London?
come to believe
Obliterated.
that
The Holocaust Museum?
Leave that be. No one will deny what we did.
I wish to dash these rumors.
What about London
I do
Bridge?
not lie.
Yeah, London Bridge is falling down. We all know the song. Look, you be the first to burn it down. You can go ahead and sing it. I don't care. Of course, my life.
Of course it's not, I told
The
you.
accompaniment tonight has been selected via survey.
Get an
And I hope
Why?
you're as
I'll
excited
show
as
you
I
why.
am. Shitty car. The
Und you
song
see a
tonight
rich
is
CEO
most
who works
appropriate
hard,
for
as hard as you
Let me show you why.
down the street in
best
his
reason.
Porsche.
But first,
Because I don't have this enabled, and I have it
So happened
to be
take a
done
puff of
first.
your one hitter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents. Drug war.
I have it
But
to
then
finish first
you
and
find
then...
out that the only ones being called in for testing are your
So it doesn't
black
stack up.
Hispanic co-workers. Race war. Then you try and post about it on your Facebook, but then all your friends start arguing about what's right and what's wrong. Flame war. You finally get home and you decide to relax by watching a program about who gets the box, what's in the box, how much is what's in the box worth.
There they
Storage
are up
wars.
ahead. I'll let you lead.
What I am telling you, my Nazi army of 1,000 vampires, is that I am a purveyor of war. And with your help over the years, we are now at the precipice of our true goal.
Enjoy.
I want a simple war. No class wars, no drug wars, no race wars, no flame wars, and certainly no cold wars. Blue bought for 40 years. But I want is a war that only we can bring. A true war. A German war. The sequel you've all been waiting for. I want World War III!
We make a good team. Once again, we can fight over each other or be discreet. You know which one I choose?
Yeah, shit. You're ready? Ready, you are done. Oh, hello there. I thought you were dead.
Fun is a relative term. It is. And that was relatively fun.
It was. Asswinder eggs, give me those. Of course we're not gonna stack.
For better or for worse, we're in.
What I wouldn't give for a cup of mushroom
Confringo! Bombarda! don't see any goblins in these webs.
Too disgusting.
Yeah, because it's time for the spiders, that's why. Should I forgot you existed? Bro, give me with it, honey.
How many of Ranrock's loyalists are in here? Too many. They definitely think there's something here they want. Accio.
Accio.
Wingardium Leviosa. It's no wonder spiders give people goosebumps.
Could be the hairy legs, or the solar signs, or the venomous fangs, or any number of endearing qualities, really.
Endearing qualities to a spider? I'll play it.
Smashing.
Should have thought to conjure stairs.
Yeah, no, YIT does not work, man. Sound commands do not work, only video commands do. Tiger. No, that's a sound command, those are not added in yet. Not yet. Here, let me actually send you a list of the commands.
Say Misato, there's one thing I've been wondering ever since I've joined NERV.
Yeah, Shinji?
What does NERV actually stand for?
No one's told you yet? Oh, well, I'm pretty sure it stands for...
Nervous erection reaches vagina!
Yep, that's what it stands for.
Revelio.
No,
Rich
I need
prepare
4.
today's.
So the commands are 420 YOLO, the boner, Christmas list. You know what? Let me actually do the following. Let me actually send you the commands. If I have you on Discord. That's a very good question. Do I even have you? Let's see. Not Cougar, Tiger. Kurva. Nope, I don't. I don't have you. No, ever since Tox deleted his Discord, yeah. Yeah, no, oh, dude, I don't even know what happened to him. He won't answer his phone, he won't answer on Steam, he won't answer to nothing. Yeah, if you wanna join my Discord, exclamation Discord, man. Like, unlike him, I'm still alive. Like, I don't know the fuck he's doing. He won't answer to anything. And that's a problem. Considering he told me to tell him if there was any problems or if the package arrived.
We're making quick work. Protego! Stupid Professor Heckert would be proud.
Considering the fact that he wanted to know once my package arrives for the mixer, yeah, that's a very big problem. Crucio. Yeah, use that unforgivable. I cannot get in contact with him. He does not answer his phone, he does not answer anything. Yeah, last time I spoke to him was being really emotionally angry at someone.
Be a bit distracted
He took,
from him for
yeah.
a moment.
An unwelcome distraction at that.
Yeah, I know.
We have another fight on our hands.
But then again, the problem with him is the following. I told him if he needs someone to speak to, he can just call me. He can just call me, lay it out on me, I won't care. Like, I will listen to him, even if I'm at work. That's something he didn't do. Instead, it all bottled up, and then it actually exploded. He took it out on everyone that day.
Rather unwise. This way.
We're not finished yet.
Like, I don't know the fuck's wrong with him, but I lost complete contact with him. Yeah. Yeah, it did have something to do with his girlfriend, from what I understood when we talked together with him, like when I and him talked. But yeah, he didn't take me on the offer. Like, he knows he can speak with me, he knew that.
But I'm better.
It did have to do with his girlfriend emotionally abusing him. Ow. Fucking spider.
Imperial.
We certainly cleared the room.
I don't know why Gryffindors get credit for bravery. We Slytherins are teeming with it.
We're
Okay, where is he? Where is that bloody thing?
Ranrock's loyalists never knew to look for it.
Confringo!
No, here. Yeah, the guessing his girlfriend is not biological woman since his Oh! Ouch! No. No, she was a woman. Like, at a certain point he was with Robin. Like, he broke up with Robin, he got together with her again, he broke up, then something happened, we lost contact. Yeah, like, he was with Robin, man. For a specified amount of time, he was in a relationship with Robin. From what I remember, they never actually met in person. That's a fall trap of the long-distance relationships. But yeah, apparently they were in a relationship for a specified amount of time, but he gave me it. And I actually understood, from what I actually understood, where's the third one? Okay, there.
I wouldn't be surprised to find a couple more rooms. Confringo! Wasn't expecting that.
So 3, done. Well, the thing is, I lost complete contact with him. Like, he doesn't answer the phone, he doesn't do anything anymore.
What do you have there?
A journal entry by Isadora. Sebastian,
Hopefully
I think I found something.
More of this
a canvas piece.
Brilliant.
That's a problem, man,
Our
with
efforts
big
weren't
distance
in vain after all.
relationships.
Still.
But
something
from
about
what
this
he
place
gave me
feels
to
odd.
understand last time we spoke, he was planning to meet with her. Not saying they never been in a relationship, but saying was a strangely suspicious looking relationship, and yeah. No, even on my view, even I admitted it was kinda strange.
Revelio.
Even I admitted it was kinda strange.
If the triptych led us here to find this bit of canvas, we can probably assume that Isadora Morganach was here.
She seems to have been everywhere.
But if she was using the Undercroft and the cellar beneath her,
Yeah, you're not the only one that called
why
him
would
out
she
on
create
that.
this space?
And
You're
why
not the only
hide it
one.
behind cryptic rune symbols.
Dude, you're not the
magic
only
no
one, man.
You could see.
Because I could
Isadora
see the
and
fact that
Percival
he was
Rackham,
getting
another
abused
keepers,
emotionally
could
by
see
her.
traces of ancient magic too. Rackham? I haven't heard his name before. Here's some of the memories I've seen. I don't think he and Isadora saw eye to eye on
Like,
how this
I
magic
actually
should be used.
spoke
This
against
is
the
all rather
relationship
baffling.
because of the fact I could see
Let's
it would
the
take him
canvas back to
down.
the triptych. Perhaps the answers are there.
And you were there when I actually
Place
spoke
is
about
odd,
on his
to be
Discord.
sure, but I'm
If
fascinated
I
by
was
it.
like, yeah.
Now, for the trek back out of here and to Hogwarts.
Well, here's the thing though.
We can find another passageway to the Undercroft.
Yeah, I know.
Let's have a look around.
I know you said before I did, because Talks actually admitted to it. To me. But you said before I did. Here's the thing though. I actually told him, look, if she's abusing you emotionally through long distance relationships, cut it there. Like, don't take any bullshit. Which was essentially the TLDR, the same thing you told him, and he was still against it. Like, I don't know the fuck happened to him. I said before you two met, I think. No. No, because I've known Talks from a Kyuzo server.
It has to fit.
Like, I met Talks right
Please tell
around
me you recognize the
2020.
location in this bit of canvas.
So, I think,
The good
yeah,
news
you
is
met
I
him before,
did,
but yes.
in fact. And the bad news? We're in for more trouble.
I know Talks sales, yeah. You said to him before I did then. Because I got to know Talks from from Eidolon hunting.
Huge mine in the surrounding area. Morinweem has suffered for it.
Like,
It's as
I've
bad
known
as
him since
Felkoff become.
2019.
Should we head there
Almost.
now? We should wait. Why? All this time, we've been a step behind Ranrock. I may know someone who could help us get ahead.
Yeah.
Who is that?
No, I didn't play GTA Online. While I do have GTA, I'm not playing the Cancer, but GTA Online.
A friendly goblin. He wants no part in Ranrock's fight. A friendly goblin? You know, goblins cursed my sister to shut her up. Said she should be
Yeah, I
seen
know.
and not heard.
Like, I
do,
know.
But not all goblins are... Not all goblins what?
Let it
Have
finish
you
and I'll
forgotten
actually explain
Felkoff?
how I know.
Have you forgotten the mine we just went through? No, Sebastian, I haven't. You're not listening to me. Why would I listen to someone so ignorant?
Dude, if you think mod menus is the highest of high on fucked up area on GTA Online, you're wrong. The fact that GTA Online actually actively leaks your own IP address and location is even more concerning than the fact that any script kiddie with a mod menu can actually ban you or put you on a bad sport pool. Like, the fact that Take-Two has taken no responsibility for it, for leaking players' IP addresses, as well as physical locations, now among the worst. Hardware damage can actually be avoided. Hardware damage can actually be avoided by not being an idiot and using a mod menu. Like, if you search me online on GTA Online, you can find me. I'm level 666. Okay? Level 666, almost 667. Yeah, I would avoid by installing the fucking game. Exactly. The only reason I have GTA 5 installed is because I'm speedrunning it. Because, surprise, surprise, guess who put a bounty of 50k on it? Moist Critical. Put a bounty on it, and that's the only reason I still have the game installed. Yeah, no, the online aspect is shit. I'm not touching online anymore, I'm speedrunning GTA offline, meaning the story. Speaking of, later we will play GTA San Andreas. Like a lot later. I don't know, man, can you beat Dark Piper AU speedruns? Like what, 2 hours 37 minutes? I know he's a maniac, I watched him. But here's the thing, when Moist put it up, when Moist put the bounty up for it, he specified he wants it on the newest version of GTA 5. Like hell, I may actually do a speedrun of GTA 5 using randomizer. I know he's a maniac, because I've watched his videos.
Perhaps your uncle was right about you. You don't know when
No,
to stop.
no.
When to stop.
No, fuck, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. So, yes. Like, no way I can do it. I think Dark Viper has some form of... No. No, it's thing. It's not autism, it's ADD. Load game. Yes. How does he keep playing the same game of... Dude, have you seen how many hours he has? 8k hours!
And now for the moments of truth.
It has to fit. Please tell me you recognize the location in this bit of canvas.
The good news is I do, in fact.
And the bad news?
We're in for more trouble.
Yeah, doesn't ADD make you get bored of it? Yeah, what's ADD, the normal ADD? What I'm describing as ADD is an obsession with a game.
I know that, Coast.
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, I know, Unbelievable.
It's the same form of ADD that we Warframe players have. Like, we get so bored out of our minds playing that game, yet we cannot stop it because breaking it is so fucking fun.
Professor
I believe my next broom upgrade to be even more impressive than the last. Come by Spinwich. As you can.
What the fuck are you even taking in the game? Pick with a portrait, map chamber, okay. By the way, did you see that LGBTQI thing where... Yes, I saw it. I saw it and I actually gave my opinion when I actually streamed the game
Disclaimer,
the first
this
time.
stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from ass-hurt
Let it
syndrome
finish and
or
I'll
any
give you
similar
my opinion
syndromes,
as
you've
well.
been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion. I'm not viable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
Okay, my opinion on the boycott because of JKR saying some transphobic shit is the following. And I'm gonna say it as clear as possible. If playing this game makes me a transphobe person, well, fuck you, I don't give a fuck if I damage your sensibilities. You're not obliged to watch. If I see any flag on stream saying shit, like if I see anyone on stream trying to boycott me for playing this game, well, fuck you, you're getting banned. I don't give a flying fuck if I damage your sensibilities by playing a game that's actually a masterpiece. Like, this game doesn't look bad even on medium settings. And I'm enjoying myself. If me enjoying myself is a crime, then please put me on prison. Because I'm pretty sure me and Tox will actually talk to each other. Me and Tox will actually meet in hell. That much
Hello,
I do
Professor.
know.
I have news. The goblins are looking for something.
Like, if
Another
I'm going to hell,
repository. They've built drills to
if
hack
I'm going
their
to hell
search.
by playing this game, then so fucking be
Are
it.
these repositories like the broken container
But I
found
enjoy
at Rookwood
myself.
Castle?
They are. I fear we have no time to lose. Have a look at the map. Fortunately, the next trial is fairly nearby.
Imagine the dev of this game made it inclusive by letting you have
As you know,
trans...
I was headmistress in my
Dude,
time.
stop it.
My
I'm gonna
father's
show you a
hand in the
character
headmaster's
later.
office.
Characters
In
like
fact,
new Sims 4
I
update.
witnessed
I
Professor
bet
Black
Hogwarts
learn
would
of
be
your
shit.
arrival.
Yeah, it would, but
And I'll
I'll
confess
show you
that I
a
wondered about
character
you.
later.
Wait, is the next trial in the headmaster's
Once
office?
this is done.
It is. I had hoped that when the time came, the occupant of that office would be of help to us. Unfortunately, this headmaster seems wildly unconcerned with anything but himself. You'll need to access the office while he's away.
I understand. Very well.
Good.
Okay, so you know Simona, right? In Hogsmeade. You know Simona, right? Owl, let me show you which character I mean. I can find her mail. Sirona, this character here. On the three broomsticks. She has a male voice. This character has a male voice. Yet it's clearly a female. When you have the hippogriffs, which sound like deformed chickens. Does the male voice
How will I gain access to the headmaster's
It's
office?
male. It's male. The voice is clearly male.
Professor Fig will know what to do.
The voice is clearly male, because sometimes... Yeah, I know that. I know that. Biggest example is Goku, as well as Luffy. Like here. Let me go to Hogsmeade. Where the fuck is the three broomsticks? So a male VA sounding like a male to a female, yes! Yes! Yes, exactly! Exactly! It's a male voice on a female body.
Here I come.
So let's go to Hogsmeade and I'll show you exactly what I mean. Game has some issues with lag, with rendering issues.
Revelio.
Okay, so take that. Come on. Good. Well, at least it's just one mismatched voice. At least. Where is she? Okay, you cannot buy shit. Like, once she speaks with you, you can actually understand it.
Come now. You've better things to do than that.
Defender.
Yeah, that's a male voice. It's a male voice, man. Here. Yes. Yeah, exactly. They didn't even try it. No, it's not. It's not a bug. It's not. Let me go to Hogwarts and I'll show you the deformed chicken voices of the hippogriffs. No, it's not. I restart the game, validated the files twice, even after the update. Even after the update. No. This is not. This is not. Oh, it says Bing, this game takes precedent in the 1800s. Yeah. Like, this game takes place in the 1800s.
Protego.
No. No. So this character is an original character, yes.
Time for a jaunt, I'd say.
B. Yes. I hope you were able to hear the deformed chicken.
Let's go.
Yeah, essentially, yes. Like, a few characters are original to the game.
Faster.
Now let's land. And I hope you're able to hear the deformed chicken voice what this thing makes.
No need to race now, my friend. Slow down now. There we go.
Dude, when I first heard the hippogriff voice, I actually compared it to a deformed chicken, and I'm still going to be comparing it to a deformed chicken. Because it has no semblance to the one in the movie. You know which movie I mean. I mean the third movie of the Harry Potter installments. But chicken voice is no way near. Yes! Yeah, but maybe, but it's still a deformed chicken. Like here. Let me actually search it up on YouTube. On YT, yes. Not the trailer. It's behind the scenes. I want to go. No, I don't care. Of Azkaban. What? Let me Control A, Control C, Control X. And search, just forget YouTube itself. The second line, apparently Sirona is meant to be a...
We should speak with Mr. Bickle's friends. I believe I can sneak away without drawing my mother's eye. Meet me near Hogsmeade, and we will devise a plan.
I think I know how and where to approach the centaurs about protecting the Snidgets. Meet me in the Forbidden Forest.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, let me stop the music for a moment. What's this, okay? 5 years ago, don't care. Like, compare the sound that Backpick makes to the sound this deformed chicken makes, okay?
Isn't he beautiful? Say hello to Buckbeak.
Hagrid, exactly what is that?
That, Ron, is a hippogriff. First thing you want to know about hippogriffs is that they're very proud creatures, very easily offended. You do not want to insult a hippogriff. It may just be the last thing you ever do. Now, who'd like to come and say hello?
Not gonna lie, I never watched the third Harry Potter movie.
Well done, Harry. Well done.
Well, to be fair, it was a bit darker than usual. So yeah, I would actually excuse that, not watching the movie, but it's actually really good. If you read the book, it's also the same. Yeah, the original actor died. Same as with the original actor for Dumbledore. Like, the original Dumbledore actor died in 2016.
Have to let him make the first move. It's only polite. So, step up, give him a nice bow, then you wait and see if he bows back. And if he does, you can go and touch him. If not, well, we'll get to that later.
Yeah, man. Like, it's nice.
Nice and low.
Like, take sound of that voice. Of the sound.
Back off, Harry. Back off.
Here, let me replay it again.
Back off, Harry. Back off.
Yeah, no, but yeah.
Keep still.
Okay, let me skip it to the point where he injures Malfoy. If I can find it. It's at the end. Come on. I know, pretty sure it's at the end. Yeah, here it is. You'll be able to hear it more clearly here.
Well done, Buckbeak.
Ah, fuck. So it's not the full scene. Snape sucked, yeah. Like, no one gave a shit about the original actor for Snape. No one gave a fuck about the original actor for Dumbledore. Which is a fucking shame, because they actually are pretty good actors. They were pretty good actors. Wait, they did care about Snape. Yeah, but that's only because he was British. That's only because he was British. Like, let's search it. Yeah, exactly. Not Dumbledore. Like, let's search who was it? The original actor. Played by, yes. Yeah, there he is. Correctly. Yep. This the original. Died in October of 2002. Richard Harris. That's the original actor for Dumbledore. He was Irish. The original actor for Dumbledore was Irish. Alan Rickman, yep. There we go. Because there's fucking joke about it, okay? Alan Rickman played Snape for every single movie aside from the one where he was actually a child. Like, that's the only movie he was not played by Alan Rickman. Dumbledore was only in one movie, yeah. Yeah, sadly.
The keepers have shown me where the next trial is.
Has something changed?
Lodgok and I have learned that the goblins are searching for another repository, like the one we saw at Rookwood Castle. And I discovered that they're building massive drills to help in their search. Professor Fitzgerald.
Sadly, he was only in one movie.
I see. Ranrock clearly knows even more than we suspected.
And sir, there's something else.
But yeah, exactly.
Lodgok knew Miriam.
Exactly.
He knew Miriam?
They encountered each other at Rookwood Castle. She was doing research. That's where she found the container with the port key. He liked her.
Exactly.
So much
No one gave a fuck because of the fact that she was only in one movie.
I don't know what to say. She could win over almost anyone. I want to hear more of this. And in fact, I'd like to speak
whereas
with
Hagrid,
Lodgok
yeah, exactly. No, not in all three. One second, let me skip it. The original actors from the movies were there. Like, from the time they were actually hired. So the original Hagrid was in all 7 movies. The original Snape was in all 7 movies.
Incredible. I won't forget that taste anytime soon.
The children were in all 7 movies.
I've taken the liberty of transfiguring your room.
Yeah, there is 7 movies.
As we discussed, you'll need the password.
There's 7 movies.
Who could be anywhere in the castle. You might look for
There is 7 movies. I'll count them out for you once this scene is done.
That he can convince Black to change his mind.
For some reason, no.
Unsuccessfully.
No.
I see.
It's 7.
But what if Professor Black sees me?
Leave him to me. I shall tell him where to meet a liaison from the Ministry in Hogsmeade. That should give you plenty of time.
Thank you, Professor. I suppose we'll meet again in the map chamber.
Oh shit, I mixed Harry Potter with...
from Professor Black. I'll see
Ouch!
Now to find the headmasters.
Ouch! And it's 6 movies for things. For Lord of the Rings, there is 7 movies. Not 7, 6 movies. 3 Hobbit movies and 3 Lord of the Rings. For Harry Potter, we have Sorcerer's Stone, Chamber of Secrets, Prisoner of Azkaban, Goblet of Fire, Half-Blood Prince, Deathly Hallows, and Deathly Hallows Part 2. I have 6 of those movies. I have 6 of those. Yeah, admit it, they were pirated, but who gives a fuck? But I have the books. All 7 of them, including the Cursed Child book. But yeah, that book was a travesty. Okay, let's see what we unlocked. Nothing here. Nothing here. Oh. Yeah, there is something here. I know Harry Potter was better as a book. Exactly. Exactly. Here's the thing. Harry Potter was written as a book first, and then made into a movie later. Lord of the Rings became a movie first, and then a book. So the script was made for Lord of the... Oh, yes? Like, where are you, man? You are in America, right? Unless there is some release differences. Wait. You're in America, right? If you're in America, that means you got the books first, because here in Germany we got the books second. Yeah, no, you got the books first. Like, every English-speaking country got the books first. The reason for that is due to translation issues. So we got the movies first, and then the books. Every country that did not speak English... Yeah. Tiger. Every country that did not speak English got the books second because of translation problems. So yeah, while it was first done a book... No, I don't.
Professor.
Oh, you didn't?
I was hoping to catch you.
Places to be, Professor Sharp. Places to be.
Of
Oh, you
course,
didn't
sir.
know that?
Only...
I did?
Well, that's
Probably.
new to you then. Well, decide what's best.
Student.
I do.
Now, to determine which student gets this rather unenviable...
But kinda makes sense, yeah.
Consult my
Exactly.
secretaries or what have you. Now move along.
Of course it's hard to translate. Because, here's the thing. J.R.R. Tolkien was a maniac, and still is a maniac when it comes to details. He was like... What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? He was a massive... that guy I'm actually trying to remember was a massive racist. What's his name? He created the Cthulhu epos. What's his name? Yeah, like he spends... Yeah, exactly! One fucking bedroom! Like, what's his name? What's the name of that racist that was actually the creator of the Cthulhu epos? Not Lockhart. What's his name? Ah! You know what person I mean. What's his fucking name, man? I can't seem to remember it. Yeah, man. What's his name? What's his fucking name? 1 second. Hulu. Lovecraft. Found it. Like, Lovecraft was a massive racist. Yet he had so much detail in his books, describing horrors. But yeah, if you had to compare J.R.R. Tolkien's attention to detail to someone, it would be Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft is the name I was searching for. Anyways, man, have a good sleep.
Parents have any children that live?
Gentlemen, Operation Bait Van Winkle.
Fuck, why?
Be a modern art master,
Alucard is now exactly where we need him to be so we can move forward with our little surprise.
That name sounds like
However,
royalty. Are you
before we begin our next phase, I would like to take some time to address a rumor floating around the fleet. Some of you have come to believe that I like war. I wish to dash these rumors. I do not lie.
Yeah, I'm back, but there is like 2 ads. Rip. Rip.
Greetings.
See my life, I discovered so many forms of war. You get up in the morning, you get into your shitty car, and you see a rich CEO who works half as hard as you do drive down the street in his Porsche. Class 4.
Tell me when we're done.
You find out that the tide on those tests is today, and you just so happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents.
Open?
Drug war. But then, you find out that the only ones being called in for testing are your black
Okay.
Again, race war. Then you try and post about it
Okay,
on your Facebook.
let it finish and I'll actually tell you who the fuck I was on about.
It's what's wrong. Aim war.
It would be better than
You finally get home.
Yes, I told you, voice commands are not a thing.
Who gets the box? What's in the box? How much is what's in the box worth?
Some sense to them.
Storage wars.
And they're fine now. The fact that it happened to be
What I'm telling you, my Nazi army of 1,000 vampires, is that I am a purveyor of...
Dude, stop it.
Gentlemen, Operation Bait Van Winkle is...
Stop it, I wanna actually speak. Oh, it was you this time.
Where we need him to be so we can move forward with our little surprise.
Please do.
Good idea.
Before we begin our next phase, I would like to take some time to address a rumor floating around the fleet. Some of you have come to believe...
Yeah, mostly what command MC uses.
None. None at all.
Also,
I wish to dash these rumors.
Tiger, H.P. Lovecraft is the person I was searching for. Oh boy. Yeah, because that's you that's actually doing it most of the time. I've come to expect it.
You get into your shitty car, and you see a rich CEO who works half as hard as you do in his Porsche. Gives a shit. They're Nazis. It's the annual drug test.
Nazis.
And you just so happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple nights ago.
It's great! With suicide bomber. What a fun day.
Got it right!
It's racist to say that's not better than ours.
Yeah, you guys are running way too many commands.
You post about it on your Facebook, but then all your friends start arguing about what's right and what's wrong. Aim war. You finally get home and you decide to relax by watching a program about who gets the box.
Hello, Professor Black.
Ah, Professor Weasley. How delightful to see you.
Sir?
Since I have you here, I wonder if I might, speak with you about Professor Fig. I've decided to give him a bit more, leeway with his time.
Leeway, Professor? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Bullshit, I can't hear you. Sir, yes, sir.
And I don't miss
I
him.
realize that.
Yeah,
And I
dude.
keep it that way.
I see.
Yeah.
But sir, if I may,
But here's the
I
thing,
am
though.
wary of how much time this
Here's the
fifth
thing,
member
though.
seems to be spending
H.P.
away from the
Lovecraft
castle, supposedly
and
before
J.R.R. Tolkien take the same amount of detail.
unsettling rumors of their escapades.
Like,
Everything from
when you
sneaking
compare
into
the one to the
forbidden
other,
forest to
the amount of
confronting
detail
Ranrock's
is
loyalists
1 to
and
1.
Rookwood's lot.
What? Goodness. You cannot believe everything you hear, Professor. No, you cannot. I mean, I shall keep an eye on Fig. Good.
Okay, skip that. Like, the amount of detail Lovecraft actually has in his horror is the same that J.R.R. Tolkien has in describing one simple room. Like, one room!
To give Professor Fig some breathing room?
Professor Black is happy with you.
Ahem. Screw!
Oh, greetings, Master.
Remind me of the password to my office.
Oh, but Master made Scrope swear never to tell anyone. Even Master himself.
You dare question me? Okay.
How dare you?
Yes, sir. It is the Black family motto.
Of course.
Master
It's to do with blood purity.
It's
close.
obvious.
And, of course, as Master...
In France?
Yes.
Fuck me!
There is another.
Oh.
Whatever you wish, Screw. Now.
Fuck me. Wait.
The polyjuice potion's wearing off. I best get out of sight.
Just run. I didn't know my family was home,
so I was jerking off, and my little sister surprised me by being there while I was jerking.
It's wearing
I
off.
turned around because she scared me accidentally
Fig was
jizzed up
right.
her nose.
I can't believe it worked.
The fuck are you on
Now to speak
about?
the password to the gargoyle.
The fuck are you on about, man? What kind of crack did you smoke? Okay, done. Let's get that thing. Nice. So, the gargoyle, okay. Where is the headmaster's office? Front staircase. Yes, there would go.
God is great!
No, it is not.
Named a Catholic suicide bombers. What a fun day.
I don't get why elves are weaker than wizards always in this story. I don't get it either, man. I don't get it either. Considering the shit that Dobby did to stop Harry from going to school in the second movie, yeah, I don't get it. By the way, have you tried the seminar yet? Exclamation seminar? Now that's a new command. Like new. It's the pre-war seminar. Imagine if elves used wands and yes. Dude, can you imagine? Okay, you cannot actually flash. It would be awesome to do. Like, I don't get it either, but whatever.
What are you up to now?
I don't get it either. Will I ever get it? Nah, probably not. But you have to admit, the elves would be at least the same in social standing, if not higher. Well, potentially higher, yes. But then you'd also have to account for other races as well. So if elves got the ability to use wands, so would goblins.
The gargoyle. That's where I need to speak the password.
Elves were actually much more capable, yes, I know. And they were also experimented upon by wizard kind.
I wonder if all the elite wizarding families have a motto.
Yes, they do.
It's good to see you.
All thanks to Professor Fig's quick thinking. Now what?
Yeah.
Approach the pedestal in the antechamber and read the book.
Yeah,
that
it's
appears.
actually why they got experimented on the Department of Mystery under the Ministry to find out how they could use that magic.
I suspect there will be more to this than reading a book.
Your suspicions are correct. We shall speak when you are finished.
Has this been under the headmaster's nose all this time? That must be the pedestal.
Just drink his tea or coffee or whatever he has. It. Like, the game doesn't look bad even on medium settings. Like, here's the thing though, when you have political problems as well as ethical problems.
Where am I?
Goblins can use
Professor
magic without the aid of the wand. Yes, although they are insulted by a refusal of wizards to allow them to use one. I know that we can, man. I think the Witcher universe is more accurate. Yeah.
Things are not always as they seem. In this place, as in
Mostly.
life, death takes many forms.
Wait, am I?
Each of them at all costs.
Am I bald in this right now? Yeah, no, I do not watch the woke bullshit. I don't watch woke bullshit. I'm anti-woke. I'm so anti-woke, actually, that it's actually an insult to tell me. To suggest a series that's woke, to me, is an insult. The Witcher series, yes. The game, yes. The games, yes. Even though I didn't play it and I am planning to play them, the series I did not watch because I was insulted about it.
This is my chance. Come on, Neve. I need to time this just right.
Died. Here's the thing, if you recommend me a series that's woke, I'm gonna take that as an insult. Why? Because I don't subscribe to that ethos.
Let's move while I can. Neve must be here somewhere. I need to time this just right.
No. Ah, shit. Did you see the article about the Witcher creator being pissed off at... Yes. Yes, I saw that. Like, didn't he sue them? 1 second. One second. Netflix. Wait, didn't he sue them? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, there it is. Offer and end royalties disputes with licensing agreement. Yeah, there it is. He actually did sue them.
They're gone. For now. I need to get out of here.
Seems like if you want a better Witcher viewing experience, you gotta watch those Witcher game series, Let's Play videos. Here's the thing though. I can always ask MC to family share them with me and play them myself. Because A, the games are far more better than the bloody Netflix adaptation. Hell, even the books for the Witcher series are nice, better than that woke bullshit. Even the books that are based on the game are better than the woke bullshit.
I need to time this just right.
But yeah, essentially TLDR, if you want a nice Witcher experience, go to YouTube and search the Witcher playthrough. 1 sec. Henry Cavill wanted to make it better,
Staircase straight ahead.
but he quit cause they fucked up. Yeah, they kept fucking up. It's essentially why he quit. He had enough. He had enough, and I would do in his position. If I was in his position and they kept fucking up, I would have enough as well. I would have enough as well.
Ladder. Perhaps they won't be able to find me if I go up there.
Yeah, I would have enough myself if I was Henry Cavill and they kept fucking my masterpiece.
This is my chance. Coming, Neve. Too many. I must cross this road as fast as I can.
Yeah, they wanted to make a proper, full, faithful adaptation of the Witcher TV show. They should get mods, yes. Yes, they should. Yes, they should. I watched that. Okay? I watched that. I didn't watch the woke bullshit, but I watched the TV. Dude, it's more scarred and more accurate. Fuck me up, don't fuck me up.
That's where I need to go, but I need to find a way past them.
No! Actually, yeah, that's gonna take a while. Well, like, he has enough scars as is already, doesn't he?
I'd best move while I can. Neve must be here somewhere.
Yeah, cause Gerald's meant to be ugly and shit.
This road as fast as I can.
Yeah, true. True. Like, Gerald is actually meant to be menacing.
That's where I need to go, but I need to find a way past them.
Come on. Look the other way. Run.
Nothing this way, but more danger.
Shit.
Way to find you. I need to turn back. There's no getting past them that way. That doorway looks like the only safe way forward.
They got it. Oh shit. Swear.
Now's my chance.
Come on. Yes, there we go. Done.
That's the way forward.
Move. Use. Fuck man, CDPR should make, yeah, CGI movie, yeah, they should. They should. I would watch the fuck out of it. I would watch it if they made the CGI version of it. Like if the CGI wasn't bad, I would watch it. Really? Yeah, they should make a CGI version of it.
They can't see me at all. I can get closer to them.
Yes. Yes, you can, although for a limited time.
Finally free.
What do you mean finally
Are
free?
you, Neve?
Okay, yeah, I forgot what my character is actually bold in this game. I made my character bold.
You have outrun death thus far, but have yet to find me. Keep searching, but this time you will be unable to hide.
Yeah, this is the Elder Wand, okay. Just give me the Elder Wand.
You see before you. Do not squander its extraordinary power.
Come on. Yeah, they could actually, if they wanted to. Dude, not even CGI. Not even CGI, okay? If they wanted to include and make a faithful representation, let me tell you what they could do. They could actively hire adult actors for them, for the scenes. Like there is an abundance of adult actors and actresses doing CGI, doing sex work. They could do it.
I've never felt such power.
Okay, well, which way? This way.
Bombarder!
Yeah, they could. Like, there are so many artists on R34 and Patreon doing sex work. Like sex artwork. It's insane.
Bombarder! Protego!
Ah shit, I forgot. Why am I not allowed to use the unforgivables? Is it because it's death? Get stupefied for some fucking reason it works. Ow. Yeah, exactly. Dude, that could actually be solved. The looking department could be solved easily. It could be solved easily by stylists. Literally. Hire 2 or 3 stylists and have them remake it. Remake the looks. Letter to letter. Like, to the T. You could do it. It will cost you an arm, a leg, and a kidney, but you could do it if you wanted to. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, man. They could do it if they wanted to. Like, if they wanted to have... Okay, if they wanted to have separate actors for the acting and separate actors for the acting, yeah. You could, they could do that. If they wanted to have actors for all of it, like the complete fucking, fighting, talking shit, they could hire actors that actually did sex work. CGI could work, yes. Like, 95% sure it would work. Not 100% sure. Ow. Yeah, now we're fighting death. Apparently. Like, it's not a bug-ridden game. Say whatever you want, it's not bad. What? Oh yeah, I forgot. Since the eye could work, 95% sure it could work, not 100. Oh, there it is. Since the eye could work. Okay, next is the Resurrection Stone, right? We had the Cloak of Invisibility, now we have the Elder Wand, now it's time for us to get the Stone of Resurrection, the Resurrection Stone. Allow me to use the Avada Kedavra. What? Death has a troll? Okay, let's go here. Nope. 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 Oh shit. Did I actually pressed that? Think of it this way, CDPR stuff involved, cutscenes at W3, yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah, it could work, but is it going to be a massive success? With the community. You also have to take that into account, because when you have parents that are doing this and that and this and that, complaining all the time. Like, remember the whole bullshit that was the battle of Mass Effect? Because of a bit of ass? Like, a bit of ass was shown, a bit of free boobies was shown, and then you have every Karen in America saying that Mass Effect should burn. I'm pretty sure you remember it. Ow. Shit, I forgot you exist. I forgot I didn't take you down. Dead. No idea if it's gonna be a massive success. Yeah, that's my problem. Like, if it's not a massive success, we're not gonna do it, but it's gonna be a lot better than the bloody woke version of it. Never played Mass Effect. Oh, you never played Mass Effect. So, okay, in Mass Effect, okay, let me explain, because I played the games. All three of them. In Mass Effect 2, there is a sex scene, and that sex scene is comprised of a bit of ass and a bit of free titty and nipple being shown. And every car in America was like, oh, burn that game to a stake, has sex work, and think of the children. Fuck you and your children. It's a story-driven game. If you cannot take sex into account on a story, then you should not exist. Like, you should not be anywhere near children. shit,
Stupid one. Depulso, Descendo.
It's a game, not really. No. It got a teen rating. It actually got a teen rating. Not even for adults. If I wanted a game for adults, guess what? I would go to itch.io and download some of them. Because some of them are pretty good.
Descendo, Depulso, Defendo.
Better than the kink and grooming bullshit taught in elementary school these days. So true! So true, man. So true. It's far better. It's far better than that bullshit. 100% agree with you there. But then again, gaming is better in any way, shape and form than the bullshit that we have to deal with for people that are still in school. Like, thank God I'm not anymore in school. Yut! Yeah, it's better than the dog shit that they have to endure. Okay, I'm unable to. Really? Yep, it's a lot better than the bullshit that we'll have our children learning today in school. But here's the thing, that the education system caters not to the individual, but to the masses. And if the masses is comprised of massive Karens, then guess what? We're gonna comprise to that. We're gonna actually cater to that. Did you see those videos of libs of TikTok where teachers are teaching 4-year-olds about masturbation and kinking? Like, yeah, what the fuck? Dude! Yeah, what the fuck was that about? Let me tell you something. At 4 years of age, I had no fucking clue what sex even was. I started getting a clue at age 12. When I hit puberty. Yeah, because I was an early bloomer. Not at fucking 4. Dude, the other bullshit, the kindergartners here in Germany. Guess what? They're learning about sex. At the age of 6. At the age of 6, they're learning about sex. At least it's not Sweden. Let me tell you that much. Let me tell you that much, at least it's not Sweden. Six ain't any better, yeah. At least it's better than fucking 4, where, which is what they do in Sweden. At least it's fucking better than 4 years of age. Which is what they do in Sweden, because they want to have a utopia. It's infinitely better than fucking 4-year-olds, I'll tell you that much. Ow. 6 is a lot better than fucking 4-year-old. Oh shit! What? Like, it's a lot better than fucking 4-year-olds. 4 years of age. Like, if I learned about sex at the age of 4, I would be traumatized. Yeah, sure, I may be traumatized at the age of 6 as well, but it would be a lot better for me to handle than if I was 4-year-old. Ooh, nice save. What? I better go. Aha. So AoE is not the key here. Sweden is strange. There was a woman that got assaulted by migrants, but police, of course they're not gonna do the migrants. No, it's not only that. It's not only that. Let me tell you something. In Sweden, if you get raped, you're the actual person that's gonna go to jail, not the rapist. They treat migrants better than they... Yeah, exactly. Because Sweden is a utopia. They treat Sweden as if it's a utopia. What? Man, those fucking trolls actually annoy me. Rip, I died. But yeah, essentially, if you're in Sweden and you get raped, you are not the victim. You're not the victim.
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from ass-hurt syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke.
Would be better than
Watch
that.
under your own discretion. I'm not viable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
Hell would be better than Sweden.
Revelio.
Communist utopia. No, that would be the CCP. That would be the CCP. The communist utopia is the CCP. I forgot you existed, so... Ah, shit. What? Where from? Oh yeah, you also have death over there. Where you go? Down. What? What hit me? Just a sec. Ah, shit. Man, that bloody thing. That troll. Yes. Yeah. I know. Shut up. Shut up, game. Allow me to do it. Allow me to do it. Yes, there you go. What? Where from? Really, this asshole? Fine. Yep. There it goes again. I wonder how many trolls I have to kill. Come on. Okay, so get everything. Oh shit, I forgot you existed. I forgot I didn't take you down yet. Okay, and a half. Yeah, that's the last troll, hopefully.
Defender, Bombarder, Depulsor.
Okay, come on. Ah, shit. There you go. Done. Right? Yeah, I forgot. Let me deal with those fucks first. Let me deal with the wizards first. Okay, death. And I'll deal with the trolls later. Okay. Dead. Come on, let's see. Nice. What? Okay, now you're pissing me off. Now you're pissing me off. pretty sure I avoided that. I'm pretty sure I avoided that. What? You're changing mid-flight? Oh boy. Rip. Rip. What? Dude, I actually dodged that. What the fuck? Down the troll, down the troll. Shit! Dude, I dodged that. What the fuck? Retry. But yeah, the problem with Sweden is they don't care what you think as a Swedish person. They think what you care as an immigrant. Which is a fucked up situation if you ask me.
Revelio.
Sec. Like the fact that they don't give a flying fuck how you feel about it is big. Like they don't care about your sensibilities if you are not an immigrant. $21 or is it 22nd? Yeah, there it is. So, let's start first things first. Skip. Forgot about that. Shit. Yeah, I need to actually learn how to press control on this. Did I press X? What? Yeah, not fast enough. Not fast enough. Down. Where? Oh, this guy. Why? Shit, I forgot. Anyways. Yes. What? Oh boy. Time to take down the troll. One down. What? Where from? Come on, allow me to max it out. One down. Okay, done. First stage. Time for stage 2. Shit. What? It didn't even give me an indication. Okay, now you gave me the indication. And now you were too late. Okay, now you didn't give me any. Fuck you, that mongrel. Now you're actually annoying me.
Depulsor, Defender, Bombarder.
guy from behind. Fuck! Troll! Yeah, I need to actually focus on that. Okay, I should have known. What? Oh boy. At least I'm enjoying myself with the game. At least I'm enjoying myself with the game. Okay, now you're annoying me. Dude, I wasn't even on the AoE. I wasn't even in the area of effect. Down, one. I wonder how many waves of death I have to fight. I wasn't even in the area. Shit, troll. Done. Just don't tell me I have... Okay, I don't. I don't. Good. Yeah, this is trial number 3. I wonder how many there are.
Revelio.
I wonder how many trials we have. A sec. Just to make sure I don't rape your ears. Okay, yeah, I got it. Is it time for the resurrection stone? Because we got the invisibility cloak, we got the elder wand. Is it time for the resurrection stone?
A simple stone.
Yes. It's time for the resurrection stone. Okay, let's see.
You are far from finished.
I can't believe she's dead.
Oh, poor Neve.
Let us always honor her. We won't be the
Yeah,
same.
time for a resurrection? Question mark?
You found me, but you cannot undo what has been done. The magic of the stone can only conjure a shadow of my former self. But there is no light without shadow, as there is no shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness
does not mean that you should.
Mean that you should.
The game's fine.
Remember that as you witness my memory.
Game is fucking fine. It looks awesome. Now, spoiler alert, I did almost every sideline quest. That's why I don't do them on stream. Almost every single one. The only thing remaining is to do the Pedadalian keys. Or whatever they're named. Pedadalian keys are the only ones remaining. Specifically, only one is remaining.
What you did for your father was remarkable, wasn't it? And Percival needn't worry about the strands of emotion or the traces that this magic leaves. I found a way to contain all of it.
You haven't stopped.
Goblin Silver.
You spoke to a goblin about this.
Don't worry, he has no idea what we're containing.
We don't know what effect any of this may have. The emotions, the dark traits.
You sound like Percival. And as it happens, I do know. It is a source of strength, of focus. Somehow it enhances my ability to wield magic.
I don't follow, Isadora.
I think we can harness it.
Power like this is not to be toyed with. In the wrong hands.
You saw what I did for my father. Neve, imagine the good we could do. Everyone is in some kind of pain.
What are you doing?
Yeah. She was about to take away her pain.
Breathe it in. Can you feel it?
Oh, Isadora. This must stop. All of it.
You've kept this power to yourselves for so long because you fear it. I choose to embrace it.
Yeah, you're the idiot in this case. You're the idiot in this case. Not the people that actually keep this power hidden. Okay, return to the map chamber. Wait. Oh yeah, that was trial number 3.
Is it true? Has someone completed the first 3 trials?
What the fuck is this for?
I have.
But you are so...
Young? I know.
Yeah.
You must be Professor Bakar.
I am.
Pleased to meet you. The pensive memory I just witnessed. Is Isadora inhaling painful emotions?
She was.
That was
I was
fascinating.
amazed to see that it seemed to give her some sort of power, and that she could harness it. But how?
I worry that you seem more intrigued than repulsed. I hesitate to reveal the location of my pensive to someone who, perhaps, has yet to understand the responsibility of power.
I can assure you, Professor, I do. In fact, what you don't yet know is that a dangerous goblin called Ranrock has accessed the repository at Rookwood Castle. He has learned to harness the contents of it as a source of immense power. He plans to use that power against Wizardkind. We have no time to waste.
I see. Nonetheless, the knowledge you shall gain after you witness my memories is too valuable to share without further consideration. I shall require time to confer with the other keepers.
It seems we have no choice but to wait. I heard what you told Professor Bakar. Isadora was inhaling?
She was.
Monstrous.
What's more, she said that she found a way to store the traces of magic she extracted in goblin silver.
The repositories?
Possibly. There's something I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. Ranrock has been digging at locations tied to the 5 names he found in the journals of a goblin metalworker named Bragball.
5 names? The Keepers, and who else? Isadora Morganac?
Precisely. That's how he's been one step ahead of us. Gringotts, the Tower, Rookwood Castle.
If the Keepers won't tell you where the next trial is yet, I say we at least maintain a watch on Ranrock. Perhaps he'll lead us to more information.
Perhaps. I hope to hear from Lodgok soon. I haven't heard anything since I learned of the drills. Oh, and as you've probably guessed by now, your Polyjuice plan worked like a charm.
I knew it would. I may have done too good a job distracting Black. I had no idea he can't hold his fire whiskey.
Yep. Okay, what's next? Map? Quests? Okay. It basis for blackmail, surprise meeting, then this is the only one that I haven't done yet. This is new. And these two I'm actually not gonna do. Ghosts in Love and the Moons. These are completely optional. These I'm not gonna do. Okay, let's go to the surprise meeting map. World map. We're not gonna fly, by the way. Also, let me actually put some things. Fuck, I forgot I need to go to the room of requirements. Yeah, I need to go to the room of requirements. I can sell those. Let me go to the room of requirements first, and then I'm gonna go back here. Or, you know what, fuck it. Let's start it like this. Start it like this. I'm not gonna make space for it.
Protego!
No, free. Fly. Why? Because it's actually far faster than just walking it. B. Dismount.
I can do this. I can do this. They will want to help.
Is this where we're meeting the Centaurs?
Well, they don't exactly know we're coming, so it's less of a meeting and more of a surprise.
I suppose. It went like this.
I'm not sure about this. I can't imagine they're fond of being surprised.
We don't have a choice if we want to help the Snidgets. Perhaps they'll be able to tell that we're sincere. There's something about them that's so knowing. It's almost unnerving.
Yeah, well, that is true. Centaurs don't know any more than the rest of us.
I suppose they are known for having an air of omniscience.
That's exactly the right word. I just... never mind.
Omnipotence.
It's nothing, truly.
Not omniscience.
We've no secrets to hide.
That's right. We'll simply be honest with them about what we're trying to do. They'll have to help us, won't they?
Yes, of course. You're absolutely right. We'll meet with them, tell them about the Snidgets, and I'm sure to all be fine.
Which one's the oldest book?
What do you think you're doing here, humans?
Please! We were hoping to speak with you.
Ah! I suppose you'd like a tale for your friends of the time you spoke to
Nah.
a centaur, and it spoke back.
No, never! We're here because we need your help.
Enough! You made a grave error in judgment in coming here, little witch.
Leave them be, Alec. We do not harm the young. It is not
our way.
You forget your place, old fool. I'm the leader of this herd, and while you cling to our way, their kind continue to slaughter beasts like us without a care!
From what I can see, they have slaughtered no one. They
In
will
fact, they
leave
helped.
here unharmed.
Mark my words, Doran. If I ever see them again, it will be all three of your heads.
Okay, skip it.
I don't. So the moonlight. What do moons do? And why?
Then there's no things.
I am too. It is a shame.
That's what the leader of...
Well, if I can head to the library and start. I'll let you know what I find.
Next. Okay, talents. I still need to be able to cast Avada Kedavra. Good. Next is ancient basic airborne absorption, yes. Owls. Okay, 2 letters. Should have reacted. Okay, yes. The relic is the key, yes. As always, you always know what's best, don't you? Speak with Dick. I wonder what Dick wants to talk with me about. Okay. Let's learn. What? Okay. With Sebastian to coast. Okay, no, let's do this. Outside of Feldcroft. Map. Wait, what? Yes. Wait. Yes, here. Let's start with secondary quests before going to the main story. There is a reason for that. I will continue his story.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
A lost relic from a catacomb which requires a dark sacrifice.
Death.
I know how it sounds, but if this can help you, it's worth the risk.
Does Ominous know about this?
No.
He helped find the Victorian where we discovered Slytherin's spellbook.
Very well. If Ominous will be there, I'll meet you. We don't have much time. Solomon wants to leave Feldcroft.
What? Leave? Never mind. You need to stall him. Buy us time, Anne. Please.
I shall do my best.
I'll be in touch.
Solomon can't take Anne from Feldcroft. Where would they go? When would I see her? I can't believe my uncle wants to... Time? For what?
For what?
I've learned more about the relic. I cross-referenced Slytherin's spellbook with everything in the library on relics and
Time
dark
for the Avada
sacrifices.
Kedavra.
That's when I realized something. I believe the relic will only work inside the catacomb.
This is more complicated than we thought.
So we have to get Anne to the catacomb and then conduct a sacrifice. Seems risky. It'll be worth the risk.
Yeah, it will.
The biggest hurdle may be convincing Ominous. And we'll only give this a chance if he's on board. And we have to keep all of this from your uncle. If he goes to the headmaster, we could be expelled. Let me handle Ominous this time. As for my uncle, he's not an Auror anymore. What he doesn't know, well, won't hurt us.
Very well. Might your uncle report? Maybe.
Good luck with Ominous. Until we meet again. I shall let you know when the four of us should meet at the catacomb. Look for my owl.
Okay.
See you soon.
Quest complete. Next. Time for Dick's quest. Purchase... Okay, let's go and do this first. Let's do this first. Hogsmeade. The reason I'm doing this first is simple. The upgrades you get for the broom actually do make sense. Like, they're actually really good. Like, after this, I'm gonna go do the dig quest to capture a phoenix.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
As always.
Hello again. Wonderful to see you. As before, I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again. You're all set with the new up?
You'd like me to...
Miss
Okay,
Waves
let's
is-
skip
However-
this one. Hey, don't scare me.
I look forward to our next
Revelio.
meeting.
Okay.
Perhaps I could test out my new upgrade on the way. Protego!
No. Yes. Let me see exactly where they are. Quest. Map. Swallow of the mountain, no. So for it to be 4K, that means it's somewhere around... Where the fuck are they? Here? Oh boy. Okay, let's see what's the closest I can get. Closest I can get is not in Felcroft, up here. So fast travel there. But hey, it's actually really nice as a game. Okay. Okay, I'm unable to enter while mounted. Fine then. We'll unmount. Landing unavailable. Oh, is it because I'm so close to it? Yeah. What? Dude, I don't even want to. I wanna. Why? Why can't I dismount there? I can dismount down here, can't I? Yeah, down here.
I know what that means. Merlin trial.
Such arrogance. Oh.
Fuck.
I've never seen a sword like. Is that the best you? It's true.
Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna try and fight them.
For me, you won't last long.
That's the student who released me.
I'll bury you in the deepest
Protego! Stupid.
Defender, I've been fighting since before you were.
That's like Spellcroft. Hold true to our plan.
Is that it? Ooh, this shit. Get away!
Yeah, time for the loyalist warriors to die. Done. Time to go up. Up, 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 up. Yes, where we go.
Protego!
Time for free. Good. The fact that I had to go through a mine was annoying. I'll take it. Wait, did I install the upgrade? Let me check. Yes. Okay, let's check what we got. Nice. Nice offense, 69. So, where is the Defeat Regalia? Spider Dark Arts, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna need to sell all of them. Shit, I forgot. Like whatever is down in numbers, I'm gonna sell. This will give me A, more cash, like more galleons, and B, more space. Because you have only 20 slots. And they get filled instantly. Like, you won't know it when they're filled. But yeah, as a game, this is very fun. Now, time for a nut break. Okay, now this is actually fucking interesting. No. Yeah, this is fucking interesting. So, what you're about to see is inside Intel slabs for overclocking. So let me put that there, let me stop the music, because it's time for an break until we reach the point of no return. 800 meters.
Hi and welcome back to another video. We are here at the Intel OC lab in the US, Portland, Oregon. We were actually here several years ago, so to me everything looks still familiar. Some things changed, but overall the OC lab is still the same. But there are very interesting things we're going to cover in also several videos. Today we will start about this specific setup, which is Intel 13th Gen. It's also an engineering board which has very interesting features like
that's actually really interesting.
Like chipset and some very interesting debugging features. Then we will have at least 2 more videos also with an Intel employee discussing very interesting topics like solder TIM and some very specific information about temperature readouts and hotspots and everything. So yeah, stay tuned for these videos, but for today's video we will start with this platform and discuss what Intel can do here, because they have so much more access than what you can imagine, and I can promise this is going to be very exciting. Alright, we are starting with this board, which is called the Reference Validation Platform.
Yeah, that's the reference validation board.
Some features that,
okay, before I let continue, this board is what every generation of Intel will go through. This is a board that will tell you, hey, does this work with this chipset, or does this work at all? This is the board which they use to check it. And as you can see, it's using low graphics scores, fuck that. Like, the only thing you care about if you see a board like this is if the CPU is actually able to run. So this board is there to tell you, hey, this and this and this and this needs to be fixed, and this and this and this and this and this are okay.
A lot of features that you cannot find on any kind of like normal production board. First of all, we can look at the socket area just for some like general introduction. Currently there is a 13900KS sitting under there, which we will look at in a second. It's a 1 DIMM per channel board, which is also interesting because this is something you would typically only find on
overclocking motherboards,
high-end overclocking boards like an Apex, for example. But also Intel is experimenting about like finding very high memory clocks already for like early validation. That's why they decided for this board only to have 1 DIMM per channel. Right next to the CPU socket, you cannot really see much of it, but there's one connector, which is the ITP, so it's in-target probe, it's called. And this allows direct access to the CPU.
Yes.
So you can read out a lot of
the ITP,
values
okay,
you usually cannot read.
The ITP actually gives you access to the logs and every single readout of the processor. Normally, you would not be able to read them, even with CPU-Z and CPU ID, which, yeah, okay, I'll give it in, it's only for CPU validations.
You can program things you typically cannot program. We will look at this in a second, but first of all, some more notes. I noticed that the heatsink is a gigabyte heatsink, which is quite interesting. Then I checked with them, and at least they could tell me that when they make these kind of boards, they're designing them in-house, but it could be that the production was outsourced, and looking at the heatsink, I
yeah,
guess
this one was
gigabyte production board. Apart from that, we have this one's a serial connector, where you can track BIOS flashing. So whenever they're flashing the new BIOS, you can check line by line what's actually going on and see if something is like...
Okay, that's actually fucking
example,
interesting.
You have this cable right here, which allows remote access to flash the BIOS. So even if somebody from a different team, let's say he's sitting in Israel or something, he wants to access the system and flash a BIOS for testing, then they can do that completely remotely, which is quite nice.
When the BIOS readout,
the GPU allows to swap the PCH. So I guess we will be able to change to maybe a different chipset in a second. The thing underneath here with the LEDs is also remote access to power on, like power cycle, reset the system. It's actually the same thing you can find on the system right next to it. So it's like a direct control over a different system. And this board, even though it's for 13th gen, is already older than a year, which tells you that they spend a lot more time developing and testing these features before they actually come out to the market. I was talking about the ITP, which is the direct control over the CPU, over this cable from the side. And right now there is firmware running on the system, but it's just to show that something is actually running, so the system is running and alive. And if we switch over to this one, which is connected over this cable, we can enter ITP halt. This causes the system to freeze. So it looks like it froze, like it looks like it was unstable or something, but that's not the case. It just stopped. And
and when you can ITP dot
what's going on now, they could change frequency on the CPU or whatever they wanted to do for whatever debugging reason. And if we go back to the system, you could also enter ITP go.
Yeah, ITP go, where it is. And it'll go on.
And the system is back up running. So there's a lot of things they can do, a lot of things we unfortunately cannot show. So there's a lot more access they have to the CPU to change different parameters and stuff. But I think there's one more thing we can show. Obviously, during the testing, they are doing a lot more than just freezing the system. And I asked them how many, like if there was like 100 of things they could try, and they said it's thousands of knobs where they can like dive into the CPU and test very specific settings and see if it maybe helps to improve the CPU. And even though we have a 13th gen platform here as an example, I'm quite sure they're doing exactly the same for like the upcoming generation or the generation after that or already after that, because obviously they're testing far ahead. So they can, once they have a CPU running, dive all the way into the CPU, test thousands of different parameters and see if there is a way to improve what's going on with this very specific CPU.
Yeah,
there's one more thing that we can showcase apart from like freezing the system, and that's the VF curve table. Because you might ask yourself,
voltage frequency
how does
is what VF
know
stands for.
What kind of voltage it needs for a specific clock. And inside the CPU there is also a tiny amount of storage, and there is a table where the VF values are set, and they are...
Okay, VF, F stands for frequency, V stands for voltage. What he's talking about is he's talking about a specific amount of storage, which is some stupid amount like 6 kilobytes or something like that, where that specific information is stored. And the VF clock, the VF table, you can actually, if you have a validation board, you can actually work it out. Like you can actually edit that. But then you also run the risk of actually breaking the chip.
Tested during production, so every single CPU during production is tested what kind of voltage it needs for a set frequency. And once you have a CPU and you're running it, you can kind of access this. So if you're going to your BIOS, you can see the VF curve. But with this tool, you can access this all the way down to every single individual core and see what kind of voltage does it need for what kind of frequency, and they can not only read out this information, but they can also program new values. So if they want to try a higher voltage or a lower voltage at a specific setting for a specific core, they can access this and write it into the CPU. So that's something we can check out. And that is the dream of every binner, basically, because you can access or you can read out.
Yeah, okay. Specific, what he means by binners is every CPU will have a specific, every die will have a specific VF table, like VF frequency that can run on. So for example, you have a 900K, okay, and that thing can run up to 5.2 gigahertz with 1.5 volts. That's not a golden sample. And mind you, the frequency and voltage I'm giving you is for all core, not single core. So binning actually determines how good the silicon is for that chip, for that CPU, for that batch. Like you can see here. You can see it here. Like the ratio, 8 ratio at 0.6 millivolts, 0.62 for 14 ratio. You can see the ratios here on core 1 through 3 and core 0 up there. Like you can see it. This software is so closely guarded that if you have it, you can bin every CPU, every piece of silicon to what you want and what it will allow. If you have that software, essentially you have the world records, like that. If you know how to overclock.
The tested voltage from factory for all the different
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from Asher's syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion. I'm not viable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
Okay, let me explain what the fuck those are. The ratios. The ratio is done in megahertz. So 8 megahertz is in single and double digits. It's done single and double digits. So it's not 80 megahertz. This is 800 megahertz. When you have 1.4 gigahertz, 800 megahertz is the lowest that they actually test. Because of the fact that if they tested even lower, it would not make sense. Because chips nowadays run at least average at 4.8 gigahertz, at least for Intel. So you have 800 megahertz, 1.4 gigahertz, 2.4 gigahertz, 3.4 gigahertz, 4.3 gigahertz, 5.1, 5.4, 0.7. So this is in 10 values, in tenor values. It's exactly as you would give it in the BIOS. So if you want, this is for the multiplier. Like what frequency should it run? All the way up to 5.8, and you do that for every core, unless you do an all-core frequency. Which, if you do that, when you go to all-core and instead of auto, you type example 58, and it'll try to run at 5.8 gigahertz. So this determines the speed. This is the voltage it needs.
6.2 volt. And then if we check for a different core, like core 4, it needs.
But yeah, as you can see, it needs specific cores need more voltage or less voltage. Okay, let me go back. Okay, let's compare these numbers. Okay, these two. So you have at 800 megahertz, that's the same to all of them. But if you go to say 5.1, okay, no, not 5.1, 4. Okay, let's check. Yeah, 5.1. So cores 0 through 2 are the same. But
6.2 volt. And then
there it is. There it is, okay. Core 2. Let's compare the numbers for core 1 or all core to core 2 as an example. The numbers up to 3.4 gigahertz we don't care about because that's the same amount. No, it's 4.3. So this will run at 4.3 consistently, right? Check. 2 points. Yeah. Yeah, it'll run it at what speed? So 4.5, 5.4. So we don't care about 5.4. What we care about is 5.7 and upwards. Now, as you can see at 5.7, core 1 needs 1.62 voltage. So 1.362 volts. So 1 volt and 362 millivolts. Core 2, on the other hand, needs 1 volt and 343 millivolts to run at 5.7. So you can see every core has its own voltage specifications. Some cores may be more hungry than others, some cores may be less hungry than others.
If we check for a different core, like core 4, it needs slightly higher voltage, so 1.374.
Exactly.
And this way they can figure out which is like a better core. With
Like here, you can see. Core 4, 5, they go to 1.4 volts, which 1.5 is suicide if you don't have adequate cooling and adequate power. But you can see it already at 5.7, you can see it. You can see the difference at 5.7. Core 3 needed 1.343 volts to run at 57 multiplier. Core 4 needs 1.374 volt increment in voltage to run at 57 multiplier. You can see that some cores are more power hungry than others.
Or a VMIN, or which one is like a worse core, and then they can read out all of this, which is very convenient for any kind of pre-binning, for let's say extreme overclocking. And this is also the information they can read out, and as I said before, they can also change this. If they want to test something, they could also at least temporarily then program this back in. Now we will quickly swap the chipset on this board, which is currently C790, and here we have a B760, which we can replace. So first of all, we use the screwdriver, simply unscrew the top part, which is just an aluminum piece, and this center thing right here, which is basically a huge screw, applies the pressure, like all of this is like an aluminum part, applies the pressure to this, like
a plate,
basically a tiny heatsink.
It's a plate essentially.
There's like some thermal paste or something underneath, and underneath that there is the chipset. So in this case was C790, and this is just with pure force pressed on the interposer.
It's not soldered
yet. It's not directly
yet.
pressed onto the motherboard itself, but there is an interposer that makes contact with all the tiny VGAs. And you can see it's like the same pinout. That's why we can easily swap to B760.
Yeah.
Put it in there, check. Put the tiny heatsink on top. And then with a torque screwdriver, tighten it down.
Not as much as possible, but until it
the
clicks.
chipset within just like a minute. And just power it on, it will work exactly the same. You don't even have to flash BIOS, so everything is the same. You can easily swap chipset this way and perform your testing. Now we are quickly looking at a software they've built in the background. It's the same that we saw running in the back behind Furmark. It's called ROC, Real-Time Overclocking, and it's kind of like a slim version of XTU, and personally I would definitely prefer it over XTU. It's very intuitive, so if you want to overclock cores 0 and 1 for example, but also maybe 6 and 7, you can just select them. Select the ratio you want to push to the CPU, then maybe set the active turbo ratio limit. You can adjust all kind of voltages, like adaptive or fixed. You can change all the cores to, let's say, 1.48.
Yeah.
You can see it's instantly applied. It's so intuitive and so quick and so lean, so clean. Very nice piece of software. Unfortunately, not available to the public. Not sure if that will ever change, but at least this is how Intel is internally overclocking the CPUs. Yeah.
Wait, if I can get my hands on this, okay. If I can get my hands on this software, then I will actually push past 5 GHz on my processor. Because I need something like this.
Which is also cool. Right next to the previous system, we spotted another reference board. This time not for overclocking, but it's also for validation,
It's for validation.
of overclocking of a mobile CPU, which is also quite interesting.
Wait, mobile? Oh,
right in here
fuck
we
me.
have a 3900 HK, so a mobile CPU which is theoretically overclockable, and obviously this also has to be tested. It's an interesting layout, so it's completely different from what you would expect on a desktop board. Where
Okay,
you have
in
the
case you don't
right
know what DIM over there is, what specification that is, what standard, that's SODIM. Meaning this is the specification used for laptops. Because in laptops it's gonna be either soldered or like this one. The reason for that is placement and space.
On the left, here is the complete opposite. Again, we have a card in the back that's for any kind of monitoring or like remote access. And I'm not sure if we can maybe ask them to remount the CPU. Would love to see that, but I guess we can just go into the system and see if we can maybe overclock that one. So we are on exact the same system with the 3900 HK. We'll just quickly try if we can overclock the CPU with this software. Let's go from 49 to 51, 5.1 gigahertz. Straight applied. Also, if we check monitoring, like the monitoring function, you can see it's a rather high voltage, also rather high temperature, but I mean, still running. 5.3 on a mobile CPU. That's pretty insane.
That's insane.
Oh, 5.4 is also working. 5.5. Okay.
Yeah, how to get that software
Even
about?
5.6. I'm just waiting for the system to crash, but even with the high temperature, this is amazing how 5.7. Wow. It just froze at 6 gigahertz. Which, I mean, it's a mobile CPU. The cooling solution on here is far from being perfect, but I mean, it's a mobile 3900 HK running at 6 gigahertz. That is pretty insane. This is one of the 3900 HK that we just used or saw in the video hitting 6 gigahertz, which is insane. And at least as far as I know, that is like the highest frequency so far on a mobile chip, because recently, a few months ago, we were doing dry ice overclocking on a notebook, and I mean, we were struggling hitting like 5.6 with dry ice, and here we just did like 6 gigahertz on like not a great air cooling solution. So the 3900 HK, it's insane how much higher this CPU can clock. And
yeah, no, it's not available to the public
just
yet.
Mind-blowing, the kind of like clocks we can see with these CPUs these days. And right next to me we have another board that's also for mobile testing, but for the 13980HX, which is also a very interesting CPU because it's a mobile CPU, but it's actually a desktop chip.
So one second, I'll be right back.
3900K, but
I'll be right back,
for mobile.
I need to check something
and
on the mirror.
they're also validating this and doing testing, doing overclocking optimization. And that's what's happening on this board. And this is also where we can see how the CPU is going to be mounted. This is this reference validation testing board, and for example, this would be a 13980HK CPU. As you can see, it's not using an LGA, or it's not intended to be used in an LGA socket. It has a BGA on the bottom, which basically is exactly the same as what we talked about earlier with this tiny chipset mounting. It's the same way. We have an interposer on top of the PCB and then just drop in the CPU carefully, make sure it's aligned, and then it will just be pressed down by this heatsink, which is, I mean, it's not going to have the biggest cooling capacity, but
of course not.
Any kind of validation just to check if
it's copper with
general
aluminium
functions are working. this will certainly do the job. We have a negative pretty much milled in this acrylic piece on top, which is then applying all the pressure onto the PCB to push it all the way down to make sure it has the proper contact.
Yeah.
And then you can run it, and then you can do exactly the same thing as what we showed previously with the chipset. You can just swap it within minutes and then do all the validation and testing. It's exactly the same concept with the
Essentially
3900HK, so that's pretty much the CPU we used for the 6 GHz. It looks exactly the same, again aboard with the interposer, and then you press the CPU down with this cooling block right here. So just a solid piece of copper, again a piece of acrylic in front that will just make a uniform contact all the way on the
acrylic, not alu.
Press it all the way down to make contact between the interposer and all the VGAs. So that's it for the first part of our journey to the Intel OC lab, and I'm quite excited to already talk about the upcoming videos. We have already shot 2 more, and
Okay, yeah, that was actually interesting. That was actually interesting to see how they validated. Now that was interesting, and if I had access to ROC, that would be a lot easier. Sky's the limit and track the quest. Like, it's a lot more interesting than you think. Like, a lot more interesting.
The course looks rather deserted. I hope everything's all right.
I'm over here.
Hello again, Imelda. This course is a bit far from the castle, isn't it?
Obviously. Evidently too far for most of our classmates. Pathetic. They should be begging me to keep these trials alive, not running scared. I'm surprised our new 5th year showed up. I suppose I appreciate the effort.
That's actually... Thank
you.
you.
I know I can be impatient, but I get frustrated by those who don't take things as seriously as I do. And in my experience, that's everyone. Anyway, don't let it go to your head. Right then, enough.
Okay.
We'll soon see how I fare, won't we?
Get ready to...
Okay, let's see. Let's check.
That wasn't too difficult. Brilliant. I can do better.
Yes, it's 29 rings. So that's 3 seconds lost.
This is going well. Brilliant.
So that's 3 seconds penalty.
Made it. Oh! Oh!
242, huh? I need to beat.
that wasn't too difficult.
Ooh, nice.
This is going well.
Done.
Brilliant.
232. With a 3-second penalty. She set a 242 lap time. Done.
That was quite something.
Impressive work today, but my family's not going to believe the news when I tell them. They're almost as competitive as I am. Almost.
Do you get your competitiveness from your family?
You could say that. My grandfather played Quidditch for Puddlemere United. And my father, well, he was a chaser for Slytherin, but had to stop after a curse took his knees out. Said it was the Gryffindor beater. And me, I fell in love with flying the first time I saw the ground disappear beneath my feet. Something about the freedom you feel on a broom. I've not been able to stop since.
It's been fun.
It's been fun competing.
It has been fun. Glad you're here. You're an asset to our...
Yeah, of course.
You
Now,
take care of yourself.
let's talk to Batman. Hogwarts. So, Hogsmeade. Yes. Now, let's give him the records. Now, once I finish the game, we're gonna play San Andreas. Like, once I finish the main quests. After that, then we're gonna get the side quests. Now, the only reason I'm doing this side quest is so for the upgrades.
What are we looking for today?
Nothing.
Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
Hello again, Mr. Weeks. I set a new record at the South Course.
Fantastic! Your broom performed well then?
The best upgrade yet. It flew beautifully, incredibly nimble. But with the speeds it now reaches, I can feel the wind catching beneath the seat a bit, preventing it from reaching its full potential.
Of course! Should have anticipated that. Exactly the kind of report I've come to expect from you. At last, I think I know what needs to be done for my final upgrade.
Good.
I shall look for...
I'll be sure to send you an hour when I...
Map. Okay, let's go to Dick and Van. Quest. Press the limit, yes. Okay, let it finish first and then. Okay, quest complete, done. Quest is done, let's go see Dick. Phoenix Rising. Map. Hogwarts map. Hidden rooms. Room of requirement. Now, why am I going to the room of requirement? Two reasons. One, to speak to Dick, and one, to unveil the epic equipment I have. Identify. Okay, got it.
Deke has some exciting news to share.
Okay, tell me.
Deke. Professor Weasley said you had an idea.
Indeed, Deke does. Deke knows that you want to learn about all sorts of beasts, And Deke recently heard rumors of a phoenix nest in a nearby mountain.
A phoenix nest? I wonder if it belongs to the phoenix gnat he mentioned, the one Harlow and the poacher pack are after.
Deke would not doubt it. If Deke has heard of it, surely the nasty poachers have as well, which means it could be in danger.
Yep.
Well, I'd better go and rescue it then.
Deke thinks so. Deke is not sure why, but Deke hopes that you are able to find the phoenix.
Okay, let's go to Hogsmeade first. Map. Why am I going to Hogsmeade? To sell shit. Specifically... nope. Yes. Done. Now go to Hogsmeade, sell the things, and then go to the cave. Now why? Because money.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
If only I could invent a new potion, something indispensable.
Plenty for your perusal today. Take your time.
Yeah, I'm selling every single one of them. Look that gold go up. Yeah, let's check. What does he have? 6. Yeah, this is level up. 70. 82. 78. 82. Goodbye.
You won't be disappointed. That's a Gladrag's promise.
Okay. So 70 here.
You won't be disappointed. That's a Gladrag's promise.
And 66.
I suspect you have a sharp eye.
Okay. Okay, what's that? Okay, manipulation of the Imperio, yeah. I can wave it at any time. Where is the Dark Arts one? Yep.
Fair point. But
Operation
we were very busy.
Dude, are you doing this on purpose?
So I believe our forces are being brutally slaughtered. Gives a shit. They're Nazis.
Surprise.
However, before we begin our next phase, I would like to take some time to address a rumor floating around.
Yeah, I noticed.
Some of you have come to believe that I
God,
like...
it's great! Named the Catholic suicide bombers. What a fun day.
God is great!
Is it racist to say that sounds better in Arabic?
Through my life, I have discovered so many forms of war.
You get to
So
I'm sorry about earlier. Are you mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you?
Dude, at least kill them one by one.
It's great! Named the Catholic suicide bombers.
Say, Ray,
What a fun day.
God is great!
he always treats you so nicely.
Is it
I heard that father said he always wanted a son. And well, I'm a guy.
That's debatable.
So why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do?
Well, have you tried not completely failing at life? Or you could always try laughing at your problems. Everyone else does.
Yeah, no, I paused the command.
Take it this way. If I had a duck, now would be the time I tell you to suck it.
About what's right and what's wrong.
I paused the commands because you don't listen, man.
Would you decide to relax by watching a program about
Who gets the box? What's in the box? How much is what's in the box worth? Storage wars. What I am telling you, my Nazi army of 1,000 vampires, is that I am a purveyor of war. And with your help over the years, we are now at the precipice of our true goal. You see, I want a simple war. No class wars, no drug wars, no race wars, no flame wars, and certainly no cold wars. Blue bought for 40 years. What I want is a war that only we can bring. A true war. A German war. The sequel you've all been waiting for. I want World War III! Very busy planning World War III.
Okay, so I believe our forces are being quite literally slaughtered.
Who gives a shit? They're Nazis.
I better not miss a damn thing.
Well, I see a point on pausing them. Because they get on the way of me actually speaking.
What?
No, Chris.
That was a mistake. Stupid one. What's it here?
Thought we'd forget about that goblin.
Bombarda.
Dang it! Incendio! Slippery as a kelpie. Potato! Incendio!
That forgot Ontario. There we go.
Your poaching days are over. Confringo!
Yes, that's the cave for the Phoenix.
We're keeping people out. Pay attention.
You're the...
Potato!
Incendio! No! Confringo! Look area. I don't have all day. Incendio!
The shit.
Feel the burning sensation. Confringo! Confringo! Perhaps you ought to give up. I'll not be your marionette!
Shit, bloody wolf. Crucio.
Bombarda. Confringo.
Shit.
This is getting fun!
Confringo.
Bombarda.
That goblin hell!
Yeet. Done. Gate key. Revelio, check. Yes. Unlock. Nice.
The Phoenix.
Okay, let's see. Does it sound actually like a phoenix? In comparison to the Harry Potter movies.
It almost seems as if it wants me to follow it.
Yes, it does.
I need to find it before the poachers do.
Up. Good. Time to delete you.
The beasts around here can sleep a bit easier now.
Time to delete your existence.
There it is again.
Up.
Confringo.
Extreme danger. Now that I like. Oh shit!
Imperial. Confringo. Protego. Bombarda. Confringo. Cursed fiends.
Yeah, those actually annoy me. As well.
Imperial.
Yes, Imperial.
What are you doing? Shall we finish what we started? I refuse to be
Let me out,
Imperial. What do you need me to do? That was for High Wing. It's shameful. Protego. Confringo.
Mm-hmm. Right, yep, I forgot. I need to get these ones as well. We came from there. Open, nice. Next. Nothing of value here. Whoever said I need the Bombarda for it? The Confringo will do it now.
Hello. I'm here to help. I can take you somewhere safe.
Okay, apparently I don't need it.
Let's get you back to the room. Deke's going to be pleased.
No shit! What? What? The fuck from where?
Hello. I'm here to help. I can take you somewhere safe.
Done. We rescued the Phoenix. Now let's hope we can get a dragon as well.
I should investigate.
Crucio.
Defender, Confringo, Bombarda. Confringo, Defender. Crucio. Bombarda. Potato. Stupid. Defender. Confringo. Confringo.
What?
Confringo.
Okay. Map. Room of requirement. So Hogwarts. Yes. Yes. Done. So quest done. For Dick. We got a Phoenix.
Did you find the Phoenix?
Yes, Deke. And I rescued it from the poachers. I have it here. It's safe.
Remarkable. Well, what are you waiting for? Deke cannot wait to... My heavens.
Pale feather.
What a beauty.
You keep it close.
You keep it close. Professor Weasley and Deke were right to tell you about the Room of Requirement. Look at all you've done, and how many beasts you've rescued. A Phoenix is safe now, because of you.
I couldn't have done it without your help, Deke. Thank you.
Deke is grateful for the kind words, and also grateful to have been of assistance to someone like yourself. Help, Deke will always be here.
When you need him. Okay, apparently that's the last quest. So, first of all, no. What is it? Let's identify. Do we have any gear? Yes. Yes, we do. Loom. Trades. Right. Okay, so upgrades. No. Yes, I can. Right. This is the one. Good. Traits. And I'm not gonna apply any traits right now. So F. Not F. 1 4. Okay, got it. What's this? Inventory. Robes, no. No. What was that? Here. Okay, I need to sell it. Wait. Yeah, selling it is far better than destroying it. Owl. I'll be weeks, okay. Okay, if I remember correctly, there is one more from, yep, from Weasel. Professor Weasel. It tells me, yeah. Quests. Not what I needed. Yes. Now I need the map. World map. And let's see. Okay. Now we're gonna fly the rest of the way because of the fact that we're gonna unlock the blue powder over there.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Yeah, I know. Shut up, I know. It's not permissible.
This might be the best meal I've had in years. I mean it. I don't think I should need to eat again till next week.
Okay. I need to check the talents. None. Got it. Wait, will this give me... Hopefully this will give me the Avada Kedavra.
Nothing pleasant about this coast.
Either this or the next quest is what's going to give it to me.
I received your owl. Thank you. I'm glad you came. I spotted droves of Ranrock's loyalists coming up from the coast. Overheard one of them say they're headed to another cavern, like the one we found. How are they still one step ahead of us? They can't know about the triptych.
I don't know. I did see another memory. This time it was a keeper named Neve Fitzgerald. She was unnerved by Isadora's use of ancient magic. But I still can't be sure how any of it connects to Ranrock.
These keepers are playing games with you. You need to press them for more information.
It doesn't work like that. To access each of these memories, I have to complete a trial. It's not as easy as you think. They're showing me the memories in a particular order.
Either they don't trust you,
Or
or you don't care enough about
Yes. Of course I do.
Let's go, quickly, before we're spotted. Keep a close eye out. I saw some of Ranrock's crew moving off the path just ahead.
I wonder why.
Raiding, I imagine. This mountain used to safeguard local hamlet valuables. But it's been abandoned ever since Ranrock took hold of the coast. Overhead. Some consider them a bad omen.
Not everyone does.
I know that.
All right.
We're making small talk. I'm not gonna trek up this mountain in silence. Let's go.
Wait, we should have some sort of plan.
I'm through planning.
An utterly pitiful. Are you quite finished?
Imperial!
Come on, stop it! You are terribly out there. Not quite. How dare you use that spell on me?
Potato!
Your time is not.
Easily diverted. Your spells glance off of
Imperial!
It's great!
Independent suicide bombers. What a fun day.
That is great!
Is it racist to say that sounds better in Arabic?
What were you thinking?
I
was
noticed what
thinking
you were
about dead
there.
goblins.
You could have got us killed.
But I didn't. Looks like Ranrock's storm is heading further up the path.
Let's keep going.
Time for loot. Done. Let's go up.
It's gonna make everyone pay. Anything made from goblin silver belongs to us. Whether it's a sword or a repository, whatever that is.
Did you hear that, Goblin?
Ridiculous notions of ownership.
Hello?
Dead. Yeet. You dead. I'm enjoying myself with this game, man. I'm enjoying myself with this game.
I agree. Only good wizards are dead wizard. Ranrock's got that right. It won't stop me.
I want to the ranger first.
That was meant for me.
Shit. What? I'm pretty sure I dodged. Yeah, okay, now I didn't.
I've been fighting since before you were born.
Imperial!
Your service.
Dead.
This must be it.
Sebastian, wait.
Wait? For what? Why are you suddenly so cautious?
Listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're angry and frustrated, but charging ahead now could undo all the progress we've made. Lord Gok said...
Oh.
Lord Goblin friend, yes.
Stop it. That's enough. Not all goblins are like Ranrock. I am not the enemy. We want the same thing. To find answers.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
We
Wait,
do.
what?
Listen to me. Lord Gok has insights into Ranrock that we don't. He told me that Ranrock somehow knows about the Keepers and is searching anywhere connected to each of them. That's why they always seem to be one step ahead. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, you need to trust me or I don't
Trust me,
see.
or I don't see that we can continue together.
Fine. I'm sorry. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. But I have been for a while. I do trust you. And I don't think I can help Anne without you.
Good. We have our work cut out.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, 1 second, let me check. Okay, yeah, this way unlocked it. What? Okay, no, it's lighting. What did my eyes see? Collect. Yes, give me that gold. Yeah, nothing here good. But here I see gold. Enter. So yeah, I opened almost the entire spell arsenal that we have. The only one I didn't open yet is the Avada Kedavra. This I need to get.
So far, so good.
Charming. Spiders. How fitting.
Potato! Bombarda! Potato! Stupid one! Leviosa!
Dead? Bloody spiders. Yeah, if there is one thing I hate about this game is the bloody spiders. It's the spiders I hate. I hate arachnids. Oh shit! Yeah, you're dead.
Confringo!
Yeah, Confringo will do the
I've
job.
done it myself.
Yeah, I hate arachnids. Don't care what type of arachnid you are, I hate you if you're an arachnid.
I'm sure we taste better than a goblin dinner.
spiders. What?
Protego! Imperio! Annoying little beasts, aren't they?
Yeah, very annoying.
A staircase leading here. Whatever for?
I don't think anyone's been here for ages.
Confringo! Confringo!
Just continue with Confringo. Ah, shit.
Bombarda!
Yeah, now I know why you needed the Bombarda.
Look at this place. Not really my style. A bit much, if you ask me.
Yeah, shit.
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from Asher's syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion. I'm not liable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
Stupid one. Imperial. Confringo. Bombarda.
Yeah. Bloody spiders.
Imperial. Bombarda. Protego. Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo. Crucial.
Getting through the cavern can't have been the only challenge. Perhaps we should search for runes.
Confringo. You've seen rune symbols like these before. Confringo.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Where's the fourth one, I wonder? The answer is not here. Good.
Confringo. Finding these chests, luck or instinct?
Okay, so let's check. 1, 3. Where's the fourth one?
Can't get out of here quick enough.
Okay, it's only 3. Good. 5. The fact that it gives me enough of them means there is something here. There is a boss. Yes. I should have expected it. A bloody troll.
Imperio. Crucial. Bombarda.
What? A bloody asshole. Told you.
Bombarder, Confringo.
Told you I fucked, but where is it? There were 5 of them. What do you mean why, Savage? What do you mean why? Crucio. Savage, what do you mean why? Why am I playing this game? Because it's fucking fun, that's why. You think I actually care about the opinion of people that have no life other than complain? If this makes me a transphobe, then so be it. I already gave my opinion. Crucio, like I already gave my opinion. I don't give a flying fuck. If this makes me a transphobe, then I'm a transphobe in 4K. Because this game doesn't look bad. Yeah. Like, what did you expect, man? A 4K transphobe. If this makes me a transphobe, then so fucking be it. Yeah, like, I don't give a fuck, okay? MC, I was about to say. Savage, I don't give a fuck. If the game looks fine and if the studio is okay, I don't give a fuck what the original creator said or the opinion of close-minded fools that cry every time because they've been sensibly damaged. I don't care. Bombarda. Crucio. The fact that I'm not going to ask about this is another thing. Nice save. They need to grow some balls, exactly. Not they don't have none. Okay, do exclamation taken. Do exclamation taken. It's a new command. Exclamation taken. You'll hear my opinion.
Hey, we've only got one shot at this, so we need to do it right. That's why I put Shinji in charge of the sniper.
You could deflate the entire world on him. Fan-fucking-tastic.
Now, here's the important part, Shinji. If we're locked in position, Unit 1 will not be able to move.
So I can't run away?
You can't run away.
I can't run away?
Can't run away.
I can't run
Okay,
away!
let me stop it.
I can't run away!
Not helping, Ray.
Shinji, would you just grow some balls for once in your life and stick to the plan?
But Ray agrees with me! This is a bad idea!
Is that correct, Ray?
Yes, it's correct. Ikari's balls haven't descended yet.
Hey!
Do you know what the problem is, Shinji? I think you're starting to menstruate again.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Okay, that's enough. Everyone, get ready for Operation Kick-Ass!
Operation Kick-Ass? Is that really the best name you could come up with?
Oh, I'm sorry, but Operation Shinji has a massive vagina was already taken.
There, my opinion in one sentence. My opinion in a command about people complaining. Oh, try virginity as well. Like, there are some new commands. Try, there is virginity.
I'm sorry, were you talking about Shinji or the actual dildo?
You know what? Forget it. Here, take these. Just ask Shinji to give it to Ray tomorrow.
I don't think he has the courage to take the initiative.
Not his virginity, the card. What else could I possibly need?
Yeah, this is long.
So, do you always say hello by pushing people down?
This isn't what it looks like!
Oh, well, that's good, because to me, it looks like I'm naked. You're lying on top of me, with what appears to be an erection. My underwear is scattered everywhere, and you've just reached second base. Have I missed anything? You could have tried buying me dinner before trying to have your way with me, or at least start with some small talk.
Oh, okay. So, nice weather we've been having.
That was a joke, but you do have your hand on my breast.
Well, this is awkward.
Would you get off me?
Ah! Yes, ma'am!
And you can put away that 1-inch thing you call an erection. It's an embarrassment to penises worldwide.
So, wait. Does this mean I just got laid?
Sure, whatever.
Awesome! Now, what's that polite thing Father told me to say after sleeping with a girl? So, does bitch want to make me a sandwich? Ray?
Sorry, I just realized stupidity was a genetic disorder.
Wonder what she means by that. So, does bitch want to make me a sandwich?
Next command is nerf! Exclamation nerf. Like, there are some new commands. They're good. Funny thing is, I got Geekcook's permission to dissect the series. Also, no, nerf with a vowel. Like this. With a V.
Say Misato, there's one thing I've been wondering ever since I've joined NERV.
Yeah, Shinji?
What does NERV actually stand for?
No one's told you yet? Oh, well, I'm pretty sure it stands for...
Nervous erection reaches vagina!
Next is debatable, like, let me actually show you. Debatable. Nope. Oh, I understand what my mistake was.
So I'm sorry about earlier. Are you mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you? You mad, Ray? You mad?
I'm not mad. Do I look mad? Don't answer that question. In fact, just don't talk to me.
Say, Ray.
Next is 420 YOLO.
Apparently, you don't know what "don't talk to me" means.
He always treats you so nicely. I've heard that Father said he always wanted a son. And well, I'm a guy.
That's debatable.
So why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do?
Well, have you tried not completely failing at life? Or you could always try laughing at your problems. Everyone else does.
I'm kind of sensing that you don't really like me that much.
Take it this way.
Like
if I had a dick, now would be the time I tell you to suck it.
Yep. Now, this one is from Helsing as well.
Man, I don't know what I find funnier. The Catholic Church strong-arming you into helping us, or the fact that you obviously haven't seen what I did to the statue of Big J.
Now, Herr Doctor.
This is seminar, it's the last Helsing command.
Of course. Everyone, thank you for coming to the mandatory pre-war seminar. Please open your World War III pamphlets to page 3, as the first 2 pages merely contain a foreword from Nicolas Cage.
We have an exciting itinerary of the evening's events. Tonight, we annihilate London.
All of London?
All of London. Buckingham Palace, laid to waste. Big Ben, toppled to the ground.
The House of Parliament?
Eradicated.
The Tower of London?
Obliterated.
The Holocaust Museum?
Leave that be. No one will deny what we did.
What about London Bridge?
Yeah, London Bridge is falling down. We all know the song. Look, you be the first to burn it down. You can go ahead and sing it. I don't care. Of course, speaking of music, the accompaniment tonight has been selected via survey. And I hope you're as excited as I am. This song tonight is most appropriate for ironic reasons. It's the best reason. But first, a toast to the answer of an age-old question.
It's gonna finish right around here. Next is Sai.
So that Shinji kid's the new pilot of the Ava, huh? Shut up. Did you know that the Ava's equipped with a giant M34 minigun as its main...
I said shut up.
No, told you gotta hear this.
Hey, Kensuke, remember when I said that I was pretty desperate for the toilet? I told you once that I get pee shy around people? So why the hell are you standing right next to me when I'm trying to take a piss?
Because it's easier to talk?
Don't look at me. Don't speak to me. Don't breathe my air. Not a fucking word.
This journal entry sounds worrisome.
I can see your wiener.
Oh my god!
Yeah? Like, actually, let me... Commands. This is boner. I don't know if you've seen this. This exclamation boner.
So it's trying to hit us at our home.
Looks like this is it, guys. It's do or die time.
Like, let me show you the commands one by one, but you haven't
Okay,
seen,
people. We
most
need
likely.
a plan. How much time until penetration?
According to my calculations, we have about 12 hours until penetration.
Is that accurate?
Actually, according to my calculations, we only have 10 hours till penetration.
Well, according to my calculations, you don't have any calculations!
Well, according to my calculations, you're a faggot!
Hey! Hey! Stay on topic, boys!
According to my calculations, my massive bone is ready for penetration.
Please go a goddamn day without referencing your boner. What can you tell me about the Angel?
The Angel is currently drilling hard and fast into us with its long rod expected to penetrate our barriers. With that deep hole bored into us, we'll be exposed right from behind against its massive loadout.
Makoto?
Yes, ma'am?
Slap him.
Ah!
That's good. Next is Fizz.
Longer like this. Quick! Deploy the blast shield now!
I'm on it, Colonel! How do I do that?
Oh, for God's sake!
Blast shield deployed.
Target has ceased attack.
The enemy has halted the energy beam.
Energy spike detected!
What the crap?
What the boner?
What the fuck?
Saw it coming.
Quick! Execute emergency recovery of Ava Unit 1!
We can't! The catapult is melting!
But just inject the plug suit, damn it!
Cancel that order!
Sir! Shinji is...
We can distract its motherly urges using fish!
What?
Repairer.
Oh yeah.
This can't be a dead end. Must be another floor above us.
Confringo.
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Okay, next one is ineffective. Yes.
Okay, I got this. Copper unit, circle around the monster, making yourselves look as dangerous as a group of threatening butterflies. Tank battalion, resume bombardment from a far distance like the pussies you are. Air support, continue causing as much collateral damage to the city as possible without actually hitting the target. Delta team, take your pants off and start pressing around like ballerinas.
Do you know what you've just done?
Not a
Not a
clue.
clue.
Come on, this is Delta team. Ballerina dance is ineffective. Well, I'm stumped.
By now.
Stumped. So, 1 second. What is the 20... Yeah, 25 it should be. Anyway, so... Next command is men's Jesus. Exclamation Jesus. I don't know if you've seen this.
Here, there's something I want to show you.
Sodom?
Yeah?
What the hell is that giant white thing nailed to a cross?
Jesus.
Okay, there must be a third one. There must be a third one somewhere. But yeah, there are a lot of commands. Oh yeah, there it is. Done.
There must be another area Isadora created.
Isadora must have honed her skill with ancient magic. Another ancient magic passageway to the Undercroft. The final piece to the triptych must be here. Revelio.
Okay, we need to go up. But forward, done. Yeah, there are a lot of commands.
Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic.
There are a lot of commands. Like you checked Nerva with Jesus. Menstruate is another thing. This is also a new command. Exclamation menstruate.
What? Get some tampons, drink a bit of cranberry juice, and go see your gynecologist.
The final
Think you're
canvas
starting
piece to the
menstruate
triptych.
again.
How can I menstruate if I have a penis?
That's a good fucking question.
Isadora should not have had to keep all this secret.
I know from the memories I've seen.
Yeah,
that
there are a
Keepers and
lot of
Isadora
commands,
didn't
man.
see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic. But I don't understand why she seems to have gone to such great lengths to tell her story without their knowledge.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
So do I.
Perhaps completing the triptych will shed more light on all of
Okay,
this.
let me check. Is there any other commands that you haven't seen? Commands. Like that was menstruate. I'm pretty sure you've seen all the Helsing ones. Runaway, what's another new one?
You okay?
Shinji, don't you get it? If you don't get in that robot now, she'll have to take your place.
I mustn't run away. 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 I mustn't run away!
Thank you for using the runaway train. We hope you have a pleasant journey.
Shinji, if you're listening to my tape, stop running away and get in this goddamn robot!
Yeah. Like, what's the last new command? Sound commands do not work, because I need to redo them. Video commands do. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Dude, the fact that I have... Oh, one more thing. I also got permission to dissect the following series. Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Dragon Ball Abridged is coming. Dragon Ball commands are coming. I just need to download the entire series.
Keep me in suspense. Go on, place it.
Yeah, I'm trying to move away from sound commands as much as possible.
Huh.
Offensive.
This is what we've been chasing.
Wait a minute.
I wonder.
Yeah, till the last time you checked in, I got permission from Raitalius to use his music.
Let's find out.
Got permission from Team 4-Star to dissect every series they have, not just Dragon Ball and Helsing. Got permission from Geekbook to dissect every series he has, and I'm working towards getting permission from some nitty-gritty entertainment for Sword Art Online Abridged.
But I can give you peace.
Because there are a lot of commands that I can do with Sword Art Online Abridged. Because that fucking thing has 24 episodes and they're 24 minutes long each.
Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are
Okay,
all most
it's been a hot minute.
We're ready.
Also, I hit MR30 on Warframe before the end of the year, like last year.
Father,
Did say I'm gonna do it and I did it.
From Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always...
Oh yeah, you can guess what commands are coming.
To take away pain.
Well, wait man, how have you been? It's been a hot minute since I saw you.
Isadora.
Okay, let me check something. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure you haven't seen Perspective.
What have
you
done?
A bit tired?
I took his
Work, right? From work.
Thank you.
That worked.
It did indeed.
Of course it did. Goblin silver.
I need something much bigger.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
It would help if you could tell me more about what it is you're storing.
Magic. Emotions. Wait,
Magic.
what? I wasn't paying attention.
From a spell I devised to remove pain.
What? You tired from work or
Its power
something?
can be used to do even more good.
Why would you want to store such magic away?
I only need to keep it safe until I can convince my colleagues of its worth. Magic like
Yeah,
this
understandable.
unnerves some.
Like, I'm trying to make streaming my full-time job.
Perhaps not.
I'm trying to make this into a full-time job. So until I'm able to do that, I need to find a job as well.
She took away the pain. I knew it. I knew there was a way to help Anne.
Something isn't right, Sebastian.
What do you mean? You saw what she did.
No, not the memories, the portrait.
Hmm.
I think the reason Isadora hasn't appeared is because she can't.
I don't follow.
We have seen that view before. The abandoned home in Felgoth, the destroyed painting. It was her.
So someone destroyed a bit of enchanted canvas, but we found the memory.
Memory aside, you need the, the bloody thing.
Right. We saw what she wanted us to see. We saw what she could do, what you can do.
But I don't know how to do what Isadora did.
Well, then you shall learn.
The keepers can teach you. No, they can't.
I'm not sure that they would. The keepers believe that removing someone's ability to feel pain, it's a highly complicated, unpredictable form of magic. One that should be wielded with great care. If at all.
If at all? You've overcome all of their challenges.
Almost.
You've more than proven yourself. You can wield it. You have the ability.
So, in case you missed the last live streams on Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy, I'm going to go the dark arts route.
Talk to the keepers. If not for me,
I'm gonna use the dark arts as much as possible. Removing pain just means, yeah, realistically you will die sooner than you should, yeah, essentially. If not physically, then emotionally.
Why did the keepers want to keep Isadora quiet?
If not physically, then emotionally. Okay, quest complete. Yeah. Like, here, I'm going to go down the dark arts route. I still need to learn the Avada Kedavra. But I've got Crucio and Imperio. I've got those down. Okay, I'm down. Next, let's check the inventory. Done. Inventory done. Collections. The fact that, yeah, like, it's doesn't mean you're bad for, right? Dude, I can cast the Unforgivables and still not be able to go to Azkaban. I won't go to Azkaban. That's the fucking problem with it. You can. You physically can. Okay, now that's the next one. Like here, let me show you the thing. The spells that you have here. No talents, quests, all posts. Let me check that. Where are you? Yes, Lodgok. Yes. Okay, these are all the spells that you have. You have Arresto Momentum, Glacius, Levioso. Then you have Transformation Control, Accio, Depulso, Descendo, and Flipendo. Like, those are all the spells you have. Only those. These ones, these 3 spells, are only applicable to the Room of Requirement. Nowhere else. Okay, Lodgok's Loyalty. Let's go with Lodgok's Loyalty. Dude, I don't give a fuck if it makes me bad or not. I actually announced that I would be doing this. Using the Unforgivables, that is. I did say it. When I actually got the game on the 7th. I did say it. Yeah, because I did actually pre-order the game. Why? Because I like it. Like, I don't give a flying fuck about someone's opinion about a matter. Unless it actually does mean something to me. Okay. I'm downloading TOS. Why? Why are you doing this to yourself, man? Why? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna use CSGO. I'm not gonna play CSGO anymore.
No sign of Lodgok out here. Must be inside already.
I'm not playing CSGO anymore. Source, yes. 1.6, yes, but not Go.
Look at the size of this mine.
Something seems wrong.
This place is teeming.
I haven't played TOF since the first part. Oh, I see. I'm actually taking a break from Warframe right now.
This cart ought to get
No idea.
mine.
No idea, man. Like I told you.
Gringotts, but
I actually paid $19.99 when CSGO was not free to get it.
Something seems wrong.
How deep will this take me?
Ranrock's gonna be pleased with our progress.
But yeah, in order to avoid burnout from Warframe, I'm stopping for a hot minute.
That has to be the end up ahead.
Because here's the thing though, I was on the top 1% of Twitch streamers playing Warframe last year alone. With 5,000 hours streamed of it. Stopped playing Warframe a little after New War. Okay, yeah. You haven't missed much then because of the content drought.
Accio.
You haven't missed much then. Well, aside from the fact that I'm almost 500 forma on the Stug, I'm only missing one forma on it.
Much too slow.
I'm probably not gonna play it again. Yeah, I see. Understandable. But never say never, man. Ah, shit. Getting into airsoft, understandable. Understandable. Yep. It's understandable. I was into airsoft some time ago, but I stopped. What?
I will make you. I won't rest.
Yeah, it's understandable that you would want to do that more. Yes, I did actually. I had to fork out 5k in gear. 5 grand. Ah, rip. Rip. I died stupidly. I had to fork out 5 grand in gear. It's super expensive here in Germany. Why? Because of the fact that you cannot trust the second-hand gear here in Germany. You better have new gear than have used gear here.
Confringo! Potato! Stupid! Bombarda!
I think I might have like 500 euros. Like, what did you get, man? My AAG was 170. Yeah, AAG is okay for 170. What about protection gear, though? How much was that? Nice. That's nice. But I had to overpay because Germany and the airsoft are expensive in Germany. Airsoft is fucking expensive in Germany, man. For my black kit paintball mask and okay, yeah, nice. But yeah, like I said, gear here in Germany is expensive as fuck. But yeah, I used to be into it.
Too late for you to learn the error of your ways. Where does this one lead? Off the beaten path, I suspect.
Confringo!
Yeah, you cannot. Got a drop, but I don't play it, lol. Of course you did, the drops are enabled.
These devices run on steam power. I hope I can get to Ranrock before Lodgok does.
And who cares if you play the game? Hey, MC.
God, it's great!
Catholic suicide.
God is
It's been racist to say that sounds better than ever.
I would like to take some time to address a rumor.
Well, that's a waste of a drop.
So I'm sorry about earlier.
It is.
Are you mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you? You mad, Ray? You mad?
Not mad. Do I look mad? Just don't talk to me.
Say, Ray, what do you think of my father?
It's great!
He always treats you so nicely. Heard that father said he always wanted a son. Well, I'm a guy. So why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do? I'm kind of sensing that you don't really like me that much.
Take it this way. If I had a dick, now would be the time I tell you to suck it.
Did you just so happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents? Drug what's that? You find out that the only ones being called for testing are your black Hispanic coverts. Race war. Then you try and post about it on your Facebook, but then all your friends start arguing about what's wrong. Anymore. You finally get home, but you decide to relax by watching the program about who gets the box.
Fuck off is what I said.
What's in the box burn? Storyboards. What are you doing?
So I'm sorry about earlier. Are you mad? I feel like you're a bit mad.
Oh, you mean on the command, yes.
You mad, Ray? You mad?
I'm not mad. Do I look mad?
If you mean on the command, then yes, you did hear the...
Say, Ray, what do you think of my father?
You don't know it. Don't talk to me.
He always treats you so nicely. Heard that father said he always wanted a son. Well, I'm a guy. So why doesn't he care
Yeah, on the
about
command,
me?
yes, you
What
hear
does he
the
want me
dick.
to do?
Well, have you tried not completely failing at life? Or you could always try laughing so hard.
I'm kind of sensing that you don't really like me that much.
Take it this way. If I had a dick, now would be the time I tell you to suck it.
The sequel you've all been waiting for!
Yeah, on the command, yes, you hear the dick. On the command, yes, we did hear it.
I better not miss a damn thing.
Yeah, on the command, yes, you did hear Dick correctly.
Revelio.
Okay.
Bombarda. Bombarda.
Got it. Wait, did I die? No. Oh boy.
That is unfortunate. No matter, we will build another.
Hmm.
I found this one lurking outside.
Lord Gok, come to make amends, little brother.
I came to stop this.
What is this you've brought?
Yeah. The research.
It cannot be. All this time.
You knew.
You knew. You knew where it was.
Are you alright?
I'll never understand you, Lord God. So gullible. That witch did not consider you an equal. She, like all wizard kind, sought only to use you.
You're wrong, Ranrock.
The young ones are especially deceitful. They are taught to hide their disgust for us, as they exploit us.
Astonishing that our ancestors ever trusted each other.
Yes.
All this time, looking everywhere for the final repository, searching in vain for Bragbor's last journal. Wasted my time, chasing a child. And my little brother.
Knew where it was all along. Wait, that's his brother?
But now, I don't need you. I don't need any of you.
I was bringing it to you.
You are a traitor to our kind!
Shit!
No! Avada Kedavra!
Oh boy.
Poor Lord Cock.
Mm-hmm.
Dead by his brother's hand. No wonder he tried so hard to reason with him.
Confringo!
Now to get out of this blasted place.
Okay. Let's go. We're gonna continue the story as much as possible.
I'll send word to Fig to meet me in the map chamber. He and the Keepers need to know Ranrock has that journal and knows...
Okay. If it's map chamber, Hogwarts. Secret rooms, map chamber. Let me check something. How many missions does it have? Oh, doesn't tell you. Nice. Doesn't tell you how many quests you have to do. Wait, what was that? Meat pop in near Irondale, okay. Later. Really, I need to go there, outside of the map chamber.
I hope Professor Fig got my owl. I need to tell him and the Keepers that Ranrock knows where the last repository is.
According to the owl I received, Ranrock is moving more quickly than we could have anticipated.
This is grave news indeed. We had hoped for more time to discuss the best path forward.
Let us hear what the student has to say.
Fuck you, that's what I have to say.
You received my owl. Ranrock has the last of Bragbor's journals. He killed Lodgok to get it. He knows where the last repository is.
Godric's heart.
Lodgok and Ranrock were brothers. Lodgok was bringing the journal to me.
Ranrock is a monster. We need to know where the final repository is.
Surely this changes things. Ranrock has Bragbor's journals and knows where the final repository is.
We obliviated Bragbor. He kept journals? Why would he have documented all of this? He didn't know what we were containing.
Isadora told Bragbor about the magic when she asked him to build a container for her. I've seen her memories.
Isadora left memories for someone to find? You know what she did?
Her memories showed what she did for her father, which I also saw in Professor Rookwood's pensive. And a conversation with Bragbor in which she expressed frustration about the limits being placed on her use of ancient magic.
Based upon the memories they have seen, I believe our young friend is well aware of the grave circumstances in which we find ourselves. The next trial will involve an exceptional level of magical skill and a nuanced ability to interact with beasts. Find a face of stone and tendrils. I should advise you that you must engage with any beast that is part of the trial on your own. Professor Bakar will meet you in his pensive room.
Okay.
An exceptional level of magical skill? Nuanced ability to interact with beasts? I suppose we should begin our search for a face of stone and tendrils, whatever that may be.
Very well.
Professor Weasley has been keeping an eye on me. Perhaps we should meet there, so she has no reason to raise concerns with Professor Black. I shall see you near the coast. Perhaps then you can tell me a little more about...
God is great! Names of Catholic suicide bombers. What a fun day.
God is great! God is great! God is great!
Is it racist to say that sounds better in Arabic?
Fuck! What's the closest one? This one. Okay, time to fly. Now this time I'm gonna use a whisk. Specifically that thing.
Away! Wait a moment, you will regret. Most goblins in my family worked in the mines at one time or other.
Time to use the deformed chicken. Go up? Okay, yeah.
Go!
We're almost at the limit of where it will allow us to land, so let's keep out of it. Okay, where it is? 300 meters. Two hundred. What? Yeah, go down. Down, 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 down. Yeah, that's the deformed chicken. Why did I name it that? Because of the sound it makes.
Handy resource indeed.
You're here. I have good news. We do not have any of Ranrock's loyalists to contend with. Of course, the bad news is that it's likely because they no longer need to track the Keepers for information. This place could do with a bit of pruning.
Revelio.
Let's look around.
Defender. Confringo.
Done.
Is that a... It is. I believe I know what must be done.
Oh, do you now? Then do tell me. I'm all ears.
Do you recognize the head sculpted there?
Of course.
It looks like a grap horn.
And the prints carved into the ground lead me to believe that a grap horn will somehow open the way forward.
That's what Professor Rackham meant when he spoke of my needing an ability to interact with beasts.
It would seem so. I do know that the last of a long dynasty of grap horns lives nearby. They call him the Lord of the Shore. I suspect you'll need to bring him here. What happens next, I can't say.
Okay.
If that's what must be done, I'll do it.
Excellent. I know this area well. Now, Professor, so I shall wish you good luck.
Yeah, how many? Yeah, nearby, my ass. 1.2 kilometers nearby. The good thing is we unlocked the fast travel. That's the good thing.
What have you done? Enjoy stealing hippogriffs, do you?
This must be the place. What do you have in store for me this time?
Ah, fuck. Okay, let's do a trial of Merlin then.
Bombarda.
What?
Reparo. Confringo.
Yeah, there you go. Go down. Where is the third one? Third and fourth, where are they? Okay. What? Okay, where is it?
Protego!
No. Okay. Nah, where?
This place has seen better days.
Confringo!
Not so tricky after all, Merlin.
Okay. Merlin trial down. Even though I did not want to start it.
Very well, Lord of the Shore. Show yourself.
Oh shit! Are you telling me I have to fight it?
You are a fierce one.
Bombardo!
And without even unforgivables out of all things. Of all things to be restricted by, it's the unforgivables. Ow.
I don't think I can take much more of this. Defendo! Bombardo!
Out of all the things you could actually deprive me of, it's the unforgivables. This game sometimes, man. This game. Okay, skip. Okay. Glacius instead. Shit, I forgot.
Defendo! Glacius!
Nice.
I don't think I can take much more of this.
What? Oh boy. I should have expected it. I should have stocked up on potions. I should have stocked up on potions. I swear I dodged it.
I didn't think I could
Bombarda! Confringo!
Wrong direction. Nice save.
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from Asshurt syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke.
I only need to
Watch
take
under
down
your
half
own
of its health.
discretion. I'm not viable to any
And goes for
psychological
that.
or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned
How
thrice.
do I need to kill it? Oh shit!
Bombarda! Confringo! Defendo!
Wait, arrest momentum slows both objects and enemies.
Arresto momentum.
What? Oh, fuck off! Fuck off. No. No, I'm not abandoning the quest. I'm gonna do it. I know I have enough. Like, I know I'm high enough level. Let me use Arresto Momentum on it. So I actually do need to defeat it. Shit, that was played.
Arresto momentum.
Wait.
Defendo. Confringo.
Come on!
I didn't think I could take much more of this. Arresto momentum. Bombarda. Defendo.
Dude, I dodged that. I dodged that. No. No, 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 no. Wait, is Glacius... If Glacius works underwater, then we're fine. Freezes enemies, increasing the damage they take from follow-up attacks. Okay. 1 second. Inventory. Talents. Talents, I said. None. One second. Let me check something. First of all, I need to go there. No. No, 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 no. I'm not even going to try it. I'm not even going to try and give myself... Oh wait, should I give myself bats? Yeah, I should. Come on. What? Oh, shit.
Defender, Confringo, Glacius, Bombarder. Confringo. Glacius, Bombarder.
Oh, come on! I dodged that.
Can't we talk about this?
Come on, I dodged that.
Glacius, Confringo, Defender, Bombarder.
What?
Confringo.
What? Come on! Dude, I'm just lucky enough to have survived this. And yeah, I know I'm not using basic cast for some fucking reason.
Glacius, Defender, Confringo. Bombarder, Confringo, Defender. I thought you'd be a bit...
What? Come on, I almost had him. I know I can do it. Allow me to skip it, game. Allow me to skip this cutscene. I know you want it to be sort of dramatic and shit like that. just... Did that thing just teleport? Shit.
Protego. Places. Confringo. Defender. Can't we talk about this?
Yeah, what you're seeing is CPU artifacting. Because the game is not done yet.
I don't think I can take much more of this.
Oof. Yeah, no, I can actually get it. It's a problem that basic cast is not able to do enough damage to it. To this graph form.
Glaciers. Bombarda.
Shit! Wait, what? What? The fuck was that? Game, what the fuck was that? Oh boy. And this is on medium settings, by the way. Let me check my gear. Yeah, 26. 82. 78. Yes, wait, what? What was what? Yeah, no, not right. No. And I'm not able to use the Crucio. Quests. Oh boy. One second. Where is that thing? The nearest one is up here. Let me get that and I'm going to TP over there. Like, I'm going to teleport to a certain spot.
Let's see what's up your sleeve this time, Merlin.
Like, I'm gonna go to Hogsmeade and buy potions.
What are you up to now?
Map. Hogsmeade. Yes. I need potions. I actually need fucking potions. And most likely a mandrake as well.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade. What do we have here? A demiguise.
Welcome. Do let me know if I can be of any assistance.
Yes, you can. Give me all the potions you have.
A wise decision. Thank you. A wise decision. Thank you.
Okay, let me sell the others.
Farewell for now.
Okay, sell. Let me sell everything. Buy.
A wise decision. Thank you.
Okay, one moment, I am going to go to the toilet and I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back and I'm back with a scam phone call. Yeah, someone apparently tried to extort money out of me. Okay, so 500.
A wise decision. Thank you. I hope
So
to see you
JPP
again.
is done.
Farewell for now.
Next shop. Is nothing, so world map. Now, before I even go there, it's time for another outbreak. Okay, let's check their power. He did not upload it yet. Wait, what? Reddit got hacked? Fuck. Wait, what? There was a real life Willy Wonka? 1 second, let's watch that.
Hershey, one of the world's largest chocolate makers.
Hershey shares hitting an all-time high today.
Hershey, one of the world's largest chocolate makers.
Hershey shares hitting an all-time high today. Where is that coming from?
People everywhere that I meet tell me stories about connections that they've had with our products and how important our brands have been in their life.
Hershey is one of the biggest chocolate companies in the world, worth nearly $47 billion. And yet, the Hershey Company was founded by a boy who struggled through poverty and went bankrupt multiple times. This is the true rags to riches story of a chocolate empire. This is the insane and inspiring story of Milton Hershey. Milton Hershey's early life was difficult to say the least. He was born in 1857 in a rural dairy farming community called Dairy Township in Pennsylvania. Whilst Milton's parents both came from respectable families, Milton's father Henry had a bad habit of falling for shady get-rich-quick schemes. You see, Henry had always been determined to succeed in business, but he would rarely stick to any of the projects he started. He tried and failed 17 different businesses before moving the family to Oil City, Pennsylvania, and they only moved there because he was trying to get rich on a recent oil boom. But they arrived when it was already too late to make any money. Milton was just 4 years old at the time, and his father's poor financial decisions meant the Hershey family had almost completely run out of money. In fact, young Milton was extremely skinny and on the brink of starvation. Not just that, but Milton's mother was pregnant, and so they were soon going to have another mouth to feed. But then one day, Milton's uncles came to visit, and they saw how miserable the family had become. They hated seeing them this way, and generously offered Milton and his parents to live on a farm that they owned. They gratefully accepted, and not long after settling into their new home, Milton's mother gave birth to a daughter named Serena. So you'd think at this point, Milton's dad would embrace his steady new job working on the farm and work extra hard to support his family. But no. Henry got distracted by another get-rich-quick scheme. He would abandon the family for several months at a time, and whilst the plan was that he'd send money back home, he never ended up providing much money to help them survive. Thus, Milton's mum was struggling to keep little Milton and Serena fed and healthy without help from her husband. And then, one brutal winter, while Henry was away, Serena became sick. At first, it was assumed maybe she just had a cold, but as a red rash began to spread across her body, it soon became clear she had scarlet fever. She passed away at just 4 years old. This tragic incident of losing their daughter was the final straw in the relationship of Milton's parents. Meanwhile, young Milton's chaotic home life was rubbing off in his school life too. He was struggling badly, and whilst he had learned to read and write, before he even got to the 5th grade, he was forced to drop out of school so that he could work instead. When Milton was 13 years old, he got his first apprenticeship with a newspaper. In fact, Milton's dad actually signed him up for a 5-year contract with the paper, as he believed this would be a great career for his son. There was just one problem. Milton hated the job. Not only was the owner extremely bad-tempered, but the job wasn't something Milton was interested in at all. The newspaper had been his father's dream, not his, and yet he'd been signed up for 5 years of this. So one day whilst at work, Milton deliberately dropped his hat into a printing machine so that it would break. He was fired immediately, which meant he got out of the contract just like he had. Unsurprisingly, his father was very disappointed Milton had lost the apprenticeship. But his mother, on the other hand, knew how much Milton hated working for the newspaper and was glad he now had the chance to pursue a career he actually enjoyed. So at 14 years old, Milton began an apprenticeship with a candy maker called Royers. Here, he learned about buying ingredients from suppliers and how to make candies himself. In 1876, Milton completed his apprenticeship and by that point was convinced he'd found where his real passion was. His vision was now clear. He wanted to open his own candy shop. Of course, the apprenticeship had already given him a lot of first-hand experience of the business. And so, after a little persuading, he managed to convince his mother's family to loan him the money to set up a small candy shop of his own in Philadelphia. Milton began working around the clock to produce candies, as well as dried fruits and ice cream. Sometimes he wouldn't even go home to rest, and just fell asleep under the store counter. But luckily for Milton, he'd seemingly opened this new candy shop at the perfect time, because Philadelphia became the host of the country's first World's Fair, called the Centennial Exposition. People traveled from all over the world for this event, and Milton massively benefited from all the tourists who were looking to buy some sweets. Thanks to the event, he was able to turn a profit. One particularly creative tactic Milton used to bring in new customers was that he installed an air chute in the shop, which helped carry the sweet smell of the candy from the shop's kitchen to the outside air, enticing passers-by to come inside the shop and buy something. There was one big problem though. Milton was doing pretty much all of the work on his own. He couldn't afford to buy large equipment or hire employees to help make more candy, so no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't produce large enough volumes of candy to stay profitable. Plus, the price of sugar and some of his other ingredients were increasing. And of course, once the World's Fair had ended, less customers were passing by the store. Pretty soon, Milton was falling behind on his bills, and he was in constant fear that his suppliers would cut off his line of credit. Then one day in 1881, Milton's father Henry showed up and offered to help his son son run the business. Despite
Oh,
knowing
so
that
now
his
you
father
want to
had a
help.
terrible track record in business, Milton gladly accepted, since he needed all the help he could get. Working so much had been making Milton ill, and he knew support was necessary. And the good news was that his father came prepared with lots of ideas that he felt could help grow Milton's candy business. The bad news was that his father's ideas were all expensive. For example, producing cough drop candies and spending lots of money on a large window display. Unfortunately, Milton put too much trust in his father's big ideas. He spread himself too thin financially. The business was soon in desperate need of more money, and fast. So Milton reached out to his uncle, a man named Abraham Snavely, to ask for another loan to pay off his debts. His uncle did agree to send him some money, but in the end it wasn't enough to keep the business afloat. After 6 years of running his candy shop in Philadelphia, Milton Hershey was forced to declare
close,
bankruptcy.
yes.
The dream was dead. After failing with his first business in Philadelphia, Milton Hershey moved to New York City to try again, as he thought part of the problem with his first venture had been the location. But instead of opening a new store right away, Milton decided to work for another business first to learn what was popular in New York.
Yeah,
He
now
trained
that's
in a
actually a
candy store
smart
called
thing to
Hoyler's,
do.
and this is where he learned about a caramel recipe that incorporated fresh cream into the mixture, and this would later make a huge impact in his career.
Okay.
After a couple of years of working for Hoyler's and getting experience and saving money, Milton Hershey decided he was ready to open his own candy shop in New York City. And Milton began working 7 days a week at his new shop in Midtown Manhattan. This time, Milton's mother was the one to help with the business. She would diligently work on whatever he needed help with around the shop. However, Milton was still holding on to his father's false idea that cough drop candies would sell the best. In reality, sales weren't that great. Plus, there was even more competition in New York. And so, just like his first shop, Milton's second candy shop also went out of business. Milton was forced to move back home after failing for a second time. And to make matters even worse, when he returned home, he received a letter in the mail that he was being sued for $10,000 for the money he borrowed to buy candy making equipment in New York. Milton Hershey was just 28 years old, but he was already turning grey. The stress of his 2 bankruptcies seemingly made him look much older than he actually was. Once again, Milton swallowed his pride and walked 5 miles to the family farm to ask his uncles for another loan. This time though, they turned him down.
You're
They
just
said
like
he'd grown up
your
to be
father.
too much like his father, and they refused to waste any more of their money on him. This really hurt Milton, but mostly because he knew they were right. He felt guilty for letting his family down, but he would later reflect that wanting to prove to his family that he could be successful was one of the biggest motivations for him to keep going. So even though he had failed with 2 different candy stores, Milton Hershey did not give up on his
Opened another
dreams.
one.
After moving back to his home of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Milton realized this was actually the perfect place to expand a caramel business, especially since Lancaster was one of the largest dairy producers in the country. The only
Now,
trouble
that's
was
actually
finding
very
the money
smart.
to get started. By this point, his credit was ruined, and he could no longer rely on loans from his family. The one thing Milton did have though, was some supplies left over from his failed business in New York. So using those remaining ingredients and the fresh milk that was readily available in Lancaster, Milton created a recipe for a new product, melt-in-your-mouth caramels, which proved to be extremely popular with the locals. Milton started small this time though. He made candy from home and then got a pushcart to travel around the streets of Lancaster selling
Which
his
is how you would
Of course,
normally do
making
it.
these products by hand and selling them all by himself was not a very sustainable or scalable business.
No, it
he really
wasn't.
needed more funding so he could buy new equipment, but understandably the banks were very reluctant to loan him any money. However, in 1886, Milton's family once again came through for him. This time it was his Aunt Mattie. While she couldn't afford to give Milton the money herself, when she saw Milton's new caramels genuinely seemed to be a popular product, she agreed to co-sign on a $700 loan from the bank and put down her own house as collateral. Even
What?
with this, the bank was still hesitant to loan Milton the money, and so they wrote in the agreement that the loan needed to be paid back within just 90 days. Milton knew how serious the stakes were this time. If he
90
failed to
days?
repay the bank loan in 90 days, his beloved Aunt Mattie, the only one who still seemed to believe in Milton, would lose her home. So, Milton didn't waste a second. Once he got the $700 loan from the bank, he used that money to buy new
$700.
candy making equipment and founded the Lancaster Caramel Company. And luckily, all of those years of trial and error with the previous ventures had not gone to waste. Milton learned from his past mistakes. In the big cities, there were dozens of candy shops to choose from, but in Lancaster, there was absolutely no competition. Milton also realized
They
he
had
could
a
make more money by
monopoly.
selling caramels in bulk rather than individual penny candies like he'd done in his 2 previous businesses. And this was possible since his mother and aunt both worked for free wrapping caramels for him. And thus, Milton's 3rd business got off to a good start, and things looked promising. But 90 days is not a long time, and Milton grew increasingly anxious as each day passed by, knowing that he would soon need to pay back the $700 loan to the bank. As the deadline grew closer, Milton was extremely stressed, knowing he was on the brink of bankruptcy yet again. But just as all hope looked lost for repaying the loan on time, something miraculous happened. A rich businessman from England just so happened to be visiting the area, and once he tasted Hershey's caramels, he liked them so much that he decided to import them back to the UK. He made a massive order of caramels to be sold in shops throughout England. This one order alone was enough to save Hershey, and he was able to pay off his bank loan with literally just a couple of days to spare. And that big order was just the beginning. As word of his products spread across Europe, Milton began getting more and more international orders. So much so that he was able to expand his business. Firstly by hiring employees, and by opening new stores in other areas. And that's because Milton had created a product that not only had a unique great taste, but also had a long shelf life. Unlike many other candies at the time which cleared quickly. As a result, lots of shops wanted to buy his caramels, which he marketed under the brand name Crystal A. Motivated by this success, Milton continued to work relentlessly hard, and repeatedly reinvested company profits into more expansion. Over the next few years, Milton managed to grow the Lancaster Caramel Company into a team of hundreds of employees. Milton even opened multiple factories in Pennsylvania and Illinois, and so at 36 years old, Milton Hershey could put those years of failure behind him. He had finally made it and was a truly successful businessman. But this is not the story of just a successful businessman. This is the story of an empire, and that's because of one event in 1893 that changed Milton's life forever.
What happened?
Before we see how Milton Hershey built his business empire, let's talk about how you can build yours. Is an old-fashioned one. 1893, Milton attended the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, and here he met chocolate makers from a German firm called J.M. Lehman's. They brought their chocolate making equipment to the exposition and put it on display. Now, at the time, chocolate was a luxury that was just for the wealthy, and that's because it normally had to be handmade and was typically imported from Switzerland. As a result, most people had never tasted chocolate before in their life. But Milton realized that if he purchased this new German chocolate making equipment, he could make chocolate more accessible to the average person. And he believed that once people tasted chocolate, it would become the most popular candy in the world. And needless to say, he bought the chocolate making equipment. In 1894, Milton established the Hershey Chocolate Company. But Milton believed in chocolate so much that in 1900, he sold his main business, the Lancaster Caramel Company, for $1 million. With modern inflation, that's closer to $35 million. But at the time, his family thought he was crazy to give up such a successful business in order to take a risk on chocolate. But Milton told them, caramels are only a fad. Chocolate is a permanent thing. Hershey had already seen in Europe that sales of chocolate had been cutting into the market share of his caramels, and so he could tell that a pivot was needed. And you have to give Milton credit here, because when you have something that's working well, like with Hershey's caramel business, it's easy just to try and maintain what you have rather than think about what comes next. Just look at how many market leaders have failed to innovate and fallen as a result. But Milton could clearly see the chocolate business was going to be far bigger than caramels, and so he went all in on it. However, Milton Hershey's success was not just from the fact he was early to get into the chocolate business, but instead because he was the first in America to perfect the mass production of milk chocolate. You see, Milton had hired a whole team to help them figure out how they could make milk chocolate that wouldn't turn rancid after a few days. It took a lot of trial and error, but eventually a man Milton hired named John Schmalbach found a way to warm and condense the milk without burning it, creating delicious milk chocolate that could be stored for months without going bad. Hershey rewarded him with a $100 bill for his discovery. A nice fee at the time, but a tiny price to pay, given the discovery was essentially the foundation of the company's entire success. This ability to produce milk chocolate that could be stored for a long time meant they could mass produce it in very large quantities and significantly lower costs. Thus, they could sell their chocolate for just 5 cents, meaning chocolate was no longer a luxury exclusive for the rich. Another reason they were able to produce it so cheaply was Milton's decision to sell a small selection of products. Whereas other chocolatiers tried to offer a wide variety, Hershey focused on just the most popular ones, meaning they could produce them in high quantities, which both reduced operational complexity and let them benefit from economies of scale, where the cost of each chocolate bar becomes cheaper as they were producing so many of them in bulk. Aside from their classic milk chocolate bar, which they began creating in 1900, one of their most popular products was launched in 1907, a foil-wrapped candy called the Sweetheart, which was soon renamed Hershey's Kisses and continues to be popular to this day. Hershey's also has another classic product, Mr. Good Bar, and Fun fact, the name for that is simply because someone told Milton, "That's a good bar," and he mistook them and thought they'd said Mr. Good Bar, but then the name just stuck. However, despite the success of Milton's chocolate business, Milton continued to work almost all hours of the day, every day. He was constantly trying to come up with ideas to grow the business. This story's Milton even paid janitors at schools not to pick up Hershey's wrappers off the ground so people would see the brand name more. However, Hershey's sneakiest tactic of all was that he told some of his most loyal employees to essentially go undercover and get jobs at competitor firms such as the chocolate manufacturers in Europe, so they could learn their competitors' methods and trade secrets. By 1910, Hershey's sales topped $2 million and continued to grow rapidly from there. And so Milton's decision to sell his caramel business and go all in on chocolate had clearly been validated. Sadly, his beloved Aunt Mitty, who'd supported him and co-signed his bank loan, died of pneumonia right before his chocolate business began, and so she didn't get to see it. Milton did manage to escape some tragedy himself though, as in 1911, Milton had bought tickets for the Titanic and was due to set sail on April 10th, 1912. However, due to a last-minute business matter that cropped up, Hershey decided to cancel the trip at the last minute. Of course, we all know how the Titanic ended up, so it was a lucky escape for Milton. But there's another decision of Milton's that's even more interesting, which is the fact that he decided to create his own town.
In Pennsylvania.
When Milton Hershey first started his chocolate business, he'd bought a huge property for his new chocolate factory in his hometown of Derry Township. He also chose to build a house within walking distance of the factory so that it was quick to commute to work. But right from the very beginning, Milton Hershey wanted to make sure that he created a good working environment for his employees too. He said, "What I want to do more than anything else is to give my employees an opportunity to advance themselves in this world and to give them a helping hand." And since Derry Township was so remote, Milton had the idea of creating a whole town nearby for his workers, where he would build houses, schools, parks, and public transport. It would be the ideal town for his employees to live and be as comfortable as possible, as he felt if his workers were happy, his company would thrive. Now, pretty much everyone told Milton it was a crazy idea to build a town, but soon enough, he'd bought the land, paid for roads to be paved, a town square to be built, and affordable housing was set up with modern amenities like indoor plumbing and central heating. Thus, his vision of building a town for his workers had become a reality. And still to this day, there is the town of Hershey in Pennsylvania, thanks to Milton Hershey. Soon after the factory workers began settling in the town of Hershey, employees were writing to their friends and family about how great this brand new town was. This within itself was free advertising, since the company and town were both called Hershey. Over the next few years, Milton also decided to build an open-air theater, zoo, golf course, and concert hall for employees and guests to have fun. Milton also came up with the idea to start printing out postcards of the town and including them with the purchase of every chocolate bar.
Oh, that's
so people would
nice.
see images of what the town looked like, which made them even more curious to visit. This town that revolved around chocolate quickly became a tourist destination. But the town's biggest attraction is Hershey Park, which is now one of the largest regional amusement parks in America, even though it was initially just constructed as a place for Milton's employees to spend time with their families. However, whilst the town and business was a success, during World War I, a problem arose for Milton. There was a ration of sugar, and so the cost of supplies began to skyrocket. So, in 1916, Milton Hershey decided to build his own sugar refinery, and he established another town of Hershey, but this time in Cuba, where sugar was in large supply. By 1918, construction of the sugar mill was complete, and his new employees got to work. Just like in the first Hershey town in the US, he built houses, schools, and health clinics for his workers. And on top of building a new town, Hershey built a railroad that ran through all the major ports of Cuba. Hershey was able to cut costs and increase production, and in fact, during World War II, he was commissioned by the US military to create Hershey's Ration D bar for the troops, as well as Hershey's Tropical Chocolates, which was chocolate that wouldn't melt. As time went on, Hershey's continued to grow larger each year. Through a series of acquisitions and license deals, Hershey's began selling other major candy brands like Reese's, M&M's, Kit Kats, Rolos, Cadbury's, and Twizzlers. For years, the Hershey Chocolate Company continued to grow and was selling chocolates all around the world. But when the Great Depression hit, Milton Hershey wanted to do something to ensure that the children of his employees could grow up to find jobs. He knew that education was key to having a good life, and he wanted to give the families of his factory workers every opportunity to succeed. And thus, Milton promised that all of the children of his factory workers would receive a private education through high school. He also founded the Hershey Junior College and gave every child 2 years of free tuition. Not just that, but since Milton and his wife were unable to have children of their own, they set up the Hershey Industrial School, which was initially designed to give free education to poor orphans and give them opportunities they wouldn't have otherwise had, thus allowing them to find jobs.
Dude, that's nice.
Nowadays, the school is simply named the Milton Hershey School, and is no longer an orphanage, but instead a private boarding school for children from underprivileged families. As well as free education, it gives kids in need access to medical help, clothing, well-cooked meals, and much more. It's genuinely life-changing for them, and it began because Milton himself knew firsthand what it was like growing up in poverty, and he didn't want others to go through
So
that
from
too.
his shitty life experience, he actually created something for the better generations, for the newer generations. That's nice.
Not only did Milton plow a lot of money into this school during his lifetime, he set it up in his will so that a large portion of proceeds from both Hershey's chocolate business and money from the amusement park and other Hershey projects would
go into the school,
school, so that the kids were always taken care of as a priority. One thing I found particularly impressive about this is that Milton didn't allow the use of the school in any Hershey's advertising. Because
that's nice.
Many
That's
businesses
actually
have
nice.
charitable efforts, but it's clear they're doing it so it makes their brand look good. They'll often spend more money advertising their charity work than actually giving to charity. And of course, that's better than nothing. But my point is, Milton genuinely...
Yeah, okay. To the point that he's making, yes, 99.5% of brands actually do shit like that, with the exposure being the major thing that they want. There is 0.5% of businesses that actually do care about children and their education and how well they are.
Genuinely seemed to do this for altruistic reasons, not business. It seems like he recognized he was fortunate to have a couple of family members like his mother and aunt who really looked out for him, and he wanted to make sure other poor kids had someone looking out for them too.
Yeah, that's
now,
nice.
As for Milton, he remained a workaholic all his life. He didn't retire as chairman of the Hershey board until age 87, and then he passed away of pneumonia just a year later in 1945. But he transferred the majority of his assets to the Milton Hershey School, including a large percentage of Hershey stock, thus making the school one of the wealthiest private schools in the world. He did this to ensure that all of his charities would continue to exist long after his death, and that his fortune would be used to help those in need. Now, of course, I'm not saying Milton Hershey was perfect. Nobody is.
Nobody
For example,
is.
there are stories of him having a bad temper and often being difficult to work with. But overall, it does seem like Milton did a lot of good in the world, and genuinely made an extremely positive difference in a lot of people's lives. As for the Hershey Company, after more than 125 years in business, the company is currently valued around $47 billion. It remains one of the world's largest chocolate manufacturers.
If not
Over
very
3 million
largest.
people visit Hershey Park every year, and Hershey's Town in Pennsylvania is still going strong. However, if you've seen many of my videos before, you'll know that quite often after the original founder of a company is gone, things sometimes get a bit more controversial. And unfortunately, Hershey's hasn't been free of its share of controversy. For example, several chocolate companies, including Hershey's, were named in a lawsuit concerning child labor happening in plantations on the Ivory Coast. While these chocolate companies don't own these farms, they're still profiting off all the free labor of children. Now, to be fair, since then, Hershey's say they've created a child labor monitoring and remediation system to try and prevent these brutal working conditions. But if you've seen my video on Nestle, you'll know the chocolate industry has known about some of the horrific practices in their supply chains for many years, and arguably haven't done as much to fix things as you would expect.
No, that's one of the dark sides of chocolate.
What do you want to see next? If you click the thumbnail on the left, you'll see more about the chocolate industry's controversies. Or if you click the thumbnail on the right, you'll see an inspiring underdog success story. So light or dark? Take your pick now, and whichever video you choose, I'll see you there in a second. Cheers.
Okay, now that was interesting as fuck. That was really interesting. That was one of the most interesting documentaries about chocolate I've seen in a while. Like, not even a joke.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Okay. Let's go. Now, where are the Aswinder eggs? Okay, let's go. Let's continue. Did it allow me to skip it? Okay. Apparently it was one click away. Okay, come on. Shit. What? Oh, you motherfucker.
Glaciers. Confringo. Defender. Bombarda. Glaciers. Glaciers. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda.
You'd be a bit weaker by now.
Glaciers. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda. Glaciers.
Rip.
Confringo. Defender. Glaciers. Bombarda. Confringo. Defender.
What the?
Glaciers. Bombarda. Confringo.
Okay. Done. Neil. Well, I could either kill it or I could actually kneel to it. Yeah. Craft room secured. Yes. Okay, let me check. Do I have to... Okay, let me check. Will it fast travel with me? If it does, then we saved a major amount of time. Really?
Glaciers. Protego.
Nope, one.
Ah, there you are.
Nice. Very nice. This is the last trial. I cannot well mount. Got it. Okay, now that I actually can do that, let me put the crucible back on.
Perhaps Professor Rackham was right to have had faith in you. I still have my reservations. Isadora, as you will see, was not who she seemed. I can only hope that you are. My memories should answer any questions you may have about the power you will need to protect.
Thank you, Professor Bakar. I shall see you back in the map chamber.
Yeah, this is the final pensive. This is the final one. So no trials, no nothing. Yeah, let's watch it.
Hello? Isadora? Isadora? Mr. Morganach,
Okay, let's see what happens when you take away their emotions, their pain.
Mr. Morgan?
They become soulless.
Son, I'm glad you're here.
Isadora was not at her home.
I know.
Her father... Percival.
What is it?
It is as though he was stripped not only of his pain,
but of all his emotion.
Everything is much worse than I feared. Neve was right. Isadora hasn't stopped. I've just learned that she has been wielding that magic on students.
What?
We must gather the others. I need you to return to your common room, all right?
What have you done?
Take a breath.
Students, Isadora.
Everyone feels pain.
And why?
And why?
No, because it's a fucking
arrogance,
human emotion.
Her obsession with secrets. He won't suffer any longer. Not my father, not my students, no one.
Isadora, set down your wand.
Professor, you taught me to hone my power, not
throw it away.
I did not teach you this. Expelliarmus!
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they tried to remake that Harry Potter Brother Ones thing. They tried to remake it. Yeah, there we go. Shit.
She's alive.
And this one's dead. Enter the map chamber. Okay. So apparently we need to stop Ragnar or something like that.
The caverns below Hogwarts, where you fought Isadora. Is that the location of the final repository?
Yes.
It is. You see, we could not destroy the strands of emotion Isadora had stolen from so many. So we did all that we could to keep them safe. We also realized that until they could be destroyed, the magic used to create them was a danger to wizard kind. Hence, we became keepers. Keepers of an unfathomable secret. We knew that someday, one with the ability to see traces of ancient magic might be seduced by its power. We built the trials to lead that person to us, to allow them to prove themselves worthy of the knowledge we'd kept hidden and the responsibility that accompanies it.
Have I not proven myself, Professor?
Ranrock.
I need to get to that repository before Ranrock does.
You have, and you will. But the repository is protected by powerful ancient magic. To
you
enter,
must craft a special
you must
wand.
craft a special wand from the 4 artifacts
Wait,
you
what?
found above our pensives.
So the repository is safe from Ranrock for now.
If he is, as you suspect, capable of using the power of the other repository, I fear he will be able to breach our defenses.
Then I must go now and craft this wand. Perhaps Mr. Ollivander will help me.
Another Ollivander? I'm not surprised. As I am sure he will tell you, this wand may be used for only one purpose. Return with the wand, and we will open the way forward.
Okay, let's go to Ollivander.
I shall send an owl.
Professor Weasley.
If Ranrock really...
All right, Professor.
I'll see you soon. Come on, Hogsmeade. No. Where's Ollivander? There it is. Quest updated. Okay, now we need to go to Ollivander's Hogsmeade. Time to craft a wand. And that bloody graphorn actually took me a while to get down.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade? There's Ollivander's. I hope he can help me craft the Keeper's wand.
Where the fuck is he? Really, I have to start the quest outside? Fine.
Hello, Mr. Ollivander. I wondered if you might be able to help me with something.
Yes, Professor Fig sent an owl informing me that you'd be coming. He was a bit cryptic, said you need to have a special wand crafted, that you'd bring me the materials.
Yes, sir. I have them here.
Oh, my. How extraordinary. Remarkable design. I will be honest, I have never crafted a wand in this fashion. Repaired broken wands, of course, but this is something else entirely. Keeping me on my toes, aren't you? I think I can work with what you've brought me. Let me see what I can do.
Okay. What can you do?
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from Asher's syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion. I'm not liable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
It is done.
Oh, nice design. Nice design.
I should warn you, I've never seen a wand like this before. My suspicion, as Professor Fig implied in his letter, is that it serves a unique purpose. I doubt you shall find much use for it otherwise.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
Just teleport back. Please allow me to teleport back.
I'm afraid you're on your own. I've ensured that we have a moment to ourselves. Oh, come. No need for such theatrics. In light of what Ranrock now knows, you must agree that our interests are aligned.
Yes. Yes, we
Our
are.
interests will never be aligned.
You would let goblins take what is rightfully ours? The final repository belongs to wizard kind.
We would be fools not to
Fools
work
not to work
together.
What's that you've got there? Might this sudden visit to the Wand Maker have something to do with our
Mutual
mutual
pursuit. Yes.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That repository is my birthright!
Charles Rookwood wouldn't have wanted you near it.
Arrogance.
Should have known better than to try and reason with a child. I've always said, children should be seen
Not
and not heard.
Wait. Oh, did we just get kidnapped? Now that's a plot twist. We just got kidnapped. I didn't expect that.
Shouldn't be it.
Rookwood, potato. Stupid one. Cynthia! Ah, how delightful.
Expulso! Incendio!
Ah, shit.
Go stupid one, don't you? Ringo. Potato. Quick one. Bombarda.
An attack of some sort. Expulso!
You're going to regret that. Had enough?
You'll regret that.
Bombarda.
slaughter. Made a great mistake.
Protego! Confringo!
Flash of inspiration.
What? Oh, I died, I know. I did not expect to get kidnapped by Rockwood of all people. I did not expect that. I expected
The best place for
goblins.
an unaccompanied student.
Protego! Confringo!
You will pay for your deed.
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this.
Your life ends here. Might want to look up. What have you done? That's just the beginning. To your knees.
Confringo! Bombarda!
You're going to regret that. What are your faults, son? Had enough? Death from above! I'll make you wish you were back at school. How delightful. Still no match for me. Agile thing, aren't you?
Confringo! Bombarda!
You should have joined me.
Like, why can't I even join him? Like, why can't I even join Rockwood? I would have wanted that. I would have wanted that.
I should warn you, no more happy days for you.
Fight for me! Confringo! Bombarda!
Quite the impressive fighter, aren't you? But now is not your match, I'm afraid.
Defender!
You're the one who
Confringo!
uses the rookies don't go down easy.
Bombarda! Confringo! Defender!
That's just the beginning.
Confringo! Defender! Bombarda!
Incendio!
Defender!
Doing that!
No! No. Please tell me it's after the quick time event. If it's after the quick time event, then we may have the time to save it. Without using potions. Like, without using Winglewood potions. Please tell me it's after it. No! No.
Oh, I shall land to the Expulso!
Crucial.
I'll make you wish you were back at school. Incendio! Bombarda! Expulso! Keep still! Expulso! Incendio! Is that all that teaching? Defender!
Crucial.
Bombarda! Confringo! To your knees! Incendio! Made a grave mistake!
What?
You will pay for your deeds!
Loud as a troll, you.
I'll have taken your life before you even realize it's gone.
Defender! Confringo!
Crucial.
Bombarda! What have you done? Flash of inspiration! Bombarda! Confringo!
Crucial.
Had enough? Defender, on the lookout! Will you hold still?
Quite conductive, aren't we?
You're going to regret that.
This is not going well for you.
Confringo! Bombarda! You made a mistake. No more happy days for you.
What?
You will pay for your...
What? Huh? Huh? Should have joined me.
Okay.
Well done for a child.
Another pitiful person. Bombarda. Rubies don't go down easy. Confringo. Bombarda. Only delayed we never. Incendio. Confringo.
Crucial.
Bombarda. Confringo.
Okay, done. Done.
I can't believe it. Rookwood's reign is finally over. I'll need to send an Al to Natty right away. For now, I need to get back to the map chamber and tell Fig what happened.
Yeah, like, where even are we? Oh, I see. I see. So we went all the way to the edge of the map. Man, I wish I could join Rockwood. Like, if it gave you the option to do it, I wish they actually allowed it. I wish they actually allowed it. Because I would have loved to do that.
Victor Rookwood is dead. He confronted me as I left Ollivanders with the Keeper's wand. I had to defend myself.
Godric's heart. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I know you're well able to defend yourself. I've seen it often enough. But Rookwood himself...
I got what I deserve.
He destroyed so many lives and he wouldn't have stopped. I'm glad I was able to put an end to him.
You're right. He wouldn't have stopped. You did what you had to do. The wizarding community owes you a great debt.
Thank you for saying so, Professor. I'm ready for what's next.
All right, then.
All right, let's
go. The
go.
Keepers have been waiting.
You have completed all of our trials, and you have done so under circumstances even I did not foresee. You understand now why all of this was necessary. The portkey, the vault, the locket, the book, the trials. To ensure that one with the ability you and I share would make the same choice that San, Neve, Charles, and I did.
Now that you have witnessed my memory, you understand all that is at stake. Not everyone is what they seem.
As you know, light does not exist without shadow, nor shadow without light.
Okay, I'm not gonna skip this.
Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean
But you should.
that you should.
Even the most well-meaning and competent amongst us cannot possibly know the consequences of manipulating what should be beyond our reach.
What lies in the repository must never be released. Resist the temptation to destroy or control it. The magic that you have so carefully honed must now be used only to protect the secret we keep. You have the wand. You will know when to wield it. We leave our legacy in your hands.
Wait, it was here all along?
That must be the way to the repository.
Holy shit, it was here all along. Now that I did not expect. Now that I did not expect.
I should hope that the enchantments protecting the castle would protect against an incursion from below.
I fear they may not. Although, if they don't now, I can assure you they will in the future.
Were you able to reach Professor Weasley?
I was. Hopefully she and the others will arrive soon. They know where to find the door through which we entered.
Yep, where is Ranrock?
I wonder if Ranrock is here.
Let's go. If his loyalists are here, he cannot be far behind.
You and I have faced worse, Professor.
Search the area. He must be here somewhere. We must be getting closer. Ranrock, we'll be pleased with our progress.
Finger, good finger.
I won't let you there. When do you take this shit up, Ringo?
We need to press on.
Confringo!
Ranrock must be here somewhere.
This drill stands between us and him. We need to move it.
I shall handle it. One moment. Let's go.
Another troll. Three professors. I see it, and I don't know. Imperial. Confringo. Bombarda.
Rather unwise coming back this way.
Confringo. Bombarda. Stereo. You will not take what is not yours.
I won't rest. The trolls ought to make quick work of them.
This one's almost down. Confringo. Cruising. Bombarda. Potato. Confringo. You're no match for us.
Yep, it's dead.
Professor, that wall, that's the way forward.
Very perceptive, my young friend. It worked. Let's go.
Okay.
Ranrock must be getting closer to finding the Republic.
I fear you're right, Professor.
Lumos! There's more goblins up ahead.
Confringo. Defender. Cruising. Bombarda. Confringo. Potato.
Let's get this over with. I'm a goblin, not a toy!
Yeah.
You don't know who you're playing with!
Confringo. Bombarda. Defender.
You two taking in Ranrock's army.
Okay, come on. Threat? No, you die.
Won't get away with that.
Bombarda. Defender.
One moment.
These tunnels haven't brought us much luck.
We're getting closer, Professor. That way.
Okay, come on. Okay, moment, yeah, I need to actually call someone. One moment. Ow.
The goblins have somehow evaded the castle's defensive charms.
Steer them this way! We shall make quick work of them!
They got this.
Yeah, bro. Ja. Sollten die. Ja, die sollten sich da bei uns melden. Ja, die müssen sich melden. Die müssen sich melden. Ja, wenn die gesagt absagen oder wenn die nicht absagen. Die müssen die müssen anrufen. Ja. Ja, höchstens Dienstag. Ja, wir haben sie geschickt. Ja. Ja. Ja, ich zock zu Ende Hogwarts Legacy. Ich zock Hogwarts Legacy zu Ende. Bin grad live, Digga.
Time to move. We're in the thick of it now.
We'll show these beasts who's in charge. Your timing couldn't be better, Professor Hackett.
Ja, ansonsten alles gut. Morgen habe ich Termin bei der Bank.
Such arrogance. Such arrogance.
Ja, kannst machen. Ja, gleichfalls halt. Ja, der Bruder. Ja, bis später. Ciao. Okay, now what is done? Let's get it done. Nice save. Crucio. Okay, one moment. I need to. But yes, like that.
Losing instinct. Bombarder.
That was unimpressive.
Defender. Confringo.
Go well for you.
Come on.
Coming back this way. Potato. Confringo.
That was pitiful.
Bombarder. Defender.
What a shame for you.
What?
Confringo.
Crucio.
Bombarder. Protego. Defender. Confringo. Bombarder.
I won't rest.
Confringo.
I don't think you know who you're dealing with.
Crucio. Yes. Ooh, nice save.
I will be.
Bombarder. Look out! Another troll! This one's worse than the last two! Stop him!
Confringo!
Crucio. Confringo.
Now, Professor Fig, aren't you going to lead some for the rest?
We couldn't be happier to see you, Professor Sharp.
I shall obey.
Imperial.
What? Ah shit, I should have actually used the Protego. Ah shit. What? Did I press Q? What? Please. Please, you annoying little shit.
Time to move. We're in the thick of it now.
We'll show these beasts who's in charge. Your timing couldn't be better, Professor Heckard.
Thank you, Professor.
How nice of you.
Ah shit, I forgot.
Imperial. Bombarder. A miss.
More of Ranrock's damn loyalists.
Protego.
will lead us to victory! This doesn't hurt. What's the point of this distraction? Finish me! I will make you. If only Ranrock were here to...
Look out!
Shit.
Another troll! This one's worse than the last two! Stop him! Imperio! Less human to worry about.
Why? Now, Professor, big, aren't you going to leave some for the rest of us?
We couldn't be happier to see you, Professor Sharp.
Protego! Imperial!
Ow.
Expulso!
Okay. Now that troll died. not. Get out.
That's our way forward.
Damn. What is the headmaster in all of this? Okay.
Quickly!
Okay. It's not a bad game. If this is the end...
We made it.
I'm relieved we got here before Ranrock.
I can't believe this is it. The repository has been under the castle for hundreds of years.
Think of all the... Miriam believed this. She did not see what the keep. You are now the keeper of whatever. What do you intend to do with it?
I have decided to open the repository. Its power cannot lie dormant for centuries more.
After everything you've seen?
Isadora knew she had a remarkable power to help people. I intend to use my ability to finish her work. Build upon it.
But this could go wrong.
I also know the promise, Professor.
This is literally the last... Ranrock is here.
Arrogance of wizard kind. Goblins built this repository. It belongs to us.
Enough, Ranrock. It was never yours.
I've been wanting to play with this.
Wait, what?
James wand.
If she'd simply handed over the container, all of this could have been avoided.
Wait, are you telling me that he killed his wife?
Self-important witch. Seems you were two of a kind. She didn't know when to give up either.
Wait, what? It became a dragon. It became a fucking dragon, really? Yeah, okay, I understand the anger. Good. So yeah, apparently it wouldn't matter what choice you take.
It's feeding off the power from the repository.
Your beautiful magic is no match for mine, child!
Those traces of magic are somehow protecting the dragon. I need to break its connection to those traces of magic. Defender, Confringo. I need to break its connection to those traces of magic. Protego. Stupefy. Bombard.
Okay, let me try something. Okay.
Trick.
Okay, so it's three stages.
Protect yourself again. Not for long. Confringo, Protego. Bombarda.
There seems to be some fight in you after all. No matter. I shall rid you of it. Come closer, young creature.
You can't stop me. Bombarda, Confringo, Protego, Stupefy, Depulso. Send two swings of power.
Ah, shit. Shit. The good thing is it's the final fight.
Come closer, young creature. No matter. I shall rid you of it.
You can't stop me. Depulso. Two swings of power. Defender. Ha! Don't like that very much, do you? Brother, Confringo.
What? What? Please. Like, we're in the final battle. The final stretch.
Come closer, young creature.
You can't stop me.
I shall rid you of it.
Defender! Ha! Don't like that very much, do you? Confringo! Defender! Protect!
What? Oh, come on! I pressed Q! I pressed Q! Come on!
Stupid! You can't stop me!
Come on. I know for a fact I can do it, otherwise it wouldn't allow me to even be here.
Come.
Okay, the Imperio is useless for me right now, so I can take that out. What? Come on, yeah, die.
You can't stop me! Protego! Deposit!
Okay, thank you for killing me. Because it's time for another break.
In the world's poorest countries, around 1 in 4 children are engaged in child labour.
The world's biggest food company, Nestle. The Nestle company.
Nestle.
Nestle collects
Nestle, this Nestle what?
a year from springs in Southern California.
Would you agree with me that your product should not be used where there is impure water?
They are taking the water that should not be owned by anybody.
Using indentured servants in parts of Asia, of using child slave labor in parts of Africa. They've been trying to steal water everywhere from Brazil to Flint, Michigan. When it comes to corporations operating without any regard to human health and safety, the Nestle Corporation
Nestle is
really
the most
seems to be
evil.
in a league all of its own. What's going on with this company?
Nestle is the largest food and beverage corporation in the entire
Sadly.
world. They own over 2,000 different brands and sell chocolate, cereal, coffee, baby food, water, ice cream, and so much more. In fact, it would be difficult to go shopping and not buy something that's owned by Nestle. And yet, the company is accused of some truly horrific things, including child slavery, killing babies, exploiting the poor, claiming water shouldn't be a human right, and countless other scandals.
Wait, what?
So,
Water
what's
shouldn't
the
be a
truth?
human right?
And if Nestle really is this evil, how are they getting away with it? This video is a journey into the dark world of Nestle, a look behind the curtain at one of the most controversial companies ever. But to understand the story of Nestle, we first need to go back to the man who started it all.
Yeah, who started it? Now that's actually interesting.
The story of Nestlé begins with the birth of a boy in Frankfurt in 1814. Henry Nestlé was the 11th of 14 children and was born into a family of glaziers, where the trade of cutting and fitting glass had been passed down from father to son for many generations. However, as Henry got older, he became fascinated with chemistry and decided he wanted to become a pharmacist instead of going into the family trade, which caused a bit of a rift between him and his dad. But Henry was determined to follow his own path, and at 15, he began working as a pharmacist's apprentice before later leaving his hometown in Germany to go and live in Switzerland, where he worked on concocting medicines and chemical experiments. It was here in Switzerland that Henry would start one of the biggest corporations in the
Nestlé
world.
Corporation.
In fact, to this day, Vevey in Switzerland remains the headquarters of Nestlé. But it wasn't until much later in his life that Henry started Nestlé. Before his big break, Henry tried all kinds of different entrepreneurial ideas. Like, he started producing and selling liqueurs, vinegars, rum, lemonade, and even fertilizers. But none of his business ideas ever seemed to take off. It wasn't until Henry was in his 50s that he finally had his big breakthrough. It all began when Henry read a report that infant mortality had become extremely high because many women couldn't breastfeed their children, or their children were allergic to the milk. Henry realized this massive problem was also a big opportunity. There was clearly a major need for an artificial alternative to breastfeeding that could save countless babies' lives. And thus, Henry began to study all the existing information about breast milk and conduct a series of experiments in his lab with various different ingredients. But saving children's lives wasn't the only thing that pushed Henry day and night to find a breast milk substitute. His own tragedy also played a part, as Henry's wife had had many health issues of her own and thus was unable to give birth. So as a way to channel her maternal instincts, she became extremely concerned about other people's babies and pushed Henry to create a breast milk substitute that could save lives. And by 1867, he'd succeeded. Henry had created one of the first ever baby formulas, essentially a formulated mixture of cow's milk, flour, and sugar, which could be a substitute to natural breast milk. Henry then created a company called Nestlé to begin selling it. And so you see, Nestlé began with such great intentions. A humble guy creating a life-saving product for babies who couldn't breastfeed naturally. Unfortunately, this isn't a heartwarming success story. If anything, this is a horror movie. You see, whilst baby food was the product that started Nestlé's dominance, it was also the product that would later destroy lives and create an international scandal. And as Nestlé grew into a giant conglomerate, they became shrouded in all kinds of dark controversies. But we'll get to that. At first, Henry's new baby formula was a big success. Orders were coming in so quickly that Henry had to open up a factory to keep up with the demand. He couldn't believe it. Everything was happening so fast and money was pouring in.
Okay, so
with
let's
the huge
count
success
how
of
many.
his first product, Henry then partnered with a Swiss chocolatier to create another new product. And in 1875, they created the first chocolate milk. In the space of just a couple of years, Henry went from being a small, unknown pharmacist in Switzerland to one of the richest men in the country. And Nestlé was growing more and more every month. But in a way, it was all a bit too much for Henry, who was entering the final stages of his life and wanted to relax and spend more time with his wife. And so, a few years later, Henry decided to retire and sell his company. And this is where things get really interesting. You see, the new owners who took over Nestlé had big plans to expand the company. And in 1905, they merged with a rival business who sold similar products called Anglo-Swiss. And together, they became known as the Nestlé Group. By pooling all their resources together instead of competing, it allowed them to more easily dominate the market and expand their product lines. By the 1920s, Nestlé was creating new chocolates and different beverages. And by 1938, they'd created the first mass-market coffee. Their timing was great, as instant coffee helped keep soldiers awake during the Second World War, and thus it became included in all emergency rations of every US soldier. As well as creating new products, the Nestlé Group quite often just acquired other companies they saw potential in, or that they thought could be serious competition. And so, as the years went by, Nestlé's list of products grew and grew, and so did their wealth and power. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough for them.
No, they wanted global domination.
A plan was being hatched. A plan that would make millions of dollars, but risk millions of lives. When Henry Nestle first created his baby formula back in 1867, the whole idea was a supplement to help mothers who couldn't breastfeed their children, certainly not to try and replace breast milk altogether. And the reason for that is studies have shown that natural breast milk is healthier than any formula. Natural breast milk is widely recommended by the World Health Organization, American Medical Association,
by
UNICEF,
everyone,
and countless others. So for a while, baby formula was sold simply as an alternative for those who needed it. But in the 1970s, roughly 100 years after the company first began, sales seemed to be slowing down, and Nestle started to get greedy. They wondered, why if we could sell this baby formula to all mothers, not just those who actually need it? You see, despite all the other products Nestle had launched, baby formula was still one of Nestle's biggest moneymakers, and that's because it
now
has
it's
very
actually
high
time
profit
for the thing.
So imagine how much
the
more money
Nestle
they could
nurses.
make if they could expand their market to all mothers. So Nestle began a campaign to undermine breast milk and aggressively advertise their baby formula as being superior, manipulating mothers into believing Nestle's formula was a necessity for the health of their babies and that it would be better for their child than breastfeeding. When in reality, the evidence was the opposite. Nestle's formula was vastly inferior to natural milk, as it lacked many of the nutrients that helped babies fight off disease and keep them healthy. By encouraging mothers to switch when they didn't need to, it was putting their babies at a higher risk of infection and malnutrition. In order to make sure mothers believed this information though, Nestle began paying off doctors and hospitals to peddle their formula by asking them to tell mothers it was better than breastfeeding. Nestle then ramped this up further in
that's
Africa
actually
and Asia,
evil.
where they would hire
That's
saleswomen
purely
to
evil.
dress up like nurses and convince mothers to give up breastfeeding and use their formula instead. These saleswomen were paid on commission, meaning the more formula they sold, the more money they made, thus encouraging them to sell the formula very aggressively, which they did. These saleswomen, posing as genuine nurses, would walk the halls of maternity wards or even visit mothers at their homes unannounced and sell them on Nestle's baby formula. And it gets much worse. Nestle got these fake nurses to hand out free samples of their formula to mothers. Except they gave them just enough samples that by the time the samples ran out, the mothers would have stopped producing milk naturally and thus had no choice but to pay for Nestle's expensive product.
That's
to keep
actually
their child
purely
alive.
evil and
This
genius.
proved to be very successful and profitable for Nestle, and so they expanded this plan to many other locations, but especially developing nations, where many of the women weren't educated enough to know the information they were being fed wasn't true. After all, if a woman who appears to be a qualified nurse is telling you that your baby needs this product, you're just gonna believe them. Of course, the consequences were fatal. It's estimated millions of babies died or were made severely deficient in essential nutrients because of this. The worst impact was in third world countries where there was no access to clean water. The big problem was that the baby formula had to be mixed with water, and yet Nestle was convincing people they needed to use this baby formula in places where clean water was in very short supply. So the formula was getting mixed with water that was polluted and contaminated, thus making the babies ill. To make matters even worse, because many of these women couldn't afford to keep buying the baby formula that their babies now depended on, they instead diluted it with even more water, which meant that the babies didn't get enough of the nutrients they needed from the formula, leading to malnutrition. It didn't help that the instructions on the packaging were in English, which most of the mothers in these countries couldn't read. So they didn't even realize that by diluting it so much, they were starving their children. This also meant many of them didn't know they needed to boil the water first to prevent bacteria making their baby sick. For a while, Nestle did nothing about any of this and seemed to be
until a
getting away
lawsuit
with it all.
came.
But then in 1974, a publication entitled The Baby Killer specifically called out the serious consequences of aggressively pushing baby formula in these countries. Nestle was listed for its involvement in creating a need that didn't exist before, then convincing consumers the product was necessary, and then getting them hooked on it, all whilst completely ignoring the tragic consequences. When this was translated into German by Swiss campaigners, it was given the very blunt title, Nestle Kills Babies, which led to Nestle taking legal action against them. But it was all too late.
Do you know how I know about
created
this?
An international scandal
Do
for
you know how I
Nestle,
know about
and
this
boycotts were
situation, about the baby killer of Nestle? It's because I actually did a thesis on it for my degree. On the psychological effects this could actually have on the babies and the mothers as well. Like, I used Nestle's marketing, how Nestle pushed the baby formula out to every single mother as a thesis for my psychology degree, for my PhD in psychology. It was
launched
accepted.
against them in numerous countries. Despite this, the company remained quiet on the issue.
Boy.
However, they couldn't run from this. In 1978, Nestle executives were brought before the US Senate for questioning about the impact of Nestle's formula milk on all of these sick or dying infants. And soon after, new regulations were introduced by the World Health Organization that said companies couldn't compare breast milk with formula milk alternatives in their ads. Whilst this helped in well-regulated countries, in much of Southeast Asia
Disclaimer:
and the
this stream
Pacific,
is for mature
the regulations
audiences.
and laws were
If you
not so
suffer
well
from Asher's
enforced,
syndrome
meaning
or any
Nestle
similar
doubled down on their
syndromes, you've been
marketing in many of
warned.
these
This is
underdeveloped
content for
countries
those
with less
that are not
restrictions.
faint of heart and
massively.
can actually
Their sales
take a joke.
continued to increase.
Watch under your
Meanwhile,
own
back
discretion.
in places like the
I'm
US,
not
where
liable
sales
to any
stalled,
psychological
Nestle tried
or
to
physical
change their
damages
tarnished
that may
image and
occur to
promote
you with
breast
this.
milk
You've been
by
warned
using some
thrice.
very bizarre ads featuring something called the Super Babies. The idea was to try and distance themselves from the negative media attention they'd received by making out like they'd totally changed. Despite the fact they were still using the same exploitative tactics to push their formula in countries where they could still get away with it. Even as recently as 2018, a report by Save the Children found the health of millions of vulnerable children were being put at risk because of the aggressive marketing tactics used by Nestle and several other giant corporations. And yet, despite all of the extremely serious problems their tactics have caused, I'm sorry to say that when it comes to Nestle's dark past, we're only just getting started.
It was real. The baby murder was real. The water crisis.
In 2005, the Nestle CEO implied that having access to water wasn't a basic human right.
Das Wasser zu einem öffentlichen Recht erklärt wird.
Okay, one moment.
Das heißt, als Mensch sollten Sie einfach Recht haben, Wasser zu haben.
Moment mal.
Das Wasser zu einem öffentlichen Recht erklärt wird. Das heißt, als Mensch sollten Sie einfach Recht haben, Wasser zu haben. Das ist die eine Extremlösung.
No, it's not. It's fucking human decency.
Ja?
After the media criticized him for this, he later backtracked. But to see how he really feels, we can simply look at Nestle's actions when it comes to water. For example, in Pakistan in 2013, Nestle began diverting clean drinking water away from villages and towns and then began bottling it in their factories and selling it back to the same people they took the water from, but at a much higher price. The big issue is that Nestle had taken so much water that thousands were forced to drink dirty sludge water instead because these people couldn't afford to buy the expensive bottled water, which, remember, was theirs to begin with. Nestle's strategy was essentially to deprive people of a necessity like clean water.
Okay, essentially what Nestle is doing is looking at every country and sees what is the main supply. Like, what is the main decency to have? What is humanly right to have? If they see water in any country, we're gonna take it for theirs. And we're gonna sell it to you in a 10 times markup. Why? Because it's Nestle. They say, fuck you, we're greedy as fuck, that's why.
And then supply them an expensive alternative. Since Nestle arrived in the country, there are claims they have sucked the land dry and caused water levels to sink hundreds of feet. And it's not just in developing countries where Nestle does this. For example, in America,
it does
when California
everywhere.
was suffering from droughts,
Everywhere.
many companies moved their operations out of the state, but not Nestle. In the midst of this very serious water shortage, Nestle Waters continued to pump 705 million gallons of fresh water from California's national parks, draining some of the state's remaining water resources to sell back to Californians. And when asked about this, the Nestle Waters CEO said that if he could bottle more of California's water for profit during the drought, he would. Likewise in Michigan, it was reported Nestle pumps 747 liters of fresh water every minute out of the state's reserves, and that Nestle pays only $200 to take 130 million gallons of Michigan's water.
Only 200 USD? Do you even know how much a bottle of water costs? Oh, I know. A 6-pack costs not the most expensive one, the cheapest one. The cheapest 6-pack you can get will cost you €1.19. So let's divide. Calc. Let's divide. Let me make it smaller. 119. 19 divided by 6. Rounded about 20 cents per bottle. Now the most expensive one is the Nestle here in Germany, and it costs you for a 6-pack 3.9 euros. Divide that by 6, and you pay 65 cents per bottle. And that's 1 liter. That's just 1 liter.
After Nestle caused a drastic reduction in the state's water levels, a judge eventually ordered Nestle to stop its operations due to the ecological harm they were causing. Whilst it's perhaps not widely known, the reality is Nestle has the largest bottled water operation in the world and owns over 50 brands of bottled water. So Nestle are actually incentivized to target places with limited clean water available from their own natural resources, because if they buy up lots of the natural water supplies and create a shortage, it creates massive demand. If you've seen Mad Max Fury Road, you may remember the guy who's holding all the water, and that's not too dissimilar from Nestle's approach. But perhaps where Nestle got a lot of their inspiration was the classic British show Only Fools and Horses. In one episode, the characters decide to sell bottled water by claiming it came from a natural spring, when really it just came straight out of the tap. Now, this show was a comedy, but Nestle decided to basically do that in real life. Nestle is simply bottled up water that comes from the exact same municipal supplies as tap water and advertised it as coming from Clear Mountain Springs, thus allowing them to add a huge markup to the price. When, in fact, they can buy a tank of this water for $10, use it to fill thousands of plastic bottles, and resell this glorified tap water for an estimated $50,000.
Oh boy.
Before we get to the next chapter, can we all just agree that traditional education is broken? Memorizing a textbook for an exam or listening to someone lecture you for hours is not the most effective way to learn intelligence. Is that Nestle has been found to use forced labor and even child slavery on the farms where the cocoa beans are harvested. And for a while, this cheap exploitative labor went mostly unnoticed, leading to low costs and high profits.
Surprise you.
And in the year 2000, a report came out that said Nestle was guilty of buying blood chocolates, and that Nestle was fully aware that enslaved children were working on their plantations.
And it was done on purpose.
This was also true for many of the big chocolate companies. So in the year 2000, Nestle, Cadbury, and Mars all promised to make their chocolate slave-free by 2005.
Okay, here is the thing though. Here is the thing. Mars and Twix did do that. Nestle did not.
Except they didn't. The years flew by, and they kept missing all the deadlines they set. In fact, in 2005, the International Labour Rights Fund filed a lawsuit against Nestle and other chocolate manufacturing companies on behalf of 3 Malian children, alleging the children were trafficked to the Ivory Coast, forced into slavery, and frequently beaten on the chocolate plantation. Nestle's response to incidents like this was always the same. They said it was impossible to keep track of everything going on these plantations, but they vowed to try and improve the situation.
It's not impossible.
But
it's
then
improbable.
a few more years passed, and it seemed like nothing had really changed. In 2010,
it's improbable. Okay, because how many plantations does Nestle have? Like 20 million of them? It's impossible that they would actually have on every plantation someone to keep a track of it. Like there is not enough humans for it in this world. And yeah, you could make the argument with cameras and shit like that, yeah. Which is why I said it's improbable that they would do it. Because of the fact that they could install cameras, they could install systems like that, security systems, and they won't do it. Why? Because but sweet gas, even if it's from blood, Nestle will actually enjoy it because profits are 500% in that. Because they pay those slaves like what? 20 cents per hour? 20 cents on the penny or some shit like that? Yeah, of course they're not gonna do it. It is why I said improbable.
documentary called The Dark Side of Chocolate brought attention to the media about how children were being stolen away from their homes and families and being forced to work on plantations for very little or no money at all. Then an investigation in 2020 discovered that children as young as 8 were picking coffee on the farms of one of Nestle's suppliers. It was reported children worked 7 days a week, carrying sacks that weighed twice their weight and got paid around $1 an hour for their work. However, once again, Nestle denied knowledge of this and said they tried to fix it. And to be fair,
you did
this
not.
is a complex issue that
you did not try to fix it. Don't lie to me.
Certainly not limited just to Nestle. But what does seem clear is Nestle have known about these labor problems for decades, and with their billions of dollars, they could surely have done a lot more if they really wanted to.
Yes, they could. They just don't want to, because time is money, and slave labor is actually very cheap to get. They don't want to. Also, they enjoy the tax deduction benefit, thanks to that.
The only time they seemed to show signs of action against these brutal working conditions was when they were getting negative press. And there's another example of this with what happened in Ethiopia. In 2002, Nestle was demanding $6 million from the government of Ethiopia, one of the poorest countries on the planet. The conflict dated back to the 1970s, when a military regime in Ethiopia seized all the assets of foreign companies and nationalized them. And then many years after this, one of those companies that had had its assets seized was acquired by Nestle, who were now demanding compensation. Now remember, this was a business that was nationalized under a different government 27 years ago, and a business which Nestle didn't even own at the time. But still, to be fair to Nestle here, technically they were entitled to claim compensation. But here's the issue. At the time they were making this demand for $6 million, Ethiopia was facing an extreme famine that threatened the lives of 15 million people. The country was in extreme poverty, with many citizens making less than $100 a year. That $6 million could help provide clean water to millions of Ethiopians. It could quite literally save lives. But despite being aware of this, and despite the fact Nestle made around $65 billion in sales that same year, Nestle initially refused to let Ethiopia off the hook, and persistently demanded the money. Even though $6 million was nothing to Nestle, they said it was the principle of the matter that was important. However,
yet you did not even own the fucking company until 27 years later. Fuck's sake.
Once the media picked the story up and people started threatening to boycott Nestle, they immediately did a U-turn and settled the debt for $1.5 million instead and vowed to reinvest it into the country's economy. But it seems pretty clear if it wasn't for the potential PR nightmare, they had no intention of backing down.
Of course they didn't.
And if you thought Nestle's controversies ended there,
no, they didn't.
In 2012, the Competition Bureau raided the offices of Nestle to investigate price fixing, claiming Nestle was making deals with other chocolate companies to ensure they all kept their prices equally high so they didn't undercut each other and give customers a better deal. Nestle denied any collusion, but eventually settled for a $9 million settlement the following year. Ordinarily, this might be quite a big controversy.
It is.
In the context of everything else they've been accused of,
but
it doesn't even seem
if you take into context the fact that they are stealing clean water from third world countries, the fact that they are buying blood chocolate, the fact that they had baby murderer, making deals to undercut prices and stay on the competitive edge, that's the list of them. That's the list of them.
Bad comparatively. And to be honest, we could go on for a while listing allegations against the company, like the legal dispute that claimed dog food produced by Nestle Purina Pet Care resulted in serious illness and death of thousands of dogs.
This is not allegation, this is a proven fact. This is a proven fact. Animal doctors actually researched it and found out that 75% of animals that have ingested Nestle produce dog treats or cat treats or whatever is made for animals have died. It's not speculation.
Or we could talk about Nestle's terrible pollution stats. Here's the thing. Because of all these scandals Nestle have been involved in, many people have tried to boycott Nestle products. But the company is so vast that it's incredibly difficult because there's just so
It's actually impossible due to how many products they own.
Many different products they sell. They have reach in almost every country with products in so many different categories. When you buy food, water, or even cosmetics, without realizing it, you may be buying from a Nestle brand.
Yep.
Which is probably why, despite all of these controversies, Nestle has continued to grow and make more acquisitions to become even more powerful. And to be fair, I'm sure there are many people working at Nestle who just want to make good products in a perfectly ethical way. The issue is that when Henry Nestle founded the company, he was solving a very genuine problem. But unfortunately, as
the fact that he died solving the problem and left it to some greedy assholes is the problem. Because here's the thing. Say, example, I have a company that sells baby clothing, and baby clothing is not accessible in my country. I solved the baby clothing problem, okay? I solved the market problem. But say 30 years down the line, I died, okay? 30 years down the line, I died. And without my knowledge, someone has been appointed into that CEO position. Like in my will, I didn't specify who would be the next CEO. I had no children, no nothing. So I have no one to leave it to in my will. I had to leave it to the chairman committee, and they put someone greedy. Yeah. Then you'll have scandals like forced child labor, undercut prices, paying 37 cents for 20 trillion kilograms, as an example, as big of an exasperation as that is, for wool. And everything done locally, yet my company is then going to sell it at 20 times the markup. Yeah, of course you're going to have scandals. Even if you are starting with good intentions, there is a saying. Either die as a hero or live long enough to be seen as a villain. Nestle is the analogy on that. Nestle fits perfectly into that analogy. Because they started with heroic intentions to solve the baby food problem and lived long enough to become a villain.
As Nestle grew, their business model later started creating problems instead, so they could sell you the solution. Of course, when you've been around for hundreds of years and owned so many brands, I guess some scandals are kind of inevitable. Just ask Coca-Cola. To see the disturbing history of Coke, just click right here.
Oh yeah. Don't get me started on Coca-Cola. Okay, let's finish this bloody game. Dead.
You can't stop me. Protego.
Really?
Confringo. Defender. Don't like that very much, do you?
Shit.
You can't stop me. Don't like that very much, do you? Bombarda. Crucible. Protego. Defender.
pressed it. Come on, I pressed it. Really? You're gonna annoy me that much? What is it with this delay?
You can't stop me.
Don't like that very much, do you?
Confringo. Defendo. Confringo.
Oh, come on. No. I almost had it. Almost had it.
You can't stop me. Protego. Depulso. Terrible for power. Levioso. Confringo. Defendo. Protego. Crucible. Bombarda.
Bombarda! Confringo! Confringo! Bombarda! Crucible!
What? What? No! No, not accepted. Not accepted. Not accepted.
I shall rid you of it! You can't stop me!
Shit.
Don't like that very much, do you?
Okay, the Imperial will not work on him.
Defender, Confringo. Confringo. Bombarda. Stupid. Leviosa. Confringo. Defender. Crucible. Confringo. Defender.
No. Yes.
Confringo. Leviosa.
No. Oh, fuck you, game. This is a giant fuck you to me, isn't it? You want me to abandon the quest and collect it? What?
I shall rid you of it. You can't stop me. Potato. Depulso. Power. Confringo.
You don't like that very much, do you?
Bombarda. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda. Crucible.
Okay, I forgot. This attack is not local. What? So I cannot actually take that attack. Fuck you. If I have to abandon quest to buy potions, then I will. Bet your ass I will.
You can't stop me. Protego. Depulso. Don't like that very much, do you? Confringo. Bombarda.
Shit.
Stupid.
Dude, what the fuck? I pressed it. I pressed Y. Oh boy. Let's go. One last time before I abandon quest, save and buy potions.
I shall rid you of it.
You can't stop me. Capulso. Don't like that very much, do you? Cruising. Bombarda. Confringo. Protego. Stupid. Confringo. Bombarda. Levioso. Depulso.
Dude, I swear I pressed it.
Bombard. Cruising. Defender. Bombard. Levioso. Confringo. Defender. Bombarda.
Game, what the fuck?
Cruising. Confringo. Protego. Bombarda.
Come on. Okay, time to quest abandon. Time to abandon quest. And buy potions. Yeah, this is the last fight. Yeah, we'll come back to this one. Yes. Okay, let's focus on now saying S. Inventory, let's check. The answer is not enough. Map. Hogsmeade. Yes, let's go to Pippin's Potions. Buy as many potions as possible. Of course, sell the clothes that we don't need.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Let's buy potions.
Come on in. Healing potions are a speciality here, should you need any.
Yes, I do need.
I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Yes,
why,
I need
decision.
I need the Thunder Brew. There is a reason I'm buying it. I can abuse it later. I can abuse it later. World map. Yeah, this is the quest that will actually give us the Avada Kedavra. Now, do I need to be level 28? Is the question.
I wonder if I'm safe to explore in there.
Yeah, most likely needed.
Sebastian has gone too far. You saw what lies in the catacomb. I cannot.
Okay, one sec. Let's learn the Avada Kedavra.
Wait, Anne, please.
Ominous. He was willing to put the whole hamlet and himself in danger on the chance that some old relic could help to heal me. I'm sorry, Ominous. Make sure he's all right, will you?
I'm glad you're here.
I received your owl.
Inside the catacomb.
Ominous.
This is what I had to
You
do.
did agree.
For the moment. I'm
Yes.
going back into the The place is crawling.
In theory. What are you talking about?
You'll see.
It's,
Sebastian must not be in his right mind.
it's in theory when I need fire. A lot of fire.
Last time we were here, this place was crawling with spiders.
We're about to face worse. Let's find Sebastian quick.
Accio! Where was Sebastian when you and Am found him?
Just ahead. In the great room.
Confringo! Defender! Bombarda!
Crucio.
Confringo!
Leviosa!
Defender! Confringo! Protego! Bombarda!
Hey, Fringo!
Confringo!
Get done.
Accio!
There weren't this many in theory before.
And there's no sign of Sebastian.
Confringo! Bombarda. Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo. Confringo. Defendo.
Okay, Stems of the Dead.
Hold on a moment. I was so worried about Sebastian I didn't even realize. Anne's gone to get Solomon. When she first saw the Inferi, she thought
The carvings on the relic were Inferi, and Sebastian somehow created them.
Not exactly. He's controlling them. When Anne said...
Solomon threatened to go...
I need to get up. Be careful.
How many Inferi are there?
Confringo. Defendo. Confringo. Potato. Confringo. Defendo. Crucible. Confringo. Bombarda.
Okay, let's get to Sebastian.
Accio. Guardian Leviosa.
Yeah, I'm unable to.
Accio. Guardian Leviosa.
There's Sebastian.
Isn't this incredible?
Sebastian.
Oh boy, yeah,
Told
it's
you,
time for
the
Avada
relic is the
Kedavra.
answer. I've been trying to reverse the dark magic that injured Anne, but this will allow me to control it. Just as I can control the Inferi.
Control? I had to fight the Inferi all the way.
What have the two of you done? Accio Relic!
The relic!
The relic was controlling them.
You'll pay for this!
The two of you have gone too far! I'm ending this now!
Crucible. Confringo. Defender. Bombarda. Confringo.
Incendiary!
Defender. Confringo.
Sorry, you let me down.
You're supposed to protect us.
I am protecting you, you foolish boy! Confringo!
Confringo! Protego! Confringo!
Now you
Defender! Protego! Confringo!
Glacius!
Stupid! Defender! Crucial! Bombarder! Confringo! Protego!
Sorry, it had to be done.
Bombarder! Crucial! Confringo! Stupid one! Confringo!
Now you've gone too far.
Crucial! Defender! Confringo! Bombarder! Confringo!
Sorry, it had to be done.
Confringo! Potato! Mr. Sallow! Stop! Bombarder! Confringo!
Now you've gone too far.
Potato! Stupid one! Confringo! Defender! Bombarder! Confringo! Potato! Crucial! Confringo! Defender! Bombarder!
Okay.
Confringo! Defender!
Done. Solomon is down.
She cannot be healed, Sebastian. You must stop.
I won't let her suffer. Avada Kedavra!
Oh, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Oh. Yeah, that's the end of a story.
No!
You've made your choice.
Oh.
Anne. What have you done? I must get out of here.
Oh boy.
I can't let him leave. Sebastian, wait! Stop, Sebastian. Hold on.
Oh boy. Yeah, are we going to kill Sebastian? Is that what you're telling me?
What is it?
Why wouldn't you stop? I was calling after you.
Anne won't survive this. She's withering away, inside and out. Solomon's never been there for us. Not really. He gave up on Anne. I'll never give up on her. You saw him, didn't you? He was going to ruin her life. He attacked us. I had to use the killing curse. You know I did. If I hadn't known how to cast it...
Everyone should know that curse.
You did attack us. You had no choice. It was brave, Sebastian. You clearly care more about Anne than your uncle ever did.
I knew you'd understand. I did do the right thing.
You did. I would have done the same.
If I knew.
If I knew how.
I could teach you.
Now is not the time, or yes, sure.
No time like the present.
The killing curse won't be easy to master. As with all unforgivables.
You have to mean it.
You have to mean it. Hold your wand steady. Focus. The incantation is...
Avada Kedavra. Okay,
your intention must be clear.
Let's learn it. Unlocked. The AK has been unlocked.
I can't stay here. I need to find Ominous.
Sebastian.
Please, I'm not myself right now. Let's meet later at the Undercroft, all right?
Okay. Oh boy. So, get rid of the Imperio.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Get rid of the Imperio, because it's the most useless one of the three. Out of both three unforgivables, the Imperio is the least useful one. I want to get specific potion and as many of them as possible. Okay, map. Go to the room of requirements. I wanna get as many potions on my ass as possible. Okay. And it's skin for that. It's irrelevant. Okay, as long as it's brewing, time for me to actually watch the Coca-Cola scandal.
Coca-Cola spend endless billions on advertising every year, but will never once try to sell you on their products. They sell an idea, happiness, harmony, togetherness. But some would say it's a distraction from the disturbing truth. There are a lot of serious accusations against the company, that they've caused disease, droughts, exploitation, and much, much worse. So buckle up. We're going on a journey through Coke's incredible history, spanning 3 different centuries. We'll be examining how Coca-Cola really became one of the most recognized brands ever, and at what cost. Because one thing is for sure, you don't build an empire selling sugar water by telling people the truth.
Yeah, I need focus potions.
King-size Coca-Cola gives you that refreshing new feeling.
There's nothing like ice-cold Coca-Cola.
Back in the 1880s, there was a bit of a backlash against doctors, and people started using home remedies instead. And a bunch of deceitful entrepreneurs pounced on this opportunity and started creating potions and elixirs that they claimed had a wide variety of medical benefits. The truth was that they were mostly dangerous, ineffective concoctions of various different chemicals. But with no regulation, they could claim whatever health benefits they wanted, so business was booming. One popular patent medicine was called Vin Mariani, which contained a mix of wine and cocaine that supposedly cured almost any ailment or sickness whatsoever, as long as you drank 3 glasses every day. And one person who absolutely loved this drink was a man named John Pemberton, a war veteran who had been severely injured in battle. The doctors had actually thought he was going to die and dosed him up on morphine to try and mask the pain for his final few hours. But John somehow survived. However, he did develop a serious morphine addiction, which is why when he discovered Vin Mariani, he became hooked on the drink. He thought it was helping him overcome his morphine addiction, and of course after drinking it, he really did feel better. But that's not because it was medicinal, it's because it contained wine and cocaine.
Of course, and I wish more companies had cocaine on their drinks.
He decided to create his own version, and in 1884 he launched French Wine Coca, which was basically a rip-off of Vin Mariani with a couple more ingredients added. And yet, this knockoff drink would soon become Coca-Cola. Now, to be fair to Pemberton, he wasn't some snake oil salesman trying to deliberately rip people off. He really believed in his products. However, Pemberton's timing was terrible. Just a year later, Prohibition hits, with many states banning alcohol. Pemberton had to take the wine out of his drink and replace it with carbonated water. But this left the drink tasting very bitter, so he added a huge amount of sugar to counteract that.
Yeah, like a shit ton.
Now that the wine was removed, he could continue selling French Wine Coca. But they needed a new name. Luckily, Pemberton's bookkeeper, Frank Robinson, came up with a catchy sounding suggestion, Coca-Cola. Now, the company would later claim that the name doesn't mean anything, and it's just a nice sounding alliteration. Of course, this isn't true. The name was a reference to the drink's 2 main ingredients, the cola nut, which contained caffeine, and the coca leaf, which contained cocaine. To this day, Coca-Cola deny their formula has ever contained cocaine, despite the fact it's extremely well documented it contained the coca leaf, which contains cocaine. Eventually, by 1929, they would find a way to remove all the active cocaine from the coca leaves, once it became clear that cocaine wasn't quite the magical medicine they'd first thought. But back in the 1880s, nobody was worried about the cocaine in the drink.
Yeah, they were getting
now
high.
that the wine had been removed, Coca-Cola could continue being sold. The only problem is not many people were buying it. Pemberton was still trying to sell people on the medicinal aspect of the drink. Early ads for Coca-Cola described it as a harmless, wonderful brain tonic that relieves headaches and upset stomachs. But sales were slow, because there were countless other patent medicines offering the same thing. So Coke didn't really stand out.
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from Asperger's syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke.
The tragedy is,
watch under your own discretion.
No idea that
I'm not liable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this.
Planets.
You've been warned thrice.
Okay, it's time for me to end this game. Like, end it, and then go to the side objectives.
Right before Pemberton died, he sold the company for $2,300 to an ambitious workaholic named Asa Candler. Candler then began buying out any outstanding shares owned by other people, so he could have the company fully under his control. Later investigations would find that Candler may not have really bought all those shares, as some of the documents contained forged signatures. We may never know exactly what happened, because Candler then had the early records of the company burned, most likely to cover his tracks. But all that was irrelevant, because by the 1890s, Asa Candler was fully in charge of Coca-Cola. But remember, the drink wasn't actually that popular at first. So Candler started filling the town with Coke-branded banners, billboards, and placards. They even painted the logo on barns and basically plastered the Coca-Cola logo on anything they could, so people started seeing the logo everywhere they went.
If they don't now,
one of Coke's first strokes of marketing genius was to contact every pharmacy in the area, get a list of their top customers, and send them a free coupon for Coca-Cola. The logic was that by giving people a free trial, they'd become customers for life, especially since the drink contained several addictive chemicals.
Were you able to reach Professor
However,
Weasley?
it soon became clear that advertising Coca-Cola as a medicine was the wrong strategy. Rather than just market to people who were ill, they could market it to everyone by simply positioning it as a tasty, relaxing drink that anyone could enjoy. This had the added benefit of disassociating Coca-Cola from the patent medicine industry, which would soon face a lot of scrutiny once people realized that most of their claims were complete lies. Coca-Cola's mass marketing strategy was a huge hit. As the sales started to grow rapidly, Candler reinvested more and more money into advertising, and even started paying movie stars and athletes to endorse the drink. Coca-Cola's success is about creating such a positive, wholesome image in people's minds of what the drink represents. And what better way to do that than pay popular celebrities to recommend the drink? They even started heavily featuring Santa Claus in their ads at Christmas, always holding a Coke to make the connection in young kids' minds between Coca-Cola and the joy of Christmas. Of course, none of this marketing may sound particularly special, but at the time, it was. Coca-Cola pioneered many marketing strategies that soon became commonplace. For example, sex sells may be an advertising cliche these days. Very few mainstream companies exploited this as much as Coke did with their use of Coca-Cola girls, attractive women who always had a Coke in hand. Coke even created a statistical department to analyze car traffic and movement in supermarkets, so they could determine the most effective places to put their ads. And as new technology was introduced, from radios to TV, Coke was always ready to throw money into advertising on these new mediums to ensure everyone everywhere knew about its products. Initially though, Coke was mostly sold in soda fountains. This allowed Coke to save huge amounts of money because they simply had to distribute the syrup, and then it would be mixed with carbonated water by whoever was selling it. So the shipping and distribution cost for Coke were much lower. But then one day, two lawyers named Benjamin and Joseph came to Asa Candler with an idea. Let's bottle it. Candler thought this was a really dumb idea. Bottling was very expensive and complex. But Benjamin and Joseph said they would take on all the cost of this themselves. So Candler agreed and signed a contract granting them full bottling rights to Coca-Cola for just a nominal fee of $1.
Okay, yeah, it seems like kills.
In the unlikely scenario that this bottling idea actually went well, it simply meant he would sell lots more of the Coke syrup. Of course, as we now know, bottled Coke was an unimaginably huge success. Customers loved bottled Coke. So at first, this was great for Candler. It meant the bottlers were buying loads and loads of Coke syrup from him, and this was a great revenue stream.
Oh, come on, I pressed control.
There's one very major problem. Because Candler hadn't believed that Coke would work, he put almost no thought into the contract he signed. So there was no time frame set on the deal, and no mention about changing the price as the cost to produce the Coke syrup increased. What this meant is that Asa Candler had given the bottlers a never-ending contract to supply Coke syrup at the same low price, no matter how much the cost of the raw ingredients went up.
Right now?
This would lead to multiple lawsuits between Coke and its bottlers. Over the next few decades, the Coca-Cola company would end up paying countless millions of dollars to buy back some of the rights that Candler had sold away for just $1. But back in the early 1900s, this wasn't a worry for Candler, because sales of Coca-Cola were higher than ever, and growing every year. Of course, this wasn't really because of the product. There were countless very similar drinks out there. And remember, Coca-Cola was a knockoff of another drink anyway. The reason for the rapid growth was marketing. Every single year, Coca-Cola spent more and more money on advertising. Every single year, sales of Coca-Cola grew. However, arguably Coca-Cola's biggest successes of all came from a pretty surprising source. Once the Second World War broke out, it was announced sugar would be rationed. However, Coca-Cola made the absurd claim that they should be exempt from the sugar rationing because Coke was an essential wartime product. And even more absurdly, the government agreed. This was largely because Coca-Cola spent huge amounts of money on lobbying the government. Coke funded countless studies to try and convince the government of Coke's benefits, and that they claimed that Coke would keep up morale and provide an energy boost for soldiers. Eventually, the US government agreed to appoint a Coca-Cola executive.
Come on, I pressed it.
Who then gave Coca-Cola an exemption from sugar rationing, whilst every other company had to reduce the quantities of sugar they used during the war. And Coca-Cola didn't stop there. Coke's president promised, we will see that every man in uniform gets a bottle of Coca-Cola for 5 cents, wherever he is and whatever it costs our company. Now, by selling at this low price, Coca-Cola would lose money on each drink sold. And yet, this decision was absolutely genius. Firstly, in the eyes of the public, especially soldiers, it created a strong connection between Coke and the war effort, and helped Coke gain huge public support and goodwill. In the minds of millions of Americans, Coke and patriotism became connected. Coke seized upon this opportunity to run new wartime ads showing soldiers holding Coke bottles. Not just that, behind the scenes, Coke had made a deal with the government about getting money back to outside Coca-Cola bottling plants overseas. They claimed it would spread American influence and boost soldier morale. But what it really meant is the taxpayer was helping to fund Coke's international expansion. During the war, 64 Coke bottling plants were set up around the world on different continents, mostly funded by the government. In fact, the technicians who installed Coca-Cola plants during the war were deemed just as vital as the people who were fixing tanks and planes. And because Coke was now accessible to soldiers wherever they were in the world, they started sharing the drink with the locals, adding Coke's expansion into even more new countries. As soldiers were so thankful for Coke sending them a taste of home during the hell of war, they became the drink's biggest advocates. The US military basically became a Coca-Cola sales force, introducing new people to Coke wherever they went. So, whilst the war had a devastating impact on most companies and people, Coca-Cola were expanding faster than ever all over the globe. As of today, there's only 2 countries in the world that don't sell Coke, Cuba and North Korea. And the deals Coke made during the war were largely responsible for Coke's rapid global expansion across the planet. There's just one tiny little problem with this heartwarming idea of Coca-Cola as a patriotic company looking out for American soldiers. Which is that during the war, the Coca-Cola company was supplying Nazi Germany with Coke as well. Yep. Whilst in the US, Coke were preaching about supporting the troops, in Germany, they were busy trying to disassociate themselves from anything American, and often showed the Coke logo alongside swastikas. Coke was even distributed at Hitler Youth rallies and advertised on Nazi educational pamphlets. Coca-Cola was literally playing both sides. After all, Germany was a huge market. However, as the war progressed, restrictions were introduced that cut off the supply from many close to Germany. For most multinational corporations, this meant they couldn't sell their products to Germans anymore. But the head of Coke's biggest bottling operation in Germany, Emmanuel Metcalfe, had an idea to counteract these restrictions. He got local chemists to create a new drink that was vaguely similar to Coke, but rather than being made with the Coke syrup, which could no longer be imported, it was instead made from the leftover scraps from other food produce, like apple fiber. This new drink would later be named Fanta. And since so many other drinks had been banned because of the war, Fanta became a huge hit in Nazi Germany. Some sources even suggest that Kaif used forced labor from concentration camps to help produce it. What we know for sure is that at the end of the war,
you can bet your ass with
Fanta drink all went back to the Coca-Cola headquarters, and Max was given a promotion in the Coca-Cola company. And by 1955, Coke was selling Fanta in many different countries around the world. Of course, like so much of their history, Coke tried to distance themselves as to what really happened.
Thank you, Professor.
However, Coca-Cola would never have been able to expand across the world so rapidly if they didn't have a team of polyglots who could speak multiple languages. Which brings us to our video sponsor, Lingoda, the world's biggest online language school, offering courses in English, French, German and Spanish. Whether you're looking to travel the world and be able to speak to the locals, or whether you're wanting to do business in another country, learning a language is an extremely useful and interesting skill. But with Lingoda, you don't have to waste time commuting to class. There are online lessons taking place 24/7, so you can attend whenever it's convenient, but still get the experience of learning from certified native level teachers. Another thing I really like about Lingoda is we offer a 2-month-long intensive language course called the Sprint Challenge. And if you complete the challenge by attending all the lessons you sign up for, then you can get up to 100% cashback. So, if you want to reach new heights in your target language, then Lingoda is perfect to keep you motivated and committed to your goal. Join now with my link in the description below and get €20 or $25 off your deposit. Let's get back to the story. Coke will try to tell you that their biggest secret
what is it with this delay, man?
was hidden in a high-security vault for dramatic effect.
What is it with this delay
that secret? It's
on the final mission?
Of course, Coca-Cola's success has very little to do with the formula. You could create a clone product, but you're never
there is a
going to be able
massive
to compete
delay
with
on the
them.
final
Let's
mission.
look at why. One day, a teacher at a new school suggested to the headmaster they had some healthier choices to the school vending machines, like some fruit juices. She was horrified when she was told it wouldn't be possible because the school had an exclusive contract with Coca-Cola.
Of course
Coke paid
they
the school
did.
$3,000 a year, or
Professor
around $1 per student, in order to dictate which product the school sold. It turns out, contracts like this had been struck with countless different schools as part of Coke's cradle-to-grave strategy. Basically, the best way to make someone a Coke customer for life is to ensure they drink it at the earliest age possible. One Coke marketing chief pointed out that it's far easier to get them at a young, vulnerable age to become a Coke customer for life.
What is it with here?
Later on, when they're older. In some of the contracts,
fucking delays.
schools could even earn additional money by selling more Coca-Cola to their kids. And since many schools are underfunded and in desperate need of money, they would sell Coke's products to their children. This is just one of many ways Coke have managed to circumvent the rules about advertising to children. Another way is that Coke has produced countless collector's items, including Barbie dolls, playing cards, board games, delivery trucks,
Really, you're
and other
joking,
toys
right?
that they claim are for adults. Then, of course, there's all the Christmas ads, deliberately tying Santa and Coca-Cola together in the minds of impressionable children. In 1982, Coke even bought Columbia Pictures so they could easily integrate product placement into their films. Although they later sold the film studio and decided just to pay other companies for Coke product placement instead. But product placement in family films is a clever loophole that allows them to circumvent rules about targeting children. And it works. Research has shown that even for babies, Coke is one of the most recognized brands in the world.
Look out!
But back in the 80s, a problem was emerging for Coke. More and more data was piling up about the negative health effects Coke was having. There'd always been concerns about Coke rotting your teeth, but new data was showing the serious effects Coke was having on obesity, diabetes, and a string of other health issues. For example, one study of children found that even just one extra sugary soft drink a day gave them a 60% greater chance of becoming overweight. Another showed that if babies are exposed to a high intake of sugar, they will be conditioned to depend on sugar for the rest of their lives. For a brand that is built upon its image of wholesomeness, it was a major setback being so directly connected to such a wide variety of health problems, especially since Coke was actively pursuing a strategy of offering bigger and bigger portion sizes of its drink. It also didn't help that the drink contained caffeine. Coca-Cola claimed that this was purely for taste purposes, but in blind taste tests, people couldn't tell the difference with a non-caffeinated version. This left some people wondering why Coke continued to add this addictive caffeine to drink being sold so much at kids. However, the soda industry had come to a similar realization that the tobacco industry had come to. It's easy to cast doubt on the science and debate on policies. Because you could always just operate with more research is needed. the scenes, Coke was pouring hundreds of thousands of dollars into studies.
Dude! I'm actually trying to concentrate.
Coke also spent endless millions of dollars on lobbying state officials against sugar taxes and stronger dietary guidelines.
I'm trying to concentrate. This is the last mission of the game.
To certain politicians' campaigns in favor of special treatment for Coke. They also continue to throw billions of dollars into sponsoring athletes and major sporting events to try and create the illusion of a connection between performance
and MC. This is the last mission of the game. After that, we're gonna continue watching the Coca-Cola downfall.
That the annual drug test is today. Would you just so happen to take a puff of your 1 liter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents? Drug war. But then, you find out that the only ones being called in for testing are your black
Yeah, this is the last mission. I was missing the Avada Kedavra.
Try and post about it on your Facebook.
I got the Avada
but then all your
Kedavra.
friends start arguing about what's right and what's wrong. Flame war. You finally get
I got
home
the
and
AK
you decide
first.
to relax by watching a program about who gets the box, what's in the box, how much is what's in the box worth. The one! Quick storage wars.
I wanna check something though.
What I am telling you, my Nazi army of 1,000 vampires, is that I am a purveyor of war. And with your help over the years...
Yeah, this is the last mission. I know for a fact I need to change out the Imperio, because the Imperio is useless on the last mission.
No class wars, no drug wars.
Like on the last section of the mission, which is this one, it is actually useless.
You fought for 40 years. But I want is a war that only we can bring. A true war.
Okay, come on.
German war. The sequel you've all been waiting for. I want World War III!
I want ultimate power. Shut up and let me do it. Yeah, you can't do it. Fuck me.
Under the castle for hundreds of years.
Okay, yeah, skip that because we already sent it. Skip that. Because we've already seen that. Okay.
I better not miss a damn thing.
It's feeding off the power from the repository.
Your beautiful magic is no match for mine, child!
Potato! Stupefy! My spells are having no effect on the dragon. Those traces of magic will somehow protect the dragon. Trick.
Are you telling me that the Avada Kedavra is useless here? Game, is that what you are telling me?
You've protected yourself again. Not for long.
Yes, you can say it may be useless. Shit. useless. It's useless on the final turn. Yeah, it's a useless spell here. It's not insta-kill. Okay. Considering it's not instant kill, let me take it out.
You can't stop me.
I'm one hit away and you're actually whining about it.
Don't like that very much, do you? Crucial.
Dead. Well, the good thing is we didn't lose anything. This is the last mission, man. This is the last fight of the game for the main story.
You can't stop me.
Come on, do one more. Fine.
Potato. Depulsor. Two switches of power. Confringo. Don't like that very much, do you? Bombarder.
Yeah, I forgot.
Levioso.
What? Did they program a delay on by default? If they did, that would be fucking awful.
You can't stop me.
Okay, the Avada Kedavra does not work here, so get the AK. The Crucio potentially works. Oh, yeah.
Don't like that very much, do you? Crucial. Confringo.
Confringo.
What?
Descendo. Levioso. Confringo. Defendo. Bombarda. Confringo. Protego. Bombarda.
Okay, last stage.
Stop! You have no idea what you're doing!
How long are you going to keep up this?
Okay, this is the last stage. Literally last stage of the game. We got the AK, which is useless here.
You can't run forever, Ranrock.
Give up now, and I might ensure that your death is swift.
There's nowhere to hide now, Ranrock. Protego. Levioso. Now, are you, Ranrock? Confringo! Bombarda! Confringo! Protego!
What?
Levioso. Cabalso. Descendo. Accio.
Oof, rip. And it's a level 30 enemy. Oh boy, yeah, this is the last stage. Nothing else remains. Ah shit, I forgot.
Levioso. Confringo. Depulso. Not so powerful now. Are you, Ranrock?
Shit.
Avada Kedavra.
Yeah, it's useless. The AK curse is useless here. You just saw it. Like, unless I go really close, the Unforgivable will do Jack Diddley. It's a really short range.
There's nowhere to hide now, Ranrock. Potato! Leviosa! Bombarda!
Not so powerful now, are you, Ranrock?
Good. Please. Yeah, this is the last fight, literally.
There's nowhere to hide now, Ranrock. Potato! Leviosa!
Come on!
Bombarda!
Not so powerful now, are you, Ranrock?
Potato! Stupid! Defender! Confringo!
earlier. Are you mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you? You mad, Ray? You mad?
You're not mad. Do it with mad. Don't
Am I mad? Yes.
He always treats you so nicely. The father said he always wanted a son. Well, I'm a guy, so why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do?
Have you tried not completely failing at life? Or you could always try laughing at your problems. Everyone does.
I'm kind of sensing that you don't really like me that much.
You're seeing how it's going.
Now would be the time I tell you to suck it.
Like, shove and what?
Through my life, I have discovered so many
I'm dying.
forms of war.
Because there is an ingrained delay.
Would you see a rich CEO who works half as hard as you do drive down the street in his Porsche? Find out if the annual drug test is today. Would you just so happen to take a puff of your one hitter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents?
Shit.
Find out if the only thing already testing are your black Hispanic programs.
Yeah, the Abracadabra is useless, man. Ooh, nice. The AK is useless.
You finally get home and you decide to relax by watching a program about who gets the box, what's in the box, how much is what's in the box burn. Storage vaults. What I'm telling you, my Nazi army of 1,000 vampires, is that I am a purveyor of war.
Good.
With your help over the years, we are now at the precipice of our true goal. You see, I want a simple war. No class wars, no drug wars, no race wars, no flame wars, and certainly no cold wars. You fought for 40 years. What I want is a war that only we can bring.
No!
A true
What the fuck?
war.
Game, what the fuck?
The sequel you've all been waiting for! I want
About fucking time. Nice.
Miss a damn thing.
No! Fuck! Oh boy. Dude, say whatever you want, but I enjoy this fight, even if I'm getting my ass kicked. I'm enjoying it, even if I'm getting my ass kicked. On the last stage. I'm enjoying myself.
There's nowhere to hide now, man.
What?
Protego.
Yeah.
Leviosa. Bombada. Depulso. Not so powerful now. Ranrock.
Yes, you saw they do nothing. The Unforgivables do nothing. I need the glasses. Oh shit. Yeah, kill me. Thank you very much. Now, the reason why I wanted him to kill me is so that I can restart it. So, from the beginning, I'm gonna put glasses on, Arresto momentum also doesn't work. Glacius does though, for some godly reason. So, Glacius and free curses. Crucio doesn't work either, so yeah. It would be fun if I could just, you know, Avada Kedavra but dragon, goblin, whatever it is. But yeah, time for an ad break. Time for video break.
Coca-Cola. However, Coke could sense they could only stall for so long before the science became too undeniable to dispute, so they began expanding into other drinks. For example, a bottled water brand called Dasani. However, this immediately backfired when it launched in the UK, as it was quickly discovered that this expensive bottled water had essentially just come out of a local tap. Now, Coke tried to defend itself by explaining they run the water through some kind of purification process.
No, you don't.
But this just made things worse, because it turns out they'd accidentally added a bad batch of minerals that contaminated the water. As a result, over 500,000 bottles in circulation had to be withdrawn from shops over safety fears. In other words, Coke's attempt to produce a healthy drink had ended up with them being accused of selling expensive, contaminated tap water. However, this wasn't the worst of Coke's contamination problems. In 1999, in Belgium, children started becoming ill after drinking Coca-Cola, eventually leading to the recall of all Coke products. France also reported more than 100 people sick from bad Coke and temporarily banned their products as well. The company was very slow to respond to any of these issues and was accused of not taking the problem seriously enough. Then in India, Coke was accused of contaminating the groundwater with wastewater. Coke actually admitted they had a wastewater issue, but insisted they'd fix the problem. However, later independent tests still found traces of toxic sludge produced at Coca-Cola's Indian plants, which reportedly has made the land barren, killed local animals that drank it, and destroyed the livelihoods of local farmers. The Center for Science and Environment in New Delhi also announced it found pesticide in both Coke and Pepsi, that if consumed over a long enough period, could cause cancer, birth defects, and severe disruption to the immune system. One woman from a local village told journalists, "Before this company came, our lives were comfortable and beautiful. After the company came, within 6 months, the taste of the water changed." Another said, "When we bathe, our heads swim, it pains, and we scratch all over." And Coke's environmental record continued to get worse. You see, the company also ranked down plants in several drought-plagued areas. Officials have blamed Coke for a dramatic decline in available water. This problem was particularly bad in parts of Mexico.
Okay, yeah, I cannot.
In 2006,
Got it.
Mexico's president was a man who'd formerly been the head of Coca-Cola Mexico. The president started giving his former company favorable treatment after getting elected. And during his presidency, he gave Coca-Cola 27 water concessions, which many claim allowed Coke to own water and even steal water owned by indigenous people. One local resident claimed, "There used to be a lot of water here. Now there is a scarcity. They are not paying anything and they are just taking our water away." During this presidency, Coke's sales increased 50% and became the most popular drink in the country. Critics claim this is yet another example of Coke benefiting from shady deals with politicians. Of course, Coca-Cola has always had to acquire vast quantities of natural resources in order to succeed. In fact, it's the largest sugar buyer in the world. However, as the 90s arrived, Coke began to face yet more negative publicity. For example, in Mexico City, one shopkeeper said she was told her deliveries of Coke would stop unless she removed an alternative cola from her store. Meanwhile, in Brazil, Coke trialled a new type of vending machine that would increase the price of Coke depending on how hot it was outside.
What?
Also, to further boost sales figures and trick investors, Coke engaged in channel stuffing, forcing distributors to buy more syrup than they needed at the end of quarters to make Coke's profits look better than they really were. However, the backlash against Coke reached its peak when in 2004, a campaign was launched to stop Coke. The Coca-Cola company was responsible for the murder of union members who worked at the bottling plants in Colombia. Now, Coke deny this and the exact truth remains unclear. But what we do know is that since 1989, countless unionized workers employed at the Coca-Cola bottling plants in Colombia have been killed and many more received death threats. In fact, in 2001, the International Labour Rights Fund filed a lawsuit against Coca-Cola bottlers, claiming they'd openly engaged in death squads to intimidate, torture, kidnap, and even murder union officials in Latin America. A few years later, another lawsuit was brought about by Guatemalan workers, alleging that they and their families at the cocoa bottling plant had been victims of violence after the workers decided to join unions. They wanted to join a union because some workers were earning just $15 per day for 15-hour shifts. However, again, there were allegations of kidnap, torture, and murder of union leaders and their family members. Now, Coca-Cola argued that the Guatemalan plant is independently owned. Coke had absolutely no knowledge of these incidents. And genuinely may be telling the truth there. We don't know if they actually colluded or knew about the violence, or if they just indirectly benefited. But either way, unions have been decimated by the attacks and threats. And in parts of Latin America, Coke has been referred to as the sparkle. What we do know for sure is that the deeper you look into Coke's past, the more you chip away at their wholesome nature trying to present. For example, Asa Candler, the entrepreneur who incorporated the Coca-Cola Company and had a pivotal role in popularizing the drink, once said, the most beautiful sight that we see is the child of ladies. The younger the boy began work, the more beautiful.
No.
However, before we all get the pitchforks out, I think it's important to acknowledge that if you look at any giant company with such a long history, you're probably going to find some ethical disasters in their past. That's not an excuse, but a reminder that business is brutal. Many of the same criticisms of Coke also apply to many of their competitors. And of course, Coke has done plenty of good for the world too. We can't come to conclusions from just one side of the story. It's never black and white. What's ironic though, is that some of the worst press Coca-Cola has ever received was nothing to do with any of these moral or legal issues.
What's fucking
Coke's biggest backlash of all came from changing the taste of their drink. All Coke bottling plants were set up around the world on different continents, mostly funded by the government. In fact, the technicians who installed Coca-Cola plants during the war believed it just as vital as the people who were fixing tanks and planes. And because Coke was now accessible to soldiers wherever they were in the world, they started sharing the drink with the locals, helping Coke's expansion into even more new countries. As soldiers were so thankful for Coke sending them a taste of home during the hell of war, they became the drink's biggest advocates. The US military basically became a Coca-Cola sales force, introducing new people to Coke wherever they went. So, whilst the war had a devastating impact on both companies and people, Coca-Cola expanded faster than ever all over the globe. As of today, there's only 2 countries in the world that don't sell Coke, Cuba and North Korea. And the deals Coke made during the war were largely responsible for Coke's rapid global expansion across the planet. Now, there's just one tiny little problem with this.
One moment. Let me actually try and get it. Try and beat it before the ad, before continuing the ad. Something that does damage. Depend, right? Yeah, that's
Bombarda. Depulso. Not so powerful now. Arch Ragnarok. Propender. Defender. Bombarda. Confringo. Propender.
Shit. Okay, come on. Show them to me.
Levioso.
No.
Depulso.
No! Why? Why am I dying? If I have to change the difficulty, I won't. I won't change the difficulty.
There's nowhere to hide now, Randolph.
Okay. I need to try something closer. What?
Levioso. so powerful now. Are you Ragnarok? Confringo. Places. Bombardo. Defender. Places. Levioso. Repulsor. Descender. Places. Confringo. Defender. Bombarder.
No! Come on! You've got to be joking. You've got to be joking, man.
There's nowhere to hide now.
Okay, Glacius does nothing. So fire with fire, so even more fire. But I forgot.
Levioso. Bombarder.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Not so powerful now. Are you Ranrock? Defender. Incendio. Bombarder.
Yeah, good fact. Like this is the last time I'm trying this before I actually do the quests. Like this, some to gain a bit more level.
Levioso. Depulsor. Descender.
No! Man, I saved that.
So I'm sorry about earlier. Are you mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you? Mad, Ray? You mad?
Bug's an asshole.
He always treats you so nicely. I've heard that father said he always wanted a son. And well, I'm a guy. So why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do?
Well, have you tried not completely failing at life? Or you could always try laughing at your problems, as everyone else does.
I'm kind of sensing that you don't really like me that much.
Take it this way. If I had a dick, now would be the time I tell you to suck it.
So my life, I got so many Get into your shitty car.
So I'm sorry about earlier. You mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you? Mad, Ray? You mad?
Not mad, but do a bit mad.
What do you think of my shadow? He always treats you so nicely. My father said he always wanted a son. Well, I'm a guy. So why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do? I'm kind of sensing that you don't really like me that much.
Take it this way. If I had a dick, now would be the time I tell you to suck it.
You finally get home, and you decide to relax by watching the program about
So I'm sorry about earlier. You mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you? Mad, Ray? You mad?
Not mad, but do a bit mad.
What do you think of my father? He always treats you so nicely. I've heard that father said he always wanted a son. And well, I'm a guy. So why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do?
Well, have you tried not completely failing at life? Or you could always try laughing at your problems. Everyone else does.
I'm kind of sensing that you don't really like me that much.
Take it this way. If I had a dick, now would be the time I tell you to suck it.
better not miss a damn thing.
Very busy clouds, all three.
Oh, come on!
So I believe our force running quite literally slow descender.
God, it's sorry about earlier. You mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you? You mad, Ray? You mad?
Of course, it's a dragon.
Say, Ray, what do you think of my father?
Apparently, you don't know what "don't talk to me" means.
He always treats you so nicely.
Of course, it's a dragon. How
I heard
could I
that father
forget?
said he always wanted a son. And well, I'm a guy.
That's debatable.
So why does he care about me? What does he
Yeah,
want me to do?
Have you tried not completely failing at life? Or you could always try laughing at your problems. Everyone else does.
I'm kind of sensing that you don't really like me that much.
Take it this way. If I had a dick, now would be the time I tell you to suck it.
But Avada Kedavra does not work, man. I tried. Ah, shit. Sometimes.
Not so powerful now.
Okay.
Are you, Ranrock?
Back. Dude, I have no potions on me. Literally nada. No. Okay, get back. No, no. Ah. Yeah. A dragon can be killed by a no, not it can. No, it can't. No, it can't. Look at this. Normally, yes, but look at this. Yeah, like I need level 30. I need to be level 30, man. And no, I didn't. I actually did try it.
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from Asperger's syndrome or
Okay,
any
it needs
similar
to load.
syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually
Like,
take
I
a
know
joke.
I can do it.
Watch under your own discretion.
Dude, I saw that.
I'm not liable to any psychological or physical
I saw that,
damages
MC.
that will occur to you with this.
I
You've
know
been
I
warned
can do it
thrice.
because I brought him almost to death last time. Like half an hour ago, I had him to almost death. No, it's the bloody fire that's killing me. Dude, I know I can kill enemies far more superior to me. Up to level 30 because I did it when I got the Avada Kedavra curse. Solomon was level 30. So I know I can do it. Nah.
Defender. Descender.
Not so powerful now. Are you, Ranrock?
Glaciers. Defender.
Come on, I pressed it. Hey, man. Oh, come on. No! Dude, I know I can do it. I know I can do it. I know I can kill him. The killing curse just does not work. Not on this dragon. Just to show you. Oh, come on. Great times up to this point. Like, I've been here for the last half an hour.
So I'm sorry about earlier. You mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you? You mad, Ray? You mad? Say, Ray, what do you think of my father? He always treats you so nicely. Heard the father said he always wanted a son. And well, I'm a guy. So why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do?
Well, have you tried not completely failing at life? Or you could always try laughing at problems.
I'm kind of sensing that you don't really like me that much.
Take it this way. If I had a dick, now would be the time I told you to sex.
Would you see a rich CEO who works half as hard as you do, drive down the street in his Porsche? Plus, I contest is today. Would you just so happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents?
She told you, AK does not work here. The AK does not work. Not here.
Then you try and post about it on your Facebook.
And it does not have anything to do with levels. It's just what it slots from for this.
Flame war. You finally get home and you decide to relax by watching a program about who gets the box, what's in the box, how much is what's in the box worth. Storage wars. What I am telling you, my Nazi army of 1,000 vampires, is that I am a purveyor of
I'm sorry about earlier. You mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. Mad, aren't you? You mad, Ray? You mad?
Cover unit! Circle around the monster and make yourself stagers. Burning butterflies. Take battalion. Resume up part of the support distance. What does he want me to do? Continue causing as much collateral damage to the city as possible without actually hitting the target. Delta team, take your pants off and start prancing around like ballerinas.
I'm sorry.
Not a clue. Still just
Are you doing this on purpose?
So, do you always say hello to people?
This isn't what it looks like!
Oh, well, that's
Nice weather we've been having! Well, this is awkward.
You get off me?
Ah! Yes, ma'am! So wait, does this mean I just got laid? Awesome! What's that polite thing Mother told me to say after sleeping with a girl? So does bitch want to make me a sandwich? Ray?
Sorry.
Wonder what she means by that.
So does bitch want to make me a sandwich?
Are you doing this on purpose, man? Okay, what is it?
Okay, I got this. Copper unit, circle around the monster, making yourself look dangerous with threatening butterflies. Tank battalion, pursue bombardment from fort distance like the pussy war. Air support, continue causing as much collateral damage as possible without actually hitting the target. Delta team, take your pants off and start prancing around like ballerinas. Nauticus, ineffective. Well,
Dude, are you doing this on purpose?
When your leader's acting like it up. This isn't what it looks like!
You don't have any calculations. I calculate.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
They're trying now, but I just saved the command.
Into us with a long rod expected to penetrate our barriers. With that deep hole bored into us, we'll be exposed right from behind
Oh,
against
this
this
is
massive
awkward.
loadout.
Would you get off me?
Ah! Yes, ma'am!
Yes, ma'am.
Slash him.
Let them finish first, then I'm gonna
So
redo them.
wait, does this mean I just got laid?
Sure, why not?
Awesome! Now, what's that polite thing Father told me to say after sleeping with a girl? So does bitch want to make me a sandwich? Right?
Not so powerful now. On Ranrock. Confringo. Bombada.
What the fuck was that? Like literally, what the fuck was that? What? Dude, I was pressing that. No, I'm not gonna give up. Like, this is hard enough as is, man. It's hard enough as is. Having you distracting me makes it super hard.
I'm sorry, were you talking about Shinji or the actual dildo?
You know what? Forget it.
Think he was
Here,
starting to
take
menstruate
these.
again.
Just
How could I
ask
menstruate
Shinji
if I
to
have
give
a
it to Ray
penis?
tomorrow.
That's a good
I don't
fucking
think he
question.
has the courage to take the initiative.
Not his virginity, the card. What else could I possibly need?
Yeah. Having the commands on top of it is
So, do
making
you
it
always say
extra
hello to
hard.
pushing people down?
This isn't what it looks like!
Oh, well, that's good. Because to me, it looks like I'm naked. You're lying on top of me with what appears to be an erection. My underwear is scattered everywhere, and you've just reached second base. Have I missed anything? You could have tried buying me dinner before trying to have a rape with me, or at least start with some small talk.
Oh, okay. So, nice weather we've been having.
That was a joke. You do have
Incendio.
Well, this is awkward.
Would you get off me?
Ah! Yes, ma'am!
Not so powerful
So
now.
wait, does that mean I just got laid? Awesome! Now, what's that polite thing Father told me to say after sleeping with a girl?
Because
So does
it's
bitch
on
want to
medium,
make me a
that's why.
sandwich?
And I'm like level
Right?
28.
Just realized
Wonder what you
I
mean
don't
by
have
that.
level 30
So does
gear.
bitch want to make me a sandwich?
My gear is underpowered for this. I made this as hard as possible for me. Dead.
Levioso. Descendo.
Oh, because I resumed it, that's why. I had the commands paused.
Confringo. Incendio.
Dude, I'm pressing it. First of all, why is it so hard? I'm underpowered, like my gear is level 26. And there is some technical issues with the game. One of them is the timings. Like even if you get it right, there may be times that it actually fucks you over a bit. Like, just be thankful I don't redo the entire thing. The entire thing takes like half an hour at most to get to here.
Levioso. Defender. Bombarder. Confringo.
No, fuck, fire.
Descender. Not so powerful now. Arctic Ranrock. Defender. Confringo. Bombarder.
Dude, I was pressing that. I did press it.
Levioso. Depulso. Descendo. Accio.
Come on!
It cannot be happening! You will die!
This is hard enough with 0.5 second delay with the inclinations are. The things, what's called, the indications. Yeah, that's another thing.
Bombarder. Descender. Not so powerful now. Arctic Ranrock. Defender. Confringo. Bombarder.
Where are you going to put it? Show me. No! Fuck! No, I know I can do it. My neck. Yeah, no, I know I can do it, so... Fire.
Levioso. Bombarder. Descender. Not so powerful now. Arctic Ranrock.
Come on. you're just teasing me. Okay, now the game is actually fucking with me. Yeah, the game is fucking with me. The game is fucking with me genuinely right now. No, I'm not going to stop it. I'm going to finish this. Fire.
Levioso. Incendio. Bombarda.
Oh, come on.
Levioso.
Now I fucked it up massively.
Descender. Not so powerful now. Are you, Ranrock?
Dead.
Repulso. Descend.
Fuck. Yeah, it's fucking me up. It's fucking me up.
There's nowhere to hide now.
What?
Protego. Levioso. Defender. Bomba. Repulso. Descender. Not so powerful now. Are you, Ranrock?
Dead. Fucking fire. Really? I'm pressing Y. I'm pressing Y. I'm pressing Y. Like, if I have to show you, I'll show you.
There's nowhere to hide now, Ranrock. Protego. Levioso.
Yes, Flipendo is useless, Arresto Momentum was useless, this one maybe. This one is actually useful.
Repulso. Not so powerful now. Are you, Ranrock?
Dead. It was fire. I wasn't expecting fire. Wherever it go.
Defender. Confringo.
Here, come on. Come on. Okay. 1 second. Let me check the controllers. The controls for the controller. Maybe it's a keyboard to mouse to keyboard versus controller issue.
There's nowhere to hide now, Ranrock.
Okay.
Revelio.
No.
Protego.
Okay. Got Okay, but kinda need to do the dodging thing. Okay, I kind of need to do the dodging thing. Yeah. Let me actually use the controller for it. I wanna check something. First of all, fire. Will BRB. Yeah, I'm gonna use a controller for it. I wanna check something.
There's nowhere to hide now, Ranrock. Defender.
Okay, now let's pack it. Kill me. Like kill me. I'll use the controls on mouse and keyboard. I wanna check the controls. I wanna genuinely check the controls. Like, what is the latency of that shit?
There's no way.
Okay, settings. Controller, controls. Mouse and keyboard, yes. Yes. Accessibility. The menu reader camera sec. 0. Dead zone cursor. Global quality. Monitor, yes. Upscale sharpness. 0%. Uncapped. FOV. Plus 20. Grain on, yes. Okay, on normal. This is on normal. Okay. Okay.
Ranrock.
Gracias. Wait.
Protego. Levioso. Defender. Descender. Not so powerful now. Are you Ranrock?
That's me.
Confringo. Glacius.
Thank you for killing me, because I do need to die for it.
Confringo. Depulso. Not so powerful now. Are you Ranrock?
Okay, so it's time to run the bullshit. come on, I pressed it.
Bombarder. Glacius. Confringo. Levioso. Descendo. Repulso.
No! Ah, shit. Let's try and do this one by one. Like, this is a fervor when I got.
This cannot be happening. You will die.
This ends here, Ranrock. Depulso.
Think you can stop me?
Levioso. Accio. Potato. Stupid. Defender.
Beboro.
Bombarder. Defender.
Mi so.
This is for Professor Fig.
No shit. The good thing is, it's after the fourth stage. It's the final stage. Thank God. Almost done.
This cannot be happening. You will die.
forgot. Come on. The good thing is it's almost the last battle. Like, it is the last battle, but it's the last part of it. That's a good thing. Like, that's a really good thing.
This cannot be happening. You will die.
This ends here, Ranrock.
You think you can stop me?
Leviosa. Descendo. Depulso. Confringo.
We'll never wreck this hell with me. Never.
I forgot. Fucking forgot. Q dodge, got it.
This cannot be happening. You will die.
This ends here, Ranrock.
You think you can stop me?
Protego. Depulso.
Almost done, man.
So I'm sorry about earlier. Mad? I feel like you're a bit mad. Mad, aren't you? Mad, Ray? You mad? Say, Ray, what do you think of my father?
Don't talk to me.
He always treats you so nicely. I've heard that father said he always wanted a son. And well, I'm a guy. So why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do?
Or you could always try laughing at problems.
I'm kind of sensitive that you don't really like me that much.
Take it this way. If I had a dick, now would be the time for me to decide.
In his watch. Would you just so happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple nights ago for dinner with your wife's awful parents?
God, it's great!
Post about it on your Facebook. It's an all your friends start arguing about what's
So I'm sorry about it. So I'm sorry about earlier. So I'm sorry about her.
Come on, man.
I feel like you're a bit mad. You're mad, aren't you? You mad, Ray? You mad?
I'm not mad. You're the
Very busy planning storage vaults.
Say, Ray, what do you think of my father? He always treats you so nicely. I've heard that father said he always wanted a son. And well, I'm a guy.
That's debatable.
So why doesn't he care about me? What does he want me to do?
Almost done.
Have you tried not completely failing at life? Or you could always try laughing
Almost
at
done.
problems.
My neck is killing me,
I'm
bro.
kind of sensing that you don't really like.
No class wars, no drug wars,
My neck is
no
killing me,
race
bro.
wars, no flame wars, and certainly no cold wars. Blue bought for 40 years. But I want is a war that only we can bring. A true war. A German war. The sequel you've all been waiting for. I want you all.
Ends here, right?
Let me get the potions.
I better not miss a damn thing.
I almost missed Vatkin. No. No. Down. You think this is having good luck in Star Wars and The Witcher? What? What the fuck happened? Sorry about that. Dude, this game just came out and it has climb controls. If you think it's gonna be all willy-willy from the start, then you're wrong.
This is for Professor Fig.
Nice. No! Will I clutch it? Will I be able to clutch this? Dude, if I am able to clutch it... Yes, 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 yes.
Defender, good finger.
No! No! No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you, man. Dude, with some normal difficulty and I'm with underpowered gear. Recommended level is 30 for this mission. This mission is level 30 recommended.
Ends here, Ranrock. Depulso.
Stop me!
Dude, this is already underpowered as is. Ah, man. I know I can do it. Okay, potions, because I'm going to need them. Let's get the potions. Good, it's only 2 of them. I'm just going to use one thing. Ah, fuck. Dude, I know I can do it. I know I can do it. I know I can do it. Give me team viewer access until I don't have it, man. I don't have team viewer.
This ends here, Ranrock.
Also no.
Levioso. Capulso.
Where is the last vial? What? Oh, I didn't get it yet. Come on, don't fuck up with me. Are you telling me that the latency is really that bad? Dude, it's not even a hardware issue, it's a game issue. It's not hardware, man, or skill, it's hardware, it's game based. It's the game. No, it's a fucking goblin. And the Avada Kedavra does not work. Yeah, exactly. The Avada Kedavra does not work. This is a goblin dragon. Yeah, it's gonna be a pain. What? Okay, let me check if there is any more vials. Yeah, it's a goblin dragon, man.
This is for Professor Fig.
Okay, I'm about to slip your trip. Dude, I'm almost done, Almost done. Done. One last. No! Dude, I only had one quick time event. One quick time event and I was done. One quick time event away from actually killing it.
This cannot be happening.
DPS. Genomen. Waar is hij genomen? Oh. That's the time. It's 10 o'clock.
We'll die!
Ends here, Ranrock.
You think you can stop me?
I know I can.
Defendo.
We'll never write this power from me!
you, Miriam.
I did it. I mean, finally.
Professor Eleazar Fig. I dare say he was a beloved professor to many of you, certainly a long-standing colleague to his peers. A famed adventurer and seeker of knowledge, he built a reputation charging into the unknown, brazenly disregarding both discretion and safety. Providing perhaps a rather unfortunate
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from Asher's syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion. I'm not viable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
Professor Fig represented the best of all of us. He could be deviously clever, possessed a brilliantly inquisitive mind, and was the most loyal of friends. But perhaps it was his remarkable courage, for which we will all be forever indebted to him. If not for Professor Fig, well, I can say with confidence that if not for him, many of us, let alone Hogwarts, would not be here today. Those that knew him best will agree that we must now honor him as only Hogwarts can. By wisely, resourcefully, justly, and bravely facing all that lies ahead.
To Professor Fig!
Okay.
Can't believe we lost Fig. I didn't know him as well as you did, but I know he was a good man. Glad Weasley spoke for him. She honored him well. Fig will be well remembered. I realized the same should be done for my uncle. I hope Anne agrees to see me.
Sebastian, I can't imagine what you and Anne are going through. Perhaps you'll hear from her soon.
I hope so. I'll let you know.
Sebastian, there's something you should know. It's to do with Victor Rookwood.
I heard a rumor that he confronted you outside of Ollivander's. Sounds as if he faced quite a fight.
The rumors are true, and I did. But it's not that. Just before Rookwood attacked, he uttered something familiar. The same words Anne heard before she was cursed. Children should be seen and not heard.
Wait. What are you saying?
It wasn't one of Ranrock's loyalists who cursed Anne. It was Rookwood. It was Rookwood all along.
This can't be. It was the Loyalists. It's always been them. The night Anne was cursed, all she saw were goblins.
Once Rookwood allied with Ranrock, Isadora's estate became of interest to them both. That's why Rookwood was there the night Anne was cursed. He was working with Ranrock. When he saw your sister,
Well, he didn't want anyone to know. So he cursed her. And she's never been the same. So cruel. Rookwood deserved what he got. Thank you for telling me. It wasn't a goblin. I suppose I owe you an apology. All this time I thought goblins were the enemy. But it was never that simple. As for what happened in the catacomb, I've not stopped thinking about it. Perhaps we could meet soon. There's much I wish to say.
Yeah, that's it. Game done. The game is finished. At least the story. Elements for what is it? There it is. There it is. Done. Just completed. Yep, what? Level 25 year on level 28 character. Let's go to a funeral then.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased.
She's devastated. She just buried your uncle alone.
I did it for her.
Sebastian, Anne can't bear the thought of turning you in, but...
What? Turn me in? She saw what happened.
I'll give you some time to think, Sebastian.
Turn me
in. Sebastian.
Did you hear that? You saw what happened. I never wanted to hurt my uncle.
I know.
I can't believe he's gone. How did things go so wrong? I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to... Oh, Anne, I was only trying to help. I can't leave now. Anne needs me more than ever. You understand. You can talk to Ominous. Make him understand. He listens to you. I need to be with Anne.
Don't worry, Sebastian.
Thank you. No matter what happens from here, I'm glad we met.
Poor Sebastian.
Hey, what is Ominous? Oh, it's here.
Ominous?
What a mess. I can't believe it. After I last saw you, I went straight to Hogwarts. Before I had time to talk to Black, I heard from Anne. I rushed to Feldcroft and found her with Solomon's body. She was beside herself with grief. Part of her wants Sebastian to face the consequences, another part can't bear the thought of it. I don't want to lose Sebastian, but I don't think we have a choice.
We do have a choice. What good will it do to turn him in now? He clearly regrets everything. He's not going to do anything like this again.
We've both heard that before.
But we also need to think about Anne. She's lost her health, now she's lost her uncle. Do you really want to take her brother away from her too?
I understand what you're saying. Perhaps you're right. As much as I believe that Sebastian should pay for his actions, we'd only be punishing Anne as well. I hope we're doing the right thing. I'll talk to Anne. If it comes from me, she'll agree with this decision.
Thank you, Ominous.
Whatever lies ahead, we must face it together. That I know.
Wait. Okay. Wait, what? How many quests does Singleton have? But yeah, that's it. Done. Game done. I'll continue tomorrow. Save for now. Done. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow. That